Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty House.
Who got the belt?
I have no clue. Let's see.
Russ Dog. Russ Dog got the belt.
Shout out, Russ.
What's happening, everybody? Hey, we will have Faraz Siddiqi today, so you guys start throwing your questions in whenever you want, and we'll sit here and try to get as many questions answered as possible.
Also, Kyle Madsen is okay. He's just learning today.
Yeah, he's like in the learning annex today here at the ESPN Fortress on the Hill, the Ridge. Uh-oh, Steven Castaneda has a name, Freaky Siddiqui. What's going on, everyone? How is everyone doing? No, Joe. Joe's not here, Cool Cat. It's me and Jesse. We can see what Jesse's watching in the reflection on the glass behind him.
I think we got the Pat McAfee show, but it's in commercial right now.
It is. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. No Kyle Madsen. He is in the learning annex today.
Yeah, he's doing important things right now.
He is. He's learning a lot of new things today, and it's an important job that Kyle does here, and I think his job is getting more important as time goes on, which is a good thing.
Yeah, shout out Kyle Madsen.
Yeah, it's a good thing for everybody.
He may pop in today during the show. Who knows? Like, he's literally in the building. He's just doing different stuff today.
He is in the building. I wish he would pop in and help us with our 49ers preview. That would help because making sense of their injury report is, I don't know, that's like next level, like physics.
Oh, we're past making sense of that. It's just they're hurt again. All right, we'll see who shows up on Sunday. And if they win, they win. If they lose, hopefully they're healthier next week.
Yeah, it's like, what does partial participation mean if you're probably not going to play? And then some players don't participate and they are expected to play. Jesse, I just don't understand it. It's absolutely crazy. Welcome in again. If you're listening to us here on ESPN 1320 on the dial, that's awesome. Thank you. If you have an HD radio, go to 98.5 HD2 and you can hear us crystal clear all over Sacramento and beyond, which is amazing. You can also catch us on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and Twitch and X/everywhere Twitter.
You can catch us everywhere.
You have no excuses. And if you miss our show, you can watch the Kyle Madsen, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, wherever you get your podcasts.
Make sure you hit the thumbs up too on the YouTube channel.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. Also, today we will have Faraz Siddiqi, our incredible fantasy football expert from Upper Hand Fantasy. He will be on in the 11 o'clock hour at 11:20.
My fantasy team this year has been pretty ass. I'm not going to lie.
We're struggling.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm 2-5 right now in one of my leagues. About, I think, a game or two out of 8th place, which is top 8 make playoffs in a 12-team league. But we got Rashee Rice back. Okay, our running back situation is looking pretty good. I got G&T. Saquon kind of sucks right now, which is not great. But we got Saquon there. Judkins is playing well. Hampton, when he comes back. I need Faraz to help me out. I feel like I can go on a run here.
You feel like
I feel like I can go on a run. I'm probably a little delusional, but I feel like I can go on a run.
Yeah.
I got Drake May as my quarterback. It's just we finally got all the guys back now that were hurt or suspended.
I'm feeling like my team can't go on a run, which is a huge issue. We banked on a bunch of second-year players, rookies and second-year players, and all of the wide receivers busted, whether it's Neighbors blowing out his knee or it was Brian Thomas Jr. just being downright bad. It's not been a great season. Thank you, Patrick Mahomes, for carrying us this far.
See, Patrick Mahomes seems like he's back too.
He is back. He's the #1 fantasy quarterback in the league right now. He's been absolutely spectacular.
Real quick, shout out Tyler Jennings letting us know. Shout out to us for not keeping up, I guess. We hit 9,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Oh, how about we hit 10,000?
Yeah, no, let's keep that going. But yeah, shout out. We built this thing from scratch, so that's awesome.
Yeah, that's amazing. Again, welcome into the show. No Kyle Madsen today. Jesse and I will take you all the way up until noon. I think D'Lo's going to miss the handoff today, but he'll be in a
He'll be
little bit
doing
later.
the show from his resort at his home.
Yeah, the humble abode that
Exactly.
is
Yeah, he's going to
Damien's
be out there today, but Casey will be here. I'll be here.
mansion in the burbs, we'll call it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm so excited for today, though, James. I gotta tell you, like, this is one of those Fridays where if someone was like, "Oh, let's go hang out tonight," blah blah, I'm not leaving my house tonight.
No
chance. You got Celtics at 4:30, then you got World Series at 5. Sac State plays tonight, which feels like a massive matchup against Montana, given all the just hype around that.
Yeah.
And the Kings tonight, I'm not leaving my house tonight.
Okay. I will be leaving
There's
my
too
house.
much sports. I'm busy. I got sports tonight. What do you want from me?
I will be at
You got work.
Golden One Center for the home opener. We do have the home opener tonight with the Sacramento Kings. Before we dive into Kings, we're going to talk Kings a whole lot today. But before we do that, this whole dark cloud that hit the NBA, like, first of all, well timed. So I'm so used to being in Sacramento and seeing Friday night news dumps from the team, because that's kind of the way it's been for the last 16 years. Like, what horrible thing can we release on Friday night after the news cycle? Well, that's not what the FBI decided to do. The FBI decided to storm the castle on a Wednesday afternoon.
At 6 a.m.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess it was a Thursday, but right in the week of the NBA opening season, opening to their season. And it just kind of threw this huge dark cloud over the league. And
yeah, it's not been a great offseason for the league, to be honest. Shout out Pablo Torre, the whole Kawhi Leonard, Clippers, aspiration stuff. And then the gambling thing, not this particular story, but since we've seen kind of gambling get more legalized and just embraced, it's always just been kind of lingering. Oh, this player's suspended. Jonte Porter here. Now here, I think we've come to like the bigger story where it feels like it's not just going to end here. Oh, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups got arrested. Let's all move on. It feels like there's some more things that need to be answered here.
Yeah. And like, look, I think here's one of the problems that I have with this whole thing is that none of these cases are connected, right? So it's not like this is one giant RICO case that involves Damon Jones and it involves, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. These are all separate cases that they just threw in together and went live with. And you brought up something that I think is pretty crazy, and that is there's some major questions now with the Miami Heat that need to be answered, and the NBA is going to have to figure this thing out, because allegedly all this stuff with Terry Rozier,
while he was a Hornet,
happened while he was a Hornet, not while he was with the Miami Heat. And so how much did the Heat know about this player that the league had already been alerted? Like, again, there's this chain of events that happens. Like,
yeah, Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald, Miami Heat beat writer, of course. He tweeted this morning. He says it's become increasingly clear in the past 24 hours that information was withheld from the Heat, and the Heat were wronged in all this. And then he goes on to tweet in that same one, whether the Heat try to rectify this must all play out. And that talking to some fans after that, some relevant stuff. And then he quote tweets that and saying, NBA to this point is refusing to say why it didn't warn the Heat about any of this before the Heat traded for Rozier.
Yeah, that's a disaster.
Tough. Yeah, that's not great.
I mean, people have to understand, like, Terry Rozier made $25 million last year and $26 million this year. His $25 million last year, they're basically saying now that the league saw that this had gotten to a point, and they said, hey, injury time. Rozier's out for the rest of the season. Like, sit him. And we're going to say it's an injury. And that's not okay. Like, whatever's happening here.
Well, now it's just all kind of unraveling, it feels like. Because now, like I said, I was just reading that tweet, the Heat feel like they've been wrong, and now they're asking questions. Like, now we're just going to kind of find out how much of this was a cover-up, how much they knew about, I'll say, and how much they just didn't let on.
Well, of course. And that's a huge issue. Like, the Miami Heat, like, they should be very upset here. You didn't just take on like a bum contract. You took on a
guy who got arrested yesterday morning.
A lot of money, who embarrassed your franchise by getting arrested. And, again, there were a lot of people this summer who were like, hey, who's going to trade for Terry Rozier? And it's like, everyone was like, kind of like, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. We now know why.
Yeah.
Right. And the other thing is, like, look, the chain of events, like we talk about these things, anytime that something irregular happens in whether it's on, Prize Picks or one of the multitude of like fantasy games there's a mechanism in place that if there's some prop bet and a player doesn't usually get a bunch of
if someone throws 20,000 on the less for the 12th man on the Washington Wizards, that's going to get flagged.
Well, that's what happened though.
Yeah.
And it's more like 100,000. And all of a sudden, like, it's very clear that something's going on with this specific player or that specific player. Like, something gets alerted, they go right to the FBI. They go right to the league.
Yeah.
The league knew about this, dating all the way back to whenever this game was that allegedly happened. So really, really crazy. The other thing yesterday, Jesse, is watching Chauncey Billups do a perp walk coming out after he was released. Because, they arrested him at their hotel, right? Like early in the morning, whatever, or wherever he was. But watching him leave yesterday with cameras and media everywhere taking pictures, that was a horrible look for the NBA.
Yeah, it's like, like I said earlier, it's been a rough offseason. Probably use whatever worst word you want to use for rough and all that. But I don't know how much better it's going to get going forward. It feels like this is just the start right now.
Well, yeah, that, and man, the NBA has like unlimited resources.
Like at this point, you really better hope that no one was betting on their own team or anything like that.
Oh, they were though.
That's what I'm saying. Like you hope at this point, you hope that doesn't come out.
Yeah, and again, like we're dealing with this right now, but this is like in the late '80s what the whole Pete Rose scandal was about. And we went through this with baseball where a manager was literally betting on games that he was managing. And you could say, oh, he never bet against his team. That doesn't mean he didn't take a prop bet on whether a reliever would get into a game or not. Or, like all of the different like little prop bets that you can go out and put money on. There's all kinds of things.
And then you also got the mafia tie-in too with this NBA story.
Well, see, but that's the problem. Like, what piece is the mafia to whatever this story is? And how does the mafia, because that's when it becomes like salacious, right? It's not just that a coach had these illegal gambling poker parties that where cheating was going on. And it's not just that, you have Damon Jones, former King, going out there and asking his buddy LeBron James whether he's going to play or not, and then selling information to people. And it's not just Terry Rozier telling somebody that, hey, bet this. It's that they've tied in organized crime to all of this. So it becomes like this gigantic salacious thing that, the NBA and their like, the families.
We're gonna hold Sopranos this thing up right now.
Yeah, so that's where I think people are gonna, if you're gonna follow this story closely, you have to understand that this is multiple stories that have been packaged into one story and one criminal case. And I think it's going to be a lot more complex as we move forward.
Yeah.
And I also think it will diverge and these things will be dealt with individually. And
Adam Silver, buckle up, buddy.
Yeah. It's not like Adam Silver is going to get drawn into court and the courtroom has like half of the Gambino family.
Yeah, no, not that, but there's going to be questions for you about how the hell did you guys not know about this, or what did you guys know, and why wasn't Terry Rozier suspended? Why didn't you guys let the Heat know that this could have been a thing? Like, he's got plenty of questions to answer now.
And as a professional sports league, why have you gotten into bed so heavily with these platforms? Because you have, whether it's DraftKings or it's Prize Picks or it's whatever. It's all over the arena.
Well, yeah, you see the money coming in, and I guess you just disregard all of this, and here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Outside of that, we had the Chargers look more like the Chargers last night, and 37-10 win over the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings are cooked.
I'm out on the Vikings until they figure out who or what their quarterback situation is. It's definitely not Carson Wentz. We knew that before. We'll see if J.J. McCarthy's doing well when he comes back, and it's kind of tough because Sam Darnold's playing really well for the Seahawks right now.
Oh, yeah.
Tier 2 team for Kyle Madsen.
I guess they are a tier 2 team. I'm not sold on the Seahawks yet, but watching that game last night, first of all, there isn't a more Jekyll and Hyde team in the NFL than the Chargers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna I was really bought in on the Chargers when they started 3-0, and then a lot of injuries to their line, which was tough. Justin Herbert wasn't playing the best. I'm not going to just jump back onto the bandwagon yet or anything like that. I'll probably check back in with them towards the end of the season and see what they're looking like. But, I mean, this is a good one for them.
Yeah, definitely. So a shout out to Vidal, who had an incredible game last night, 117 yards rushing. Kamani Vidal. Carson Wentz was bad. He looks totally cooked. I don't know if McCarthy can do anything to turn that season around. That's why, like, a couple of your prognosticating, websites are saying, hey, could the 49ers trade Mac Jones to the Vikings to get them back on track? I don't think that's going to happen because, to be honest,
that's not something I'd do this season if I was the 49ers.
I think Mac Jones is going to start a whole bunch more games here,
Yeah.
which is not it's turning out to be a pretty good thing.
I think Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are pretty comfortable, if not an indictment on Brock Purdy, but just more so, hey, if he's still hurt, like we can run it with Mac Jones and still feel great about our chances.
Yeah. All right. Outside of that, your guy Tyreek Hill is contemplating retirement at 31 after his gruesome leg injury.
Makes sense. I mean, it's a tough injury to come back from, especially at that age. So we'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah. So I kind of feel bad for him.
I think Miami's going to cut him after this year too, just because of the money situation. But
yeah, maybe he pops up somewhere else.
Yeah,
all recovered.
See what happens.
Pretty brutal.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think he probably is a Hall of Famer, right? I haven't gone through and looked at all of the.
He was all decades team, all decade 2010s team. I think he's got 5 all pro teams, 4 all pros.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah. Really unfortunate though to see an injury and potentially end a career. And hey, look, if I'm a professional athlete and I'm in that situation, I'm looking at how much money I've made, I'm looking at where I'm at in my career. There's a good chance that I don't do all this rehab just to potentially go out there and do it again.
Yeah.
You're going to do the rehab so you can walk right when you're older. But I do think that there comes a point where you look at yourself and you look at how, the injuries that your quarterback has faced, the concussions and all that.
Brother, we are about to blow this whole ship up. Let me tell you.
That's what you think.
I hope so. James, don't do that. Oh, stop. No, it's done. It's cooked. Whatever the Miami Dolphins are right now is cooked.
That's right. All right. We've got Kings home opener tonight. 2025 season kicks off at Golden One Center. We'll have all of that next. Plus our reinforcements on their way for the Sacramento Kings. Jesse Tapia joining me, James Ham, here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. What's happening, everybody? Somebody made a comment in here that stood out. And I actually, as somebody who has done this stuff, hang on. It was not that inappropriate comment from Drew Down. It was about gambling on Sports Talk, gambling on everywhere.
Michigan, not trying to be too much of a smart ass, but it was on the schedule, and I think it's too late just to flex them out. That's why. Shout out to your Colts though, 6-1. Not buying them as Super Bowl contenders, but they're definitely a playoff team.
My friend Sean Cunningham just said that you said the SHIT word on the radio.
No, I didn't.
You said something close, but it wasn't.
Okay, thankfully. Okay.
Yeah.
Ship. I said ship.
Yeah.
We're going to blow that ship with a P up.
That's right. You did. And I was like, oh.
Thank you, B. Butler. Thank you. Sean Cunningham scaring me right now.
Yeah. I heard it right when I'm like, but then again, I would have to find the dump button, and me finding the dump button on a board.
I've only ever cussed on the show once. It was during D-Lo case. I caught myself. So I feel like if I ever did, I'd catch myself, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm going to tell.
Miss McTen, you see my face? You really do.
I'm just glad Sean Cunningham's listening.
Shout out, Sean.
I'm also telling about the 98.5 HD2 because he complains all the time that where he lives in the Grove, and in Elk Grove you can't get a lot of our station isn't perfectly clear. What? His new car doesn't have HD radio? There's no way.
What kind of car does he have? I don't have HD radio. Well, mine's not too new, I guess.
He has a brand new Chevy Equinox. Not brand.
I'm not too familiar with the Equinoxes, though.
It's a smaller Blazer, but it's EV. Oh, I was looking at something on here. Yeah. It was about how. Oh, never mind.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I have to get used to being in this chair.
Yeah, you're running the show today.
Actually bringing us back in, right? I have to worry about that. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me here on the Insiders. Kyle Madsen is he's learning today. He's learning a lot.
Shout out Kyle Madsen. He's growing up.
He is. Yeah, he's taking on more responsibilities. At least that's what it looks like. We had some news yesterday with Sacramento Kings. They, of course, opened the season tonight at Golden One Center. Opened their home season at Golden One Center. 7:00 tip-off against the Utah Jazz. We'll get into all that stuff in a little bit later in the show. But Sabonis has been upgraded to questionable for the game. We'll know more as the day goes on as to whether or not he's going to play tonight. But Jesse, I made this claim earlier in the week, and on the Kingsby podcast too. Sean and I both were in agreement that we would be surprised if Sabonis doesn't play tonight. He was supposed to be reevaluated in a week from last Saturday, but the injury had also occurred like way earlier in the week. And so I would not be shocked because I know how much Domantas Sabonis appreciates Sacramento Kings fans and appreciates being in the building and actually being on the court. He's a guy who does not like to miss games at all. I would not be surprised if we see Domantas Sabonis tonight. We'll know more with shoot around starting in just a few minutes. Maybe we'll find out then. Maybe we won't. But it'll probably be a game time decision. But I would be surprised if we don't see him back in the lineup. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's kind of where this feels like it's heading.
Yeah, there'd be a much needed reinforcement given the weather injuries have already gone to start the season.
Yeah, so that's the problem. I mean, we already know that again, Neat Clifford is out. He is going to be out for tonight's game. He actually now has a hamstring strain. That happened. We found out yesterday. MRI, showed a hamstring strain. So the Kings are even more shorthanded. They don't have Keegan Murray, who's out after having thumb surgery. Just when you're facing a team like this too, I think opening night is one thing. You get through opening night and it's like so much excitement and everything else. Even if it's on the road, the Kings, blow a 20-point lead, lose by 4, all that stuff. We already know what happened on Wednesday. But while that was happening, the Clippers were out. I mean, the Jazz were out, like beating the
most dominant team in the NBA, according to that one game.
Yeah, they drubbed the Los Angeles Clippers. And everyone's looking at the Clippers like a potential championship team.
I don't buy that, by the way.
Well, I mean, do we ever?
They have guys with names like Kawhi Leonard, Bradley Beal, James Harden. But I mean, yeah, fine, cool, whatever.
They also have really productive players like Zubats.
They do. They
They back them up with Brook Lopez, and then they brought in John Collins, and they still have, like players that Derek Jones Jr.
It feels very that one time where the Eagles won the offseason. I think it was Vince Young who said they had a super team. And it's like, yeah, you signed a bunch of guys with names, but it's like this isn't really gonna work. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't buy the Clippers as real true contenders.
you might be right because it very few times has it worked out where you go load up. You remember when the Lakers brought in Gary Payton and Karl Malone?
Yeah, James. I remember I was like 8 at the time. I was on my way to second grade, I believe.
Yeah. So that's one thing, where we saw a team not assemble like this super team and then not win. But then if you go back a little bit later, like the 49ers assembled a super team and won a Super Bowl. Like they brought in Rod Woodson, they brought in
Damn, James, you're going way back now.
Deion Sanders. Yeah, but it was one of those years where they're like, oh, let's go for it. And they were able to win. So I don't know that it works all that time. All the time in the NBA to do it because it just, again, I think veteran players like to go finish their careers trying to play for a ring. Sometimes you get a ring, sometimes you don't. Mitch Richmond got a ring on the bench of the Lakers, which is crazy. But, people may have missed that. But, you go down as a one-time NBA champion, and it's better than not being an NBA champion and having that thing that hangs
over. You got the ring. It's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, again, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, some of the great players from the 80s and 90s don't have rings. And then, like we were talking about it the other day, Chet Holmgren walked up onto the set after game 1 on Tuesday night, and he's sitting there with Carmelo Anthony, Vince Carter, and Tracy McGrady.
A bunch of guys with no rings.
And Chet Holmgren.
You guys see this right here?
Yeah, the skinny white kid with no shirt on. it's
no big deal.
It's the one with the ring, and the other guys are like, yeah, we wish we had one of those.
Yeah, that's cool, Chet. All right, we'll talk to you later now.
Yeah, Chet, why don't you go take a shower or something, Chet? Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. But yeah, I don't buy the Clippers, but as far as the Jazz go, I mean, I'm not buying the Jazz either. As far as like game 1, I think they'll be a pretty bad team this season. But I mean, that doesn't matter for the Kings. I mean, we saw it against the Suns on Wednesday. The Suns aren't going to be great, but if you're not playing at least decent basketball for 48 minutes, it's going to be tough for you to win.
Yep.
You can't just sleepwalk through this team today.
No, I totally agree. So, like, when I'm looking at the Kings still, let's get back to the Kings a little bit here. The injury report has already been unkind. And I had someone reach out to me yesterday. I'm not going to name names, Jake Hayden. But they asked me, like, hey, the whole mantra of camp was run, right? And we want to have the team in the best shape in the NBA. And here we are a week into the season, in the first week, the second game of the season, and you already have 2 hamstring injuries. And it was like, hey, is there a correlation between, all this idea of running and trying to be in the greatest shape and players getting hurt already? Like Keegan Murray's injury is very specific, right? He got karate chopped and hurt his thumb. That has nothing to do with, the training camp or anything else. But do you buy any of this, Jesse, where, it's possible that players are getting injured because they've worked too hard? Because I got to be honest, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not buying it really at all. I mean, if you're training your hamstring or whatever, stretch more, I guess, before practice. Like, I don't know. Like, I figure that doesn't make sense to me where, like, I guess the theory just on the surface, yeah, the guys are running a lot more, blah, 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 hamstring injuries, like, sure, correlation, whatever. I'm just not buying that. I mean, Doug Christie wants this team to play a certain way, and I'm sure there's other teams in the league who are running and all these things, and maybe they're not all blowing their hamstrings or anything like that. So I'm not buying that there's a correlation or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not either. Like, look, I would even say the Sabonis injury to me.
I mean, Mike Brown, his first year, they were practicing every damn near day, it felt like. And I mean, that was the healthiest team of the season.
It was the healthiest team in the NBA.
Yeah, it was the healthiest team in the NBA. So it's like, yeah, I'm not buying. Oh, yeah, Doug Christie's got these guys out here too much, and that's what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what this might be, first of all, I think Sabonis got injured when he was chucked to the floor by Zubats. Like, there was a play where he literally was boxing out Zubats underneath, and Zubats had enough of him and shoved him into the stands. And I think that's Sabonis got up grabbing his back and kind of moving around funny. I think that's when he tweaked his hamstring. So that's just part of the game, right? I also think when it comes to Nick Clifford, this might be a moment where a kid who has not been a professional basketball player for more than 4 months, he's gonna realize that the professional game when they're telling you to make sure that you're drinking fluids like you just did.
Shout out water.
Jesse. Shout out water.
H2O.
Yeah, that if you're not doing the basics, even I was listening to, I think it was Coach yesterday on
Coach, yeah, Brandon Marion, shout out.
and they were talking about like making sure that you're doing your hydration tests in the morning and all that. Like, look, that's what's part of this. It's that you have to learn that the NBA grind is brutal. Am I concerned that it's 1 week into the season and Nick Clifford has something? No, because like, look, he's a young kid who just went into his first NBA game and was probably nervous.
Yeah, bro's probably moving 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, his mind was moving and his body may not be moving as quickly as his mind. So I think there's a good possibility that that's what he's dealing with. But it also doesn't look long term. It looks like it's something very, very similar to what Domas is facing right now, which is a mild hamstring strain. And again, these things happen. I'm not going to put this on again. Not even Doug Christie, but the whole training staff and the medical staff of the Kings.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's just part of being an athlete too. There's just going to be guys who have hamstring problems.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it doesn't have to always do with they're running all day at practice or anything like that. Like,
yeah,
it's just part of being an athlete.
Well, yeah, you take the wrong step, and it doesn't even have to be at the practice facility during practice. I mean, you can take a bad step anywhere and injure yourself. It's just kind of the way it goes. I remember years ago, in his rookie season.
Are you going to tell us some gruesome story about how this player tore his hamstring off the bone how? Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. Go ahead and tell your story. Yeah.
No,
I don't want to hear no crazy story. Tell us the not even nice. Just tell us the normal injury story, please.
Well, yeah, in his rookie season, Lionel Simmons got what they called Nintendo thumbs.
What is that?
He was playing too much Nintendo because, again, you have to understand how much downtime these guys have, and most of these players are 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", 6'10", 7 foot. Like when you go out in public, even if it's in Phoenix, like you're going to get hounded by people, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of them just like hang out in the hotel. Well, he played so much Nintendo that he ended up hurting his thumbs and he missed time. He had to miss time because he had actually like messed up one of his thumbs.
This was while he was a Sacramento King too?
While he was Sacramento King.
I love you guys, but that is the most King story ever.
Isn't it? Yeah. Well, I mean, there's plenty of King's crazy stories. We won't get into that.
No, we don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Nintendo. My grandma had a Nintendo 64 when I was a kid.
Oh, there you go. All right. I never had a Nintendo when I was a kid, but one of my buddies did. So we'd go over and play Contra. And, it's like up, down, left, right, BA, select, start.
So you know what it is.
Yeah. So that was my era. Actually, I had a Commodore 64, Jesse.
What is a Commodore 64?
A Commodore 64 was a gaming
Sounds
PC
like alcohol.
Before a gaming PC. Yeah, there was a brand called Commodore, and you could play all kinds of video games on it. You could also write like essays on it, but
you could use it for your homework if you need to, but yeah, that's not what the point was.
Yeah, but it was like sort of the first kind of entry level when computers started to become a thing in people's houses.
All right, shout out. I didn't even know about that. Shout out to the Commodore 64.
Wow. Yeah, see, hardball on the Commodore 64. Hardball is spectacular. Yeah. And let's see. Steven Castaneda here in the chat said I should have invested in Apple when I had the chance. Yeah, I was too young for that, man. I'm not that old, but
James was 12 buying chips at the store, dude. Like, what do you want from him?
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, Commodore 64 was amazing. It was super cool. Let's just continue this idea of injuries because the San Francisco 49ers play this weekend.
Oh yeah. Speaking of
injuries, the 49ers 5-2 travel to the Texans, who are 2-4 on the season. And it looks like Mac Jones is going to start again. Here's something crazy. I was looking, Mac Jones is 4-1 on the season. Again, Brock Purdy was limited in practice this week, so there is an outside shot that he will play. I don't think he's been ruled out yet, but he certainly is looking more and more like he won't play. Same with Ricky Pearsall. Pearsall did not practice this weekend, but Mac Jones in his 5 starts. Here's something crazy for you. In his 5 starts, he has been so much better than C.J. Stroud in his 6 starts. He's got more yards. I think he's got more touchdowns. He's got fewer interceptions. Like, he has been really, really solid for the 49ers. Are you comfortable if this thing drags out and, Mac Jones has got to start, 8-10 games?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I'm not they've been winning ball games, and at this point, if you lose one or two here, you put yourself in a position where you're still in a pretty good spot to make the playoffs, whether that be through the division and the wild card. So yeah, I'd be pretty comfortable with Mac Jones start the next, well, if he had to start 8 games total this season or something like that. But I mean, going into this game, I'm perfectly fine with Mac Jones starting. At this point with the Texans, I think up until last week, a lot of us were just kind of, oh, can they figure it out? Like CJ Stroud, his rookie year, they were great, and maybe can they get back to that? And no, they're done. They're not going to be that this year. The offense is putrid. It stinks. We don't know if Nico Collins is going to play this weekend. Their running back situation is horrible. So it's like, if Mac Jones can put up 21 points with the 49ers on Sunday, then that's probably a win right there.
Yeah, it to be honest with you,
Like I have no faith in the Texans as far as anything
all.
they can be this season. They are just not a good football team right now, and they'll need to figure it out this offseason as far as how they move forward with that offense.
Yeah, what a disaster. Like a team that was on the rise, a team that looked like they were moving the right way, and then all of a sudden they've kind of tumbled.
Yeah, I'd be pretty, like, they're going on the road into Houston. I'd be pretty surprised if the 49ers lost this game, even with Mac Jones starting.
And if you win this game and you go to 6-2, I mean, the playoffs are like
We won't call it a lock, but I mean, you're well on your way.
You're well on your way.
Yeah, it'd take a catastrophic fall for them to not make it, I'd say, if they started off 6-2.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I don't see that fall coming. I think Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh have done well to weather the storm on offense and defense, just no matter what injury they've gotten.
That's true.
I don't know how far it's going to take them in the playoffs, but for right now, they're good.
Yeah, Bryce Huff is out, it looks like. Lenore hasn't practiced all week, so it's very unlikely he's going to play, although Renardo Green and Stout return to practice, and it looks like they're good to go, so the 49ers will actually have defensive backs. You mentioned Nico Collins. Nico Collins has a concussion. Whether he can get cleared in time, I don't know. Christian Kirk is also questionable. Dalton Schultz is questionable. So a lot of the specialty players for the Texans are on the injured list. I know Juwan Jennings was back at practice, and it looks like he's playing. George Kittle came back last week. Christian McCaffrey is like the everything for the 49ers.
The Swiss Army knife for this team. Yeah, he's the Swiss Army knife for this team. He literally does whatever they need.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, with the 49ers specifically, I think that if you look at the teams like the Texans and then the Giants, like, and then they play the Rams, but then they come back and play the Cardinals and the Panthers and the Browns. I think the key to this is that, the Rams are a really good team, but the other 5 games here before the 49ers have their bye week in week 14, the other 5 teams here, none of them have like some spectacular offense that you're going to be dealing with. And so while the 49ers have a ton of injuries on the defensive side of the ball, they're actually getting more and more healthy on the offensive side of the ball. And all they need, again, you look at that 5-game stretch that they're facing right now. If they go 5-1 in that stretch, and 5 in the 6-game stretch before their bye week. If they go 5-1, they're a playoff team.
Yeah, you're also probably competing for the top seed in the NFC at that point.
Yeah, and then you come out of the bye week and you've got the Titans, the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks. Right there, you split those. Let's say you somehow split those, and you've got 12 wins.
Yeah, that December's looking kind of tough after Tennessee. I mean, because we got to call the Colts. That's a good team right there. Shout out Michigan and Johnny G. The Bears are 4-2. They won 4 in a row. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's convinced about Caleb Williams, but they're winning football games, so that's all that matters. And then Seattle's always a tough matchup.
Seattle's a tough matchup. That is in San Francisco, though, because the 49ers already beat Seattle in Seattle. And that's the other thing. The 49ers, while they're tied in their division with 2 other teams at 5-2, they have the tiebreaker as of right now. They're 3-0 in division, which is crazy. That's crazy to see. So I don't know what's going to happen this weekend with the 49ers, but they clearly need to get healthy. We don't know about like the practice window opening for Brandon Ayuk yet or anything. It's probably going to be a little bit down the road. You need to get Pearsall on the field and healthy. Yeah. They said there was no setback in Pearsall yesterday. Shanahan said that, but he did say that, hey, look, it's taking a little bit longer than we thought. That's a concern, that a young player isn't healing up properly and getting back on the field quicker.
kind of surprised looking at it right now. If you're connected to the NBA in any sort of way, just disregard this next statement. But it's the Texans minus 2.5 going into this game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I get they're the home team, and I mean, the 49ers got the backup quarterback, but the Texans just haven't looked good this season.
No, and the 49ers have.
Yeah, I'd take the 49ers and the points right there. Again, if you're connected with the NBA, just leave that alone.
It's a trap. It's a trap if you're connected with the NBA. All right, I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and when we do, we're going to dive into the Sacramento Kings Utah Jazz matchup home opener tonight at Golden One Center. We'll see you in just a minute. Yep. Hey, wait. You know what we do with this whole thing next, right? Okay, and then you all right, sweet. Awesome. Hello everybody. I was gonna get back to somebody was mentioning how like the sports betting stuff is also inundated on sports radio. And yes, it is. But I'm gonna tell you as somebody who sits here and has a podcast and does all kinds of things, whether it's on the radio or on my own stuff with the Kings Beat. Like, if the NBA is going to take their money and they're going to put it all over the arena, and then those companies want to come to me and say, hey, here's an opportunity for you also to make money on this product that the NBA is clearly backing, like, who am I to say no? Like, again, if you have gambling problems, there are places you can go to get help for that. But like, again, if a liquor company wants to come in here and have me sponsor, wants to sponsor the show to pitch liquor, whether, whatever it is, some sort of brand of whiskey or whatever, I'm not going to say no, because people out there are alcoholics and, they might have drinking problems. That's kind of how I look at it. Like, especially pro sports, gambling, liquor, like, it's all over the place. So, and it's also, like food that's clearly not all that healthy for you is all over every single one of these, the Super Bowl or watching football on Sundays, it just everywhere. So, people are going to do their stuff. And like, I don't feel like maybe we're a cog in a system that's ugly and slightly broke, but it's also part of the world we live in. So, thank you, Pierre Dupree. I'm looking slim and trim in that black. I am also down about 20 plus pounds from last season. So I've worked really, really hard since March to get my body in shape. And so I can sit here in a chair and not have pain. That's the biggest thing. Yeah, shoeless, 100%. Everyone is a cog, man. Jim Garfinkel, that's a good question. Does the FBI NBA deal bring back teams in Vegas questions? I think it should, but then again, like, man, one of my son's buddies, like, he did he chose 4 different things to place a 4 bet on or play fantasy sports. And it was like passes by a player in the EPL. It was darts. It was WNBA, and it was like a pitcher in baseball. And he's a college kid, and all of the college kids play. They do. Like, I don't know how much, but yeah. Hey, Casey Tucker, I am in the best shape I've been in years, which is good. Yeah. Scooter. Yep. I did lose 20 and I gained about 10 pounds worth of muscle. And you guys can giggle at that, but that's fine. Jesse, we're almost back.
We still got about a minute and a half. A lot of money being made in these breaks today, I guess.
Yeah, the NBA season's brutal, man. Every year you gain 10, 15 pounds. And then you got to work to get that weight off at the end of the season. Yeah, Chris Juvenile. If I came into the season with 20 extra pounds of fat, that's kind of what happened last year, to be honest. Yeah, I'll tell you, leaving a game at 11 o'clock at night and stopping at Taco Bell, like, it happens all the time. There's nothing you can do. You're like, I'm
Couple
so
of
hungry.
crunchy tacos. Make it a large ball blast freeze, please. I guess throw in some cinnamon twist too.
Yeah, I have an hour drive home.
Yeah, that's tough.
So and they feed us at like, I eat between like 5 and 6.
Just put some food in your pockets for later.
Yeah, but then like all right.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today. We have a Sacramento Kings game. The Kings open their home schedule at Golden One Center tonight at 7 p.m. The Utah Jazz roll into town. They are 1-0 on the season after a 129-108 drubbing of the Los Angeles Clippers on opening night. The Kings are, of course, 0-1 after blowing a 20-point lead in their home opener, and they're looking to get back on the right path. This is a interesting game, and we're going to get into some of the reasons it's interesting. But I'm going to go through the starters right now. For the Sacramento Kings, we're looking at Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. I'm going to guess Drew Eubanks at the 4 and Domantas Sabonis at the 5. Sabonis has been out. He missed the opener on Wednesday, but he is listed as questionable for tonight's game, and I think there's a good chance he will play. We will know more as we get deeper into the day. For the Utah Jazz, we're looking at Keontae George at the point, Svi Mikhaila at the 2, Lauri Markkanen, Kyle Filipowski, and Walker Kessler at the 3, 4, 5.
There's not a tiny team right there.
That's the problem right there, Jesse Tapia.
It is not
Let's just break this down. Lauri Markkanen, starting as a small forward, is 7'1". Kyle Filipowski at the power forward spot is 6'11". Walker Kessler is 7'2" at the center position. They're starting over 21 feet worth of players at the 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, Domas, go ahead and get out here if you're feeling good today.
Yeah, if you're feeling good, Domas,
If it wouldn't bug you too much or hurt you too much, go ahead and jump out here today with us.
Okay, so let's just break this down. Sabonis 6'11", right? Drew Eubanks 6'9", right? And then DeMar DeRozan is 6'6". Of course, Nick Clifford started the opener. He is out tonight. He has pulled a hamstring. He's got a strained hamstring, and he is going to be reevaluated in a week. Keegan Murray's out for the Kings as well. We all know that. He's dealing with the thumb surgery that happened during the preseason. Sabonis is questionable, but I think there's a glimmer of hope here when he was put on the injury report yesterday as questionable that he might be able to make a return. He was supposed to be reevaluated in 1 week. 1 week is actually Saturday, not today. And so if he does come back, it would be a little ahead of schedule. But again, I'm not going to be shocked if I see Sabonis on the court. If Sabonis can't play tonight, Jesse, what exactly do you do if you're the Sacramento Kings?
Throw Maxine Renaud back out to the fire and hope he is able to make it, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of just the same thing as Wednesday. You were down a couple of your key guys, Sabonis and Keegan. I mean, this would be tough because you'd be down Sabonis, Keegan, and Nick Clifford as well. But it's tough. It's next man up, game 2 of the season.
Yeah, and I mean,
and again, like Utah, as well as they played against the Clippers game 1, I don't think they're these world beaters or anything like that. So I think Utah can be beat, even if you are missing a couple guys.
Yeah, Utah was projected to win. I think it was something like 19 games on the season. Like that's where they're at.
Yeah.
They're projected to lose like 60 plus games.
Yeah, Svi Mihalik was getting no minutes at the end of the bench for the Boston Celtics, I believe, last year. Now he's starting for the Jazz in game 2. Like that just kind of tells you where they're at.
Yeah, it's just wild. It's wild. For the Kings, again, being shorthanded is one thing. You do get Isaac Jones back tonight. He missed game 1 due to illness. You're looking at another 6'9" player and somebody who can rebound. I think if I'm the Kings, I'm absolutely freaked out by this game because the reason why you lost game 1, sure, you missed some free throws, but the real reason is you gave up 18 offensive rebounds for 28 points and for 28 second chance points. This team is not a good rebounding team without their 2 best rebounders in Sabonis and Keegan Murray. And now you're going up against a team that literally has 3 7-footers on the front line. Like that's not a good thing.
I'm not too concerned about it if Sabonis does play. Like, I'm not going to act like, oh, yeah, Sabonis is back. Now they can compete with all of Utah's size and all that. But Sabonis is one of the best rebounders in the league. So I think a lot of him will be able to clean that up. But, I mean, it's still going to be an issue, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I
wouldn't be, like I said, too concerned about it, where it's like, oh, they're going to have a tough time all game if Sabonis plays.
Yeah, I like the tandem of Eubanks and Sabonis in this specific matchup if you're going to have to, because again, Filipowski he can shoot the 3, but he's not like a true like threat from 3. I think that having a guy like DeMar having to go defend against Lauri Markkanen is a problem, but I also think that DeMar can give Lauri Markkanen fits if Markkanen's going to put the ball on the floor.
And in your projected starting lineup, are you starting Eubanks just to try and compete with Utah size? Like that's primarily the reason?
Yeah, I think for right now, the Kings are just trying to compete. They're just trying to match up.
I'm just throwing things out there. Do you maybe look to go maybe Monk at the 3? And again, I'm just spitballing. Like maybe DeRozan at the 4. Like just, I guess you don't want to play Utah's game too much. You don't want them to take you out of your game too much, I guess. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but okay. So
again, Utah is a tall team. So it's like you have to account for it. So
this is a problem that I think, again, if you're going to be a small team, right, the typical small ball team is centered around number 1, a defensive-minded center that can block shots and have everyone's back. And then number 2, it's predicated on a bunch of shooters outpacing a team, right? So you're going to get up and down the court, transition and all that stuff, but also in the half court, you want to move fast, you want to drag tall guys away from the basket by shooting. The problem I have with the Kings roster is that not only are they small, but they're bad shooters.
Yeah, they're not the greatest 3-point shooting team.
No, I mean, we saw it in game 1. If you're going to go out there and try to compete, like again, Phoenix they only hit 1 more 3 than the Kings. And I think they shot 10 more 3s than the Kings. But the fact is, like, if you're going to be a team that's small, you can't make 9 threes in a game. You've got to be up around 13, 14, 15 threes in a game. And so it's not just that the Kings are small, it's that they're small and they don't shoot the ball well.
Yeah, if only you had a guy who could shoot 40% from the 3-point line off the bench.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
What's his name? Keon Ellis.
Oh, yeah.
Rhymes with that. His name rhymes with that.
There could come a time where Keon Ellis might play more. And again, you talk about like the Keon Ellis factor. We'll get into that a little bit in our keys to the game. But like with Neat Clifford out, you're going to have to figure everything out, right? You're going to have to expand a little bit your roster. And, this is not a good situation. Neat Clifford has, at 6'5.5", without shoes, he plays more like a 6'6", 6'7" guy. He can defend multiple positions. He can defend a 3, he can defend a 2, and he can kind of go up and down the line. That's just not the case with most of their players. So the versatility aspect of losing Neat Clifford, and I don't think Keon Ellis really helps that because Keon, sure, Keon can defend some 3s in the league. He cannot defend a 7'1" Lauri Markkanen for long stretches. Lauri can just either back him down in the post because he outweighs him by 40 pounds and way taller, or he can shoot over the top of him on the perimeter. The only way that you're going to really have an advantage against Lauri Markkanen is if he decides to put the ball on the floor and you got a 6'5" guy who has quick hands versus a 7'1" guy who is a little bit lumbering. That's where you might be able to have an advantage. But even still, Markkanen's going to win that battle more times than not. And the fact that the Kings don't just have natural position players that they can throw in and say, hey, go defend him, that's a problem.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and you're probably right. Best I'd be leaning towards, I guess, giving up size and seeing if Utah could score with you. But yeah, we'll see what Doug Christie ends up doing with that starting lineup.
Yeah, giving up size and seeing if you can run with the team, that really works if you have a bunch of shooters.
Yeah, well, I guess that's probably why I go Keon at the 2, and then you probably move Zach LaVine at the 3. But
yeah. But then you're dealing with Zach LaVine against a 7 foot.
Which is why you need the buckets, James. We're gonna give up some points on the other end, but we're hoping we get some buckets on the other side. But yeah.
Really, really interesting matchup tonight for the Sacramento Kings. Again, a home opener. Jesse, what's your matchup of the game? Because for me, I'll throw mine out first. It's DeRozan versus Lauri Markkanen. DeRozan was so good in the opener. Outside of the missed free throws, which what do you go 4 of 9 from free throw line, but 29 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block. Like, I don't know how many games you're going to get like that from DeRozan this season at age 36, but if that's still a possibility, if he can give you something like that, I think you're going to have a better chance of slowing down Markkanen and making Markkanen work. I do worry that, again, Markkanen's 7'1" and might be able to just, lock down DeRozan and his mid-range jumper.
Well, yeah, you mentioned 7'1". I'm gonna go my matchup. I'm gonna go if Sabonis is playing. I'm gonna go Sabonis against Utah's bigs today.
Okay.
If he's able to hold it, well, he should be able to hold more than hold his own and all that. All the NBA player and such. But if he's able to just handle himself today, I think that's gonna open up a lot more for the Kings, and I guess kind of give them one less thing that you kind of need to worry about when you're playing Utah today. So if he's able to hold that down, I think they got a pretty good chance of winning tonight.
Yeah, I do like, again, the tall shot blocker guys are the ones that Sabonis usually just eats alive.
Yeah.
Where Sabonis usually has problems, it's the guys like Looney, it's the guys like Steven Adams, the strong guys that don't budge. Everyone else, Sabonis usually has like no problems dealing with at all.
Yeah, you got to finish the defensive possessions, make sure you're coming down with defensive rebounds and not just giving Utah any second chances.
Yeah, the second chance points is going to be huge. And maybe again, we'll get into this in our keys to the game, but this team has to rebound as a group. I mean, that's the key. Like, you've got it. You can't put it all on Sabonis. Even if Sabonis does play, he's probably not 100%. And so you're going to have to worry about that aspect of it. So those are our keys to the game. We're gonna step aside.
Our matchup of the game, keys to the game, coming up next.
Oh yeah, sorry. The matchup of the game. That's a matchup of the game. When we come back, we're gonna dive into keys and more here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Sweet. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I think Dylan Cardwell could be like a wild card tonight, honestly. I think Cardwell will play again, and I didn't think coming into the season Dylan Cardwell would be a factor, but I do know that, like, watching him play in the preseason, every single time I watched him, I'm like, I know it's against lower level competition late in games, but he sure does hold up, and he's not getting a whole bunch of crazy, like, silly fouls and stuff like that. He did have 5 fouls in the game the other night, but yeah, Scooter, Isaac Jones is good to go. So that at least gives you a little bit more. Ace Bailey isn't on their medical report, Germs. But even if Ace Bailey plays, he's 6'10". So again, like, just the lack of length and athleticism and height on the Kings roster is a problem. Eric, that's interesting. Sabonis, Cardwell, 4-5 starting lineup. I don't think they'll do that just because you want to kind of get off on the right foot with stability. And, Drew Eubanks isn't going to win you a ton of games, but Drew Eubanks is also, like, just solid veteran early in the season you're going to play. I also think this is kind of weird, but is it just me, or is Cardwell way ahead of Reyno? As far, like, I think they can both play together, But as far as like who you would prefer to have on the floor, Reynaud just looks overwhelmed at this point and not nearly strong enough. Michigan, I'll star that. You guys have questions for us? Send them our way. We can't do mad props today because our mad props, they're literally called mad props because Kyle Madsen is one who comes up with mad props. Casey Tucker, I totally agree with this. But then again, like he needs to learn that. And again, you're going to have a game tonight where it's a bunch of 7-footers and like he's got to step on the court and start looking like he can play. Kevin Garnett was allegedly involved in the rigged poker games. That's not good.
Yeah, I saw his name get thrown in there.
I'm
not sure if they were taking money from him or if he was taking money from them.
I think it's also possible it's like, hey, come play poker with
Kevin Garnett.
Garnett.
Guess if anyone asks me to play poker with them, I'm saying no.
Don't say that. Don't say that overcommitted. Committer. Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today. Kyle Madsen is working on learning a whole bunch of stuff today here at the building. He's in the building, but he's not here on the show. Jesse, we're going to dive further into this Kings-Utah Jazz game tonight. Sacramento Kings host Utah Jazz as their home opener. 7:00 start at Golden One Center. Let's get into some keys to the game, and I'm sure you have the bell ready. Do you have?
Let me get the bell ready. Stall for a little bit.
Do you have the bell ready? Of course, the Sacramento Kings. We just went through injury report. It does look like Domantas Sabonis is getting closer to playing. He is questionable for this evening.
There's the bell.
Isaac Jones is back after missing game 1 due to illness, but Nick Clifford, due to a hamstring strain, is out, and Keegan Murray is also out with his thumb surgery. Jesse, let's get to your first key to tonight's game. What do you got for us?
All right, my first key. Let's hit the ding. My first key is I don't need you to do what you did in the first half against Phoenix here for 48 minutes. If you want to play that, great, fine. What I need after that is for you to just play decent basketball the rest of the way. I don't need you to hit a 3 every possession or anything like that. But once you, start cooling off a bit, don't just cool off to the extreme on the other side. Like, just don't have a complete fall off. So I need just a decent 48 minutes from the Kings.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. And a lot of what we saw from the game the other night felt like they ran out of steam.
Yeah, first half was great. Oh, they're playing so great. It's like, wait, what happened to Zach LaVine? Which I'll get into my next key. But it's just like, what happened to the Kings?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay, let's get to my first key. Everyone has to rebound. Whether Sabonis is back or not, this group has to learn how to gang rebound. And I don't like, you got guys like Russell Westbrook who are exceptional rebounders for their position. Nick Clifford was the Kings, I think he was a leading rebounder with 8 rebounds last game. And now he's gone. So it now looks like maybe your top 3 rebounders are gone. So you've got to figure out a way to get rebounds even when you don't have your superstar rebounders. And it's going to be huge against this team. This is a mess if you're just looking at the rebound aspect. And what you can't do is give up 18 offensive rebounds. Put a body on somebody, keep them away from the key. Whether if you can get Drew Eubanks to clear out a bunch of people so guards can come in and rebound around him, that's fine. But I need more rebounds from Malik Monk. I need more rebounds from Keon Ellis. I need more rebounds from DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. This has got to be every player that steps on the floor has to go out and at least get 2 or 3 or 4 rebounds. If not, a team that starts 3 7-footers is going to trounce you. And if you don't take this team serious and you don't take the rebounding aspect serious, you're going to get beat bad at home in your opener. And that's not great.
Yeah, my second key kind of ties in with that. Don't let them bully you with their size. I'm not going to go out and say, oh, yeah, the Kings got to win the rebounding battle today. You can't let Utah out-rebound you. I know what it is. I know the Kings aren't the tallest team or anything like that. But don't make it so visible during the game, which is they can't do anything against Utah's bigs tonight. Just don't make it up to a point where you're getting bullied. And I think if you're just able, like I mentioned earlier in the first segment, if you're able to hold your own with Sabonis and stuff, I think you'll be in a good spot to win this game.
Yeah, and I'm gonna use that as my second key as well. Hit the bell, ding. There we go. Make your weakness your strength. Like the Kings' weakness tonight going into this game is that they're way undersized. That's your weakness. I mean, everyone knows it. Your weakness is that, and because your weakness is that you're undersized, you're getting killed on the boards, right? Make it your strength. Like if you're going to be undersized, then move faster. If you've got a matchup where, again, every team in the league is able to get switches. If you can get Zach LaVine switched on to Kyle Filipowski or Walker Kessler or Lauri Markkanen, every single time that happens, I need to see Zach LaVine explode to the basket and go finish.
Shout out Zach LaVine in my third key. Don't use up all your points in the first half. All right, it's kind of joking, but we need to see Zach LaVine put together a complete performance. I'm a little tired of seeing Zach LaVine go off in the first half or the first 3 quarters, and then it's like, oh, where did Zach LaVine go? And then you see the tweets, well, this is kind of who Zach LaVine is when the moment comes or whatever, and he's just kind of always turned into a pumpkin and whatnot. Like Zach LaVine's a great player. He can get buckets all day. Just do it in the fourth quarter as well. I'm tired of just seeing that fall off.
Yeah, if you're going to score 22 in the first half, I know that the other team is going to make adjustments, but that doesn't mean it's okay for you to score 8 points in the second half.
Yeah, you're the star of this team, and also say what you want about Zach LaVine if he wins or not. The guy can score, so I need to see that all game.
Well, and when you got Zach LaVine against Svi Mikhaila on the perimeter, okay, go dominate.
Yeah, you need to get that matchup every time.
Yeah, and defensively, if he can't hang with Lauri Markkanen, if he gets moved to the 3, if he can't hang with Lauri Markkanen, that's okay. Bust him up. Like, hit the 3 ball. Drag him outside.
It's exactly, yes. Make them run with you. Make them play your game.
Yeah, exactly. When you get him outside, then take him off the dribble because he's not as fast. So I'm with you. Like, these things kind of go hand in hand. But if the Kings are going to be a small ball team, then play small ball. Crank up the pace. Like, get moving and figure out a way to do damage without having to just sit there and go, oh, well, we're going to lose this game because they've got tall people and we don't. Hate to tell you, but every team in the league has tall people that the Kings don't have.
Yeah, newsflash.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Kings have refused, but that's just what the league is.
Well, it's what the league is, and we talked about on opening night where the Houston Rockets started 4 guys who are 6'11". Okay, even the 6'7" guy, the Kings really don't have a matchup for the 6'7" guy. How are you going to play against a team like that? And to be honest with you, how you learn how to play against a team like that is you play a team like Utah and you figure it out there. This should be a practice for what you're going to face as the season goes on. And hopefully the Kings can figure out a way to crank up the speed. Let's see. My last key. Free Keon.
That'd be nice.
Man,
that'd be really nice, James.
Man, whatever reason, you take what he brings to the court for granted. And
yeah, they're not. I don't think the Kings are high on Keon Ellis. Matt George joined D'Lo and Casey yesterday and talked to the guys about it. He basically said it's kind of his understanding, like his I'm paraphrasing Matt. We tweeted about it yesterday, but just kind of the Kings can replace Keon if need be. They don't. I feel like they really don't. They just don't. They feel like Keon's kind of replaceable. The skill set.
Well, that's interesting because they don't have anyone else like him.
Well, that's the thing.
And I mean,
sense.
I if that's what he's hearing, that's interesting because, to be honest with you, you can't replace Keon by adding just another guy who wants to dribble the air out of the ball. That's not the way basketball works. Basketball works by sharing. It works by finding off-ball guys who are 44% shooters from three and letting them knock down shots. It's like winning teams have players like Keon Ellis.
Exactly. I got Matt's quote right here. He said, I'm under a pretty significant impression that the belief amongst the Sacramento Kings organization is that Keon Ellis is more replaceable than people are making him out to be. End quote.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't understand that, but it's just, yeah, like we want to see Keon and I love your key, but it's just, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Well, I mean, just like the opener, you gave Russell Westbrook almost 19 minutes and he finishes with 6 points and 6 rebounds, but also a couple of turnovers, and also he shoots 2 of 8 from the field. And like there wasn't like some defensive force that he played with. Like he's a better creator than Keon, but the Kings don't lack creators on this team, especially, if DeMar DeRozan's going to step up and average, I mean, he put up 9 assists in the opener, but this is a guy that's averaged over 4.5 assists per game, like most years in his career. Like that's a creator. Zach LaVine can be a creator. Russell Westbrook's a creator, but so is Malik Monk, and so is Dennis Schroeder. Like you have a ton of creators on this team. The problem is that it doesn't matter how many creators you put on the court. There's only one ball.
Mm-hmm.
That aspect doesn't change. And having a guy like Keon that helps space the floor, it just makes too much sense.
Shoots the three at a great rate too.
Oh no, he's unbelievable from three. Yeah, and I mean, in the opener, he shoots 4 or 5 from the field. He gets you 9 points off the bench, and he gives you a better defensive option than anyone else that you have in your backcourt.
Yeah, I feel like you've gotten to a point, or at least Keon Ellis has played to a point where we're kind of past the whole, there's too much of a mix here at guard. There's just too many guys for us to get minutes. Like I feel like at this point, I think Keon Ellis is good enough on the Sacramento Kings to where he needs Russ's. I'm not singling out Russ specifically for this, whatever, but he needs those 19 to 20 minutes in the game or whatever. Like Keon Ellis just needs to be on the court. So I think he has an impact.
He should.
He's not just this undrafted guy who's like, oh, we can knock down the three and play a little bit. Keon Ellis is a good NBA player, and I think he's earned this right to just be a regular on this team.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear about the too many guards. Like, just all right, then work with the other guards then.
It should be Keon Ellis, not 15 to 20 minutes a game. It should be Keon Ellis 24 minutes a game. And some nights he's going to play 30.
Because you're only getting like the 8 or the 6 to 8 points or however many it is right now. But like you say, give him more minutes and you kind of see what that turns into.
Especially on a team that lacks 3-point shooting and lacks the ability to play an up-tempo style because they don't have 3-point shooters. Like he's a guy who plays defense, gets out, steals the ball from people and goes out and goes on breaks all the time. He's a great man on defender. I know someone yesterday I saw in the chat said, oh, he's not a great team defender. No, he is a very, very good team defender. He fights through screens all the time. He doesn't get beat on the back cuts. That's not who Keon is. Like Keon is a very, very engaged defender. So that's where I'm at with this team. It's like, I get it. You have other players and, the question coming into game one was who's going to lose out. And I think a lot of people thought it was Malik Monk. And I don't understand that either. Malik Monk's an excellent player.
Yeah. I mean, you saw in game one, his impact. It's never kind of really wavered unless you put him in a position where, he's a starting point guard and it's not really his spot or anything like that. Anytime Malik Monk has come off the bench, I'm in the 6th man for the Kings, he's been great.
Yeah. 19 points off the bench and gave you fire, gave you energy, brought all of this, what we're used to seeing, Malik Monk bring. But now it's like you just keep adding ingredients that don't really make a lot of sense as a collective. And so I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see if it's Keon Ellis who loses out in game 2 as well. And, again, with Nick Clifford going to be shut down for at least a week, maybe there's an avenue here for Keon Ellis to steal some minutes. But then again, maybe the Kings use those minutes for a guy like Isaac Jones. Or
we've been asking for Keon Ellis minutes probably the last few seasons, so we'll see.
Yeah, one of the strangest things I've ever seen. So, all right, those are our keys to the game tonight. The Sacramento Kings, of course, host the Utah Jazz at Golden One Center. They're looking to get back to 500. Tip-off at 7 p.m. You're listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. When we come back, actually, before we come back, we have Faraz Siddiqi coming up at 11:20. So right now, if you're out there, jump in to the chat on ESPN 1320, on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Give us all of your starts, your sits for this weekend.
Yeah, we know some of you guys are either trying to get back into playoff position. Shout out to those like me, trying to keep your top spot, or just trying to figure it out still, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, at this point, you need all the help possible. Like, I know for me, my fantasy season is hanging in the balance. We haven't had a good couple of weeks. We have a couple of tough losses. And at some point, I'm going to need to make more changes. And those changes start with bringing in a fantasy football expert who, again, he's the best in the business. Like,
yeah, shout out Faraz. He's great.
Yeah.
I've dumped so much money into this game for the last decade or so. And Faraz, please help, because I'd like to win some of it back.
You'd like to win some of
I'd
it
like
back?
to win some of it back. I mean, we'll never make a profit, but I mean, a little something would be nice.
Yeah. Figuring out something, right? It would be nice. I definitely did not get any help last night in the Thursday night football game.
Jordan Addison's kind of been a nice little consistent player for me since he's come back.
Quentin Johnson just decided to I didn't get to watch a ton of the game, but just did nothing.
Ladd McConkey's starting to kind of turn back into who he was his rookie season.
But you know who told us that was going to happen?
Tell us, James. Tell us who.
Faraz Siddiqi from Upper Hand Fantasy. He told us all of this was going to happen. He said, don't bank heavily on Quentin Johnson. Look at Ladd McConkey. McConkey's going to wake up and he's going to be great. And same with, who's there? Keenan Allen.
Yeah, shout out Keenan Allen. One of the more underrated players, I guess.
And then, he probably should have told us to pick up, what's the Chargers tight end?
Rondé Gatson Jr.?
Yeah, Rondé Gatson Jr.
Shout out to his dad, Miami Dolphins legend.
Yeah, that would have been helpful for us. So we're going to dive deep into fantasy football in just a couple of minutes. So get your questions in as quickly as possible.
Shout out Soren in the chatty house. Says, imagine drafting Saquon, Chase Brown, and Tyreek Hill. Yeah, that's not great. So I'm Soren.
Yeah, I mean, we lost neighbors in week 1. It's just and we drafted Brian Thomas Jr.
Oh yeah, that's not great.
No.
The Jaguars wide receiver room, as nice as it looks, is horrible.
Yeah, they have not performed at all.
I wonder if that's Trevor Lawrence's fault.
I blame Trevor Lawrence. I blame Trevor Lawrence. Every time you think he's gonna be the guy, he ends up.
He's just not. He's an average quarterback. To me, I think the best he can be is Derek Carr.
Average.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Derek Carr, at his best, was pretty good. He led the Raiders to a playoff, to the playoffs once. I mean, he got hurt, never really the same after that. But if Trevor Lawrence can hit that ceiling, great. But I don't think he's really going above that.
I don't buy it. I don't buy Trevor Lawrence. I don't buy Trevor Lawrence as a winning quarterback in the NFL. So, all right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, Faraz Siddiqi from Upper Hand Fantasy will join us. We're the insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Boy, you got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of people chiming in the chat. Good stuff.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is going to be the next quarterback that Kyle Shanahan fixes.
Yeah. Now that would be a good one, wouldn't it? Yeah, Brian Gadsden all of a sudden just looks like a stud. I don't know why I couldn't remember his name. Oh man, sorry about that. That was our guy, Thor Nystrom, right? That told everyone draft Jordan Mason. He started saying 15 touchdowns. Wait, no. Johnson didn't catch a touchdown last night. Johnson did nothing last night. He didn't catch a single ball. Did he not play?
He's been hurt. I don't know if he played yesterday.
He was supposed to play. No, he was on the field. Yeah, he literally didn't get a target last night.
That's tough when you get Did he play the next day?
Yeah. Brutal. Yeah, Soren, that sucks. Yeah. I'll say this, my brother, when we were on our way to fantasy football draft, my brother sat in the back seat and while my son was up front with me and kept saying that, Saquon is going to fall off and Derrick Henry's going to fall off and there's no way that they can keep up with what they did, Saquon, what he did last year and going that deep in the playoffs. And sure enough, Saquon's
not even good right now. And it's not even his fault because, like I said, every time he gets the football, there's 3 defensive linemen in his face, but he's not even getting 90 yards a game, 80 yards a game.
Yeah. Ouch, Steven Castaneda. Let's be nice to Manny. You sent Faraz the link, right?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. Oh, yeah, see Chatty House. There you go. The losing both those guys is tough. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good question. Neither one of those guys got a bunch. Well,
Oh, to the chat house. You guys crack me up.
You guys do. Nonstop laughter. I think we only have 8 people in here.
And where?
8 questions? 8 questions. Sorry, not people. And Chatty House, if you don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us, please. Okay.
Label, how do you got 6 IR spots?
Man, that's really tough. You're right about this. Bowers is just not, because of the injuries, just brutal. Your league has 6 IR spots? Man, we drafted Ayuk super late and stashed him on IR, but then our IR got filled up, so.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back to the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia today. Kyle Madsen is on assignment in the building. He's here somewhere. Hopefully he's hunting down and finding Faraz Siddiqi for us. We are going to have Faraz here any minute and start breaking down some of your weekly starts and sits for this NFL week. Jesse, how is your fantasy team doing?
Pretty bad, James. Pretty bad. Just like my football team in real life. So my football life has kind of sucked this year.
Your football team in real life, I feel bad for you. It is.
You guys don't have to feel bad, by the way. I mean, it's been 25 years of this. Like, I'm built for it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna show up on Sunday. See, right now I got them on the multi-view though. I'm not even full screen of the Dolphins games at this point. I can't justify that stuff.
Okay, so how do you watch?
I got them in the corner at this point. Maybe I'll have the audio window selected so I can hear them, but like I'm watching a lot of the other games now.
Nobody puts the Dolphins in the corner.
I put the Dolphins in the damn corner.
That's right.
No, but my fantasy teams, I guess, have a little bit more hope than my real team does.
Are you a one TV guy or are you a multi TV guy?
I'm a one TV guy. I share the YouTube TV account with my brother and my dad, so we got to kind of mix that up. But I mean, the multi-view, you don't need multiple things. You got the 4 games right there, and the other 2 that usually don't have on are the worst games of the day, so you're not missing anything there.
Okay.
John in the chatty house says being a Dolphins fan is like being a Kings fan. I feel like I can relate to you guys a lot.
I think you're right, though.
Like the Dolphins have not won a playoff game since 2000. Like
you
guys, say it. Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. It's horrible. Every other team in the league has won a playoff game since then, except for my team.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, it's horrible.
That's a crazy stat.
It's not fun.
It's almost
not,
like
I don't like to bring it up. I'm like, hey guys, you know who sucks? Me.
There was that season where like 3 years ago where they looked like really good.
They did, and then they went to the Frozen Bowl in Kansas City to play the Chiefs. Tua's arm. I mean, you know how that goes. They lost that one. Look, this is my playoff life. We're gonna run down my life real quick. All right.
Okay.
2008 was the Wildcat year. They go 11-5 with Chad Pennington. Get to the playoffs for the first time.
Chad Pennington.
Little Jesse is happy as can be. Like, Dad, we got to the playoffs. Wow, I think I was like 12 at the time. Wait, is that Ed Reed? Oh, we threw 3 interceptions against the Ravens in that game, so that's over. 2016. Ryan Tannehill's playing great. Best year of his life. Oh, it's week 13 against the Cardinals. Torn ACL. Ryan Tannehill's out for the rest of the season. They get to the playoffs. Matt Moore nearly gets decapitated against Bud Dupree. Seriously, nearly gets decapitated. Only sits out 1 play, by the way. Comes in next. They lose that game. I don't even remember. It was a blowout. And then almost came back against the Bills that one time with Skylar Thompson. And then, they get to the playoffs the 3rd time in my life. Tua's got concussions. Too many concussions, so he can't play. Skylar Thompson plays, we lose that game, and then, the Frozen one. So that's my life.
There are definitely some common threads here. Let's just, you said Chad Pennington.
Yeah, Chad Pennington. Shout out. Faraz knows about Chad Pennington. Shout out Faraz just got here.
Oh, Faraz just got here. Let's bring Faraz in.
What's up, Faraz? We're just running through the misery of being a Dolphins fan. Do you want to go to the Jets next?
No. No, I don't. I hate this team. I don't know if you guys saw that video that's been circulating last
The kid, right? Yeah.
Kid. He was basically asked, like, hey, what do you guys think? What did you think of the game? And he just like so this misery look on his face. And he's just like, I hate this team. I hate this team so much. I was born into it and I'll always be a Jets fan, but I hate this team. It was just classic, man. It was such a good
my life. Yeah. And the kid's not even like on the verge of like really crying, but it's almost like he's saying it with just like one single tear in his eye. And it's like he's just really holding it together.
He's so
We're
upset.
all that kid.
We're all that kid. And I feel so
had,
bad for him. That's pretty much my life, to be honest with you.
And there's no going out of that either. He's a Jets fan for life, so he's stuck.
Here in Sacramento, we had a couple of years ago, like these guys getting notoriety after running out of a preseason game saying, we're going to win 40.
Oh, yeah, we're going to win 40, guys.
40. Do you know how bad that is? It's not even 500.
That's so bad. That's just a relatively entertaining basketball team. That's about it.
I don't know.
terrible.
It's like if you had Jets fans running out, we're going to win 8 games. Like there's 17 games. Man.
Sounds like a great year.
I'm sure Faraz can relate too. Like it's tough being fans of the two most dysfunctional teams in the AFC East. It's like, oh, the Patriots figured it out after 2 years, and the Bills are here. It's just meanwhile, Woody Johnson's talking about his quarterback like he's crazy, and the Dolphins got their stuff.
I hate it. How did the Patriots get Drake May? Like, how did that happen? Like, how did they get a functional head coach? How does that happen? You know,
but they also had Mac Jones. I mean,
but again, it was only 2-3 years of just, this is not great.
Good.
They're back.
He was pretty
exactly.
good Josh McDaniels. Like with Josh McDaniels, he was like actually good. That was his best year as a rookie.
Know. Okay. Well, we're welcoming in Faraz Siddiqi.
Let's talk about happier things.
Upper Hand Fantasy. Yeah, let's talk about happier things. What happened to Quentin Johnson last night?
Oh man, you know what happened? Aronde Gadsden's here. That's what happened. You know how good of a tight end do you have to be for you to basically just like say Keenan Allen, like see you later, like Quentin Johnson, see you later. I'm going to rise up to the top. There was already so much target competition there with the Chargers, yet he found a way. Somebody not named Lad McConkey, Quentin Johnston, Keenan Allen ended up coming through big time. And now it's looking like, who are the tight ends you'd rather have than Aronde Gadsden the rest of the season? You know what I mean? Like that's where we're at right now. But Quentin Johnston, man, it looks like those first, 4 weeks of the season, it was like kind of like the outlier weeks that just got presented to us early on, instead of in the middle of the season.
You were right. That's all you were right. You kept saying, don't put all your eggs in Quentin Johnston's basket. He's not going to be able to hold up with all the other options. And now Gadsden
I will say though, man, James, like once the last game, like, he kept on doing it and doing it and doing it. And eventually I'm like, all right, well, I guess I got to believe in this, and then as soon as I said that, it just all went downhill from there. But yeah,
it was kind of like the Darren Waller thing. You're like, oh, well, Darren Waller's not going to catch all these touchdowns. And then he just keeps catching. You're like, wait a sec, Darren Waller is a touchdown machine.
Right.
For us, we do have like this, it seems like Jesse's guy, Tyreek Hill, he's trying to decide whether he's going to retire or not. And just like, how sad is it to see one of the great fantasy football wide receivers over the last decade potentially be done at 31 years old?
Well, it's crazy because all of us have a tendency, like for fantasy football, like we just like move on. Like we don't care enough. Like, I mean, not to me personally, but like most people, they just move on because there's consistently new blood every single year, right? You have these young wide receivers popping off, right? Like because we have guys like, Romo Dunze, and we have guys like who's Emeka Buka, right? Just popping off. Like these guys are like taking their place, right? So we're not thinking about Tyreek Hill retiring. We're not thinking about potential Devonta Adams potentially, retiring at some point. Mike Evans, he's basically out for the year, and like is he done too? But we're just like constantly looking for the next guy anyway. So yeah, it does suck, because like we're so used to these big plays from someone like Tyreek Hill. But it is what it is, man. We're just so used to it.
Before we dive into starts and sits, Faraz, like waiver wire right now, who is it that people should jump on right now? Because we're in sort of the dog days, and we're also we're hitting heavy bye weeks, right? So people are going to be short coming into this week. I know my team is just absolutely destroyed with bye weeks and injuries and everything else.
Yeah, no, I think if you're like super desperate, like at running back, I think Tyler Algier, if he's available, I would pick him up because the Falcons are home favorites in this one. And in those type of games where we know that they're going to get a ton of volume, especially against the Dolphins. I'm sorry, Jesse.
It's all good,
But
bro. I know what it is.
this is we're at the point now with the Dolphins where like running backs just get a ton of volume against them, especially when they're away. So I would look at Quinchon last week, right? This is a situation where it's not just going to be Bijan, right? It's going to be a lot of Tyler Algier as well. He has 3 games this year with double-digit carries and touchdowns. So it's going to be, he could get some volume in this game as well. A couple other guys, really, really desperate. We're talking like Jerome Ford, in a deep league going up against New England because Quinshon Judkins, like this is a potential negative game script. And in this type of game, if they're catching up, it's going to be Jerome Ford on the field and not Quinshon Judkins, unfortunately. Okay. Also, the Patriots are giving up the 3rd most receptions and the 5th most receiving yards to running backs. So he's like a dart throw that, is available on basically every waiver wire that you could potentially put in case you have nobody to start at your RB2 spot. Brashard Smith against Washington could be another blowout game. We saw last week when the Chiefs, had a blowout victory. Brashard Smith was the guy in the 4th quarter just racking up carries. That could happen this week on Monday night potentially as well, with no Jaden Daniels. Those are a couple of guys on the running back side. On the wide receiver side, there are a few. Jalen Noel on the Houston Texans, no Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk. And San Francisco is allowing the 2nd most fantasy points to slot wide receivers over the last 4 weeks and the 3rd most over the course of the season. So he's somebody that you can plug in potentially, and he's available on a ton of waiver wires. And yeah, man, like those are like the main guys that I have, like who you can kind of just pick up off the waiver wire. I hope people were very, very aggressive with Aranda Gassendale on waivers this week because he's somebody I was pounding the table for, and I'm glad that he came through last week.
I'm going to go back to the running backs real quick. What do you make of Carolina's running back room right now? I think Dowdle had like 18 carries compared to Hubbard 16. Dowdle was more efficient. What do you think of that situation?
Yeah, I mean, I think you basically, told the story right there. It's, they basically rotated by drive in that game. It was just, and Chuba got the start too, right? He got the first drive. Dowdle didn't even get a snap on that first drive, but they just rotated by drive. And I think at this point now, we're in a situation where Dave Canales has to make a real decision here, right? Does he let the less efficient running back continue to lead this backfield, or does he let the guy who's just been a monster for the last 3 games, even last week, he was really good. Does he has to let this guy lead this backfield? So I don't always love to get into the rational coaching type of angles because sometimes that just doesn't happen. It doesn't come to fruition. But in this particular case, I can see a scenario where Rico Dowdle ends up leading this backfield and it becoming more of a true 1A, 1B split with him leading it. But, with all the bye weeks and all that, I don't see any way, people have Rico Dowdle out of their lineup this week, despite the split.
You are listening to ESPN 1320 and the Insiders. We have Faraz Siddiqi from Upper Hand Fantasy. Go to upperhandfantasy.com to find some of his work, but also go to Instagram right now. Follow Faraz at Upper Hand Fantasy. Let's get to some of the questions from the crowd. Let's see. Michigan Wolverines picked up Tez Johnson from the Bucks. Nice and Jigba's on a bye. Is that a good pickup, Tez Johnson?
Yeah, 100%. It's a great pickup, honestly, because I think with Baker, you have, Mike Evans is out, right? All you have is Emeka Egbuka as the only true, guy that you can really count on in the passing game. I think Cade Otton is kind of the next man up, but Tez Johnson can easily be the wide receiver 2 here. He came through several times, and I'm somebody who's also a big fan of Tez Johnson. He was one of the most efficient wide receivers to actually come out of this draft class. Targets per route run, yards per route run, first downs per route run, all that good stuff. And he did it in the Power 5. But because of his stature, right, basically because he's smaller than all of us and, it doesn't look like a football player, By the way, like I was at the Senior Bowl, he was my favorite wide receiver there, and we talked about it. And he's just somebody who's, I think, uber talented. So with Baker Mayfield, somebody who rises, he could rise. What's the term? A rising tide lifts all boats. Is that what it is? Did I get that right? Hell
yes,
yeah, that's what I'm talking
Right,
about.
yeah.
There you go.
Let's go. This Friday just got way better. But yeah, I think that's the situation here with Tez Johnson. So I think he's a decent start this week. Kind of like borderline wide receiver 3, to be honest.
All right, Faraz, I got one for you. I'm gonna be a little selfish here for my team, real quick. Pick 3: Saquon Barkley, Quinshon Judkins, Rashad White, or Rico Dowdle.
Man, I think Rico Dowdle might be the odd man out here, man.
Okay.
I think these other guys are kind of owning their backfields. I'm a little worried about Judkins and the negative game script, but like he's really, really tough to bench, man. I'm not going to overthink that one. You know what I mean? Because that game could be closer than we think, right? So, I think unfortunately, I think Dowdle has to be the odd man out there. Because I know you're thinking about benching Saquon.
Yeah, Saquon's been tough.
I know, man. It's been brutal, but you got to keep him in your lineup.
Oh, I gotcha.
That's tough. Let's jump into the chat. We got Daniel Jones or Lamar Jackson from Tyler.
Tyler. Lamar's active. Okay, he's gonna play. You got to play him. Don't overthink it. I know. Here's the thing with Daniel Jones. I get it. He's intriguing. Why? Because the Colts have the #1 implied team total for the entire week. Vegas thinks they're going to score the most points this week, and I get it. But Lamar Jackson, he's back. You got to start him.
All right, pick 2. We got Cortland Sutton, Egbuka, or Drake London, full PPR.
Ooh, this one is tough. I mean, Egbuka's in for me. Egbuka's in. Wide receiver 1 for Baker Mayfield, baller. And between London and Sutton, man, like this is really tough. I think I'm going to go London here, but it's really, really close. I do like Sutton a lot this week. Find a way to get them in, man. Maybe in your flex. See what you could do, or trade one of these guys. That's what I would do. But Egbuka and London is where I'm going.
All right, let's hit this one from Fernando. We got Waddle or Warren.
Ooh. I am leaning Waddle by a hair. It's so close. Warren has a high floor. I think if you want somebody with a higher floor, I think Jalen Warren is probably that guy. And I'm assuming it's Jalen, not Tyler. So in case it is Tyler Warren, I'm going to rank them Jalen Waddle. This is so confusing. Jalen Waddle, Jalen Warren, and then Tyler Warren is where I'm going as of right now. So that's where I'm leaning. But I think Waddle, he's the #1 wide receiver there. Really, really thrives against single high coverage, and that's really what he's going up against this week. So I'm going to go Waddle.
All right, we got Jawan Jennings or Keyshawn Booty.
Booty.
Say it. Just say it.
Is that what it is?
Just say
Booty.
it.
All right, Keyshawn Booty. There.
Booty. Just say booty. Booty. Believe it or not, I actually do like Booty this week. Keyshawn Booty. I like Booty every week, you know what I'm saying? But I do like Keyshawn Booty this week just because he plays really, really good against single high safety coverage, and that's what he's going up against this week. But I am going to go Jawan Jennings here because he is profiling as the #1 wide receiver this week. What's Ricky Pearsall's status, guys? It looks like he's not going this week, right?
Yeah, it looks
right now,
like there's a good
playing
chance.
this
Yeah. So Jawan Jennings, like it was Kendrick Bourne, but then Kyle Shanahan decided to switch it. He kind of controls that knob of who his #1 wide receiver is any given week. And because Jawan Jennings is probably a little bit healthier than he was a couple of weeks ago, he's probably going to be the guy.
There we go. You're listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Faraz Siddiqi is joining us from Upper Hand Fantasy. Faraz, let's go through this one. Cortland Sutton, Keon Coleman, or T. Higgins. He needs 1.
Wow. This is going to be between. First of all, Keon Coleman should not be part of this discussion, and maybe he's overthinking it because Josh Palmer's out. Maybe I'll give you that benefit of doubt, Russ Dog. But Sutton, between Sutton and T. Higgins, I'm leaning Sutton. Simply because he's the #1 there. He has a good matchup this week against the Cowboys. The Cowboys are one of the worst defenses in the NFL in terms of defending wide receivers. So I'm going to go Sutton over Higgins, but it's close.
You know what, Jesse? We're in rapid fire.
Yeah, go ahead.
mode.
Let's do this.
We're down to like 2 minutes here.
Let's do it.
Let's go. We've got Jennings or Coleman. Bear with me. A lot of wide receivers on bye.
Who's Coleman? Is that Keon? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Jennings.
Jawan Jennings.
Yep. Jawan Jennings. Okay, let's go. Jawan Jennings or Kendrick Bourne.
Jawan Jennings.
We just keep answering. Jawan Jennings is the answer to the question. Jordan Mason, Kamani Vidal, James Cook, Javonte Williams, Jonathan Taylor. Who do I keep and who do you trade in a 2 running back league with 1 flex?
This is insane. If I can move Jordan Mason, that would be great, but he didn't have a great game last week. I would move Kamani Vidal off the really, really strong game he just had last night. Use that momentum because I'd rather have all these other running backs that you have outside of Jordan Mason.
There you go. Let's go. We got Lamar or Dak.
Ooh, Dak going into Denver. I'm going to go Lamar here.
Okay, we've got Judkins or Chase Brown.
I'm going to go Judkins by a hair.
Ooh, wow. Okay, 2 and 5. Should I trade away Lamar and ride Daniel Jones?
Hey, yo. I'm going to go. I would say no. I would just keep Lamar. And I would try to trade away Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones is going to have a good week this week, and you can trade away him and get something good back, and then keep Lamar.
Cool. Kittle or Auden?
I know Kittle had the donut last week, but I cannot start Cade Otton over Kittle, even though I do like him this week. I'm going to go Kittle every week from now on.
Okay, we're down to the wire. We've got McBride or Gadsden. Should he trade or Aronde to get some more?
But if you're going to trade him, you got to shoot high. Don't get some like random RB2 to replace him because I think his ceiling is really high.
Okay. Is Brock Bowers ever going to come back?
No.
Oh, boo.
I'm just kidding. Maybe. I don't know.
Dowdle or Rashad White?
Rashad White.
And the last question, Ramondre Stevenson or Cam Scatterbo?
Cam Scatterbo, pretty easily.
Cam Scatterbo. All right. Thank you so much, Faraz Siddiqi, for joining us from Upper Hand Fantasy. That's going to do it for this episode of Fantasy Friday here on The Insiders. Thanks for joining us, man.
Of course, anytime. Good luck, everyone. Have a good weekend.
All right. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we've got the handoff. Casey's hanging out with us. I'm James Ham, Jesse Tapia joining me. We're here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah. Do you have it? Oh, yeah. I'm with you. Okay. What's up, Casey? Oh. So he's not joining us on the handoff, right? And then you think so? And then you're gonna come over here and take over this chair. If you want to do that right now, we can pull that off. That's fine with me. I don't push buttons anyways. Right here. Comments. Mike. What's up, everyone? Oh, what's up, everyone? We did a little switcheroo. How's everyone doing? That was a little bit of an abbreviated for us segment. Sorry, we went super fast.
Abbreviated Faraz, always better than no Faraz.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he was hilarious, too.
My fantasy team is god-awful. They're terrible. I've had injury after. I'm the 49ers in my fantasy league. But I don't know, man. Like, I'm not like, oh, let me make these trades. And
sweet.
What I got, my roster ain't that good. This is how bad it is for me.
Yes, he says that.
This how bad it is for me with fantasy. My starting quarterback, who is now, as I see looked at, is doubtful. What the hell? Do I even have another quarterback?
Who is your quarterback?
Who's your quarterback? This doubtful?
It's a guy I had to pick up off the scrap heap. Bryce Young.
Jeez, yeah, you'd never play in my league.
Oh,
Shout out
boy.
Saxton,
And he's doubtful. I have Lamar as my quarterback. Like I was my quarterback, and
Lamar's back.
Well, they got him as questionable, but I'll start him.
Yeah,
I got.
That's what Faraz is saying. He's gonna play most likely, and you have to start him.
I had Aaron Jones.
Kyle
He's
told me that the
out.
Panthers were 4-3 the other day, and I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
I've been telling you about the Panthers. I've been telling you.
What was it, John Poles? Why would Ace Bailey get traded to the Kings tonight? I don't know.
Kareem Hunt somehow is questionable. What the hell? Brock Bowers was on my team. He's been out pretty much all year. It's just been the year from hell, the season from hell. On my bench, I have doubtful, questionable, out. Bye week. So on the bench.
My team is demolished.
Does anybody know who McNichols is for the Commanders?
Yeah.
Jeremy McNichols.
Jeremy McNichols. I think he
San
played
Diego
for the
State great.
Did he play for the 49ers for 2 minutes?
AB. Boise State great.
He's a starting running back for me.
Tennessee. He played for Tennessee forever.
He's starting for me. I'm on a 4-game losing streak after starting 2-1.
Boise State, excuse me.
It's rough for your boy.
Faraz was hilarious with the booty stuff.
What?
Yeah, that was funny.
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
The wide receiver.
We were talking fantasy and
The
booty.
wide receiver.
Hey,
we
hey.
just go let that go.
No, yeah. No, hey. Friday with the Insiders gets a little crazy. Fantasy and booty.
Wait a sec.
Keyshawn booty.
Oh man.
I'm not sure who told you this, John Poles, but that's pretty wild.
Come on, man. Yeah, John Paul. Hey, man. I don't know nothing about that.
The answer is yes. If you can get him, yes.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today in place of Kyle Madsen. Kyle, of course, is hanging out here somewhere in the building, learning stuff. Learning
Too busy to do this radio show.
Yeah.
important stuff.
I just saw Kyle. Shout out to him.
You just saw Kyle. Yeah. Of course, we have Kenny Caraway joining us here for the handoff. Damian Barling will be in later, right?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably would have told me if he wasn't. So yeah, I expect him. He probably would have been like, "Nah, I'm not going to be able to make it." So I'm assuming since I didn't hear from him, I'm assuming he's going to be here.
There's talk that he's gonna join the show from home.
Oh yeah, he's not going to be in the studio.
Yeah, no.
That's a guarantee.
Last we heard, Damian Barling will be joining us from his home.
Yes, from his
Okay.
palatial studios.
Yes, his palatial estate there in the beautiful
The
community.
studio in his palatial estate. You're correct.
Yes, in the beautiful area that he lives in.
Real quick, Casey's got the Sac State jersey on today.
Fingers up, baby. Come on now.
This is one of the biggest games in how long?
So
Because I'm not gonna real quick. Because I was telling Crystal, shout out to my new wife yesterday. I was like, hey,
it feels
Hey,
great.
yeah,
don't
yeah,
it? It
yeah,
feels
yeah,
great.
not gonna lie,
That
okay.
my girl
My
don't hit the
wife,
same. My
yeah.
wife is crazy. I love
no,
it.
yeah. So I was telling her yesterday, hey, Friday night, I'll cook dinner. I'm not doing anything. Sac State's playing. She's like, oh yeah, I heard about that. Like, I was like, what did you like? You
What
heard
Crystal
about? Yeah,
doing
what do you know about Sac State? She's like, yeah. So like, how big of a game do you think this is?
So I'm not like this Sac State historian like that. I don't know anything.
Well, let's keep it real. Sac State football hasn't really been too big, other than the last
It
5.
It
7
hasn't.
years.
It hasn't. But I don't know much of anything before the Coach Taylor era. I know during the Coach Taylor era, they had big time games, right? They had top 10 matchups with Montana State or Idaho.
Yeah,
or
like they've
something
been
like
to
that.
playoff games and stuff like that.
They've had home playoff games big. I know 2 years ago they were on ESPN against Montana. No, it was 3 years ago because I couldn't make it. I was gone. And I think that was a top 10 matchup between Sac State and Montana. This seems pretty damn big though. This
Feels
seems
like almost for the city type of thing.
yeah, it's funny you say that because I was thinking about that on the way in. This is literally one of the biggest sports days in the city's history. I'm fortunate enough, I'm blessed. I'm gonna double dip a little bit. I'm gonna go to the Kings game for first half of the first quarter or maybe the whole first quarter. Then I'm gonna shoot the Hornet Stadium. I mean, I don't think that's ever been like something anybody would think about in the city. Maybe they've had some. I think one night they had Kings Sac State and Republic on the same night. It was like a Saturday night, and that was a big deal. But this game is going to be on ESPN 2. I like to see what it looks like when it's all said and done. I think it's going to be one of the higher rated games in the history of FCS on ESPN.
Because I've been seeing a lot of too. It's not just Sac State fans and Montana fans. There's other fans of the Big Sky that I've seen tweeting about this game. Just other FCS fans in general, just kind of tapped in.
Now people are tapped in. They want to see Sac State lose for sure.
Just wild at Sac State, but all right.
Sac State is almost like it reminds me of the Colorado 2 years ago. That's what it is. People either really love what they're doing or they hate them when they tune in and want to see them lose. It's a big time game tonight. Like I said, somebody could call in or get in the chat and tell us, because when Coach Taylor was around, I think they had some like number 3 versus number 4 type games.
They were good, but I don't think there was ever this kind of hype.
Nah, nobody was really tripping on.
Yeah, like it'd be like, oh, Sac State's doing really well, but it's like now there's hype. So now you feel something right now.
They had this game, or like the build up, the trash talk and everything, on CBS Football's Instagram page.
Oh
yeah, they was like, oh man, Sac State, Montana, get your popcorn ready there, and they have the clips of Dr. Luke Wood and then the coach out in Montana talking, and they're like, get your popcorn ready. It was on their Instagram page.
Yeah, I was telling
Sac State ain't never been on it.
I'm super excited to see my UC Davis Aggies, who are number 6.
Good team.
And they're rolling. They've won a bunch of games in a row. They're redshirt freshman quarterback.
He's the truth.
He's got 3 straight player of the week, offensive player of the weeks, and then they had their bye. They play Northern Colorado tomorrow at noon.
No, he's the absolute truth. But it's such a
Caden Pinnock.
Yeah, he's the truth. It's such a contrast because that team is really good. It's one of the best teams in the country, that UC Davis team.
Yeah.
The Sac State Hornets had top 5 teams during the Coach Taylor era and made playoffs and stuff like that. But I talked to some of the guys in the news or whatever, right? Like the Jake Gaydens and Matt Georges and stuff. And they tell me, they're like, even though Davis is like the better team and all this other stuff, or it's ranked better record, you put a Sac State highlight up against a UC Davis highlight or a post or whatever, Sac State blows it away as far as the numbers. Blows it away. Like it's not even close. And I think the numbers for this Sac State team would probably blow away the numbers for the Coach Taylor Sac State teams. And
it's all been calculated too.
There's a lot of buzz.
Yeah, no pun intended. But yeah, a lot of buzz, man.
Yeah.
A lot of buzz. So
big day though.
It is a big game.
I'll have them on TV for sure.
I can't wait for tonight. This is gonna be a fun night in the city of Sacramento, sports wise.
Yeah, let's get into what we typically talk about here on ESPN 1320. Let's get into the Sacramento Kings home opener. Before that, we have tickets to give away, Jesse.
Yes, we do.
Ooh.
A1 Combat.
Let's cook.
A1 Combat tickets all week. A prize. You can win up to 2 tickets for Uriah Favors A1 Combat number 32 at Hard Rock Live, Friday, November 7th, 2025. Courtesy of A1 Combat. We have 5 winners in total, 2 tickets to each winner. Let's see, the cage with nonstop action. We got Billy Brand takes on Ethan Ewing for the vacant bantamweight title. We've got Killjoy Pendle defending her featherweight title versus Vicious Zarina Tari. We got 16 bouts of incredible UFC style professional fights. Tickets available at Eventbrite or a1combat.com. We're going to take caller number 9. So go ahead and call in ESPN 13 studio line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. Caller number 9, 2 tickets to A1 Combat.
Come win some tickets.
Come win some tickets. Start calling so Jesse's got something other to do than talk to us.
Yeah. I'm tired of talking to James.
There it is. Let's get to this Sacramento Kings battle against the Utah Jazz. First of all, I think the biggest question is, how do the Kings combat the tremendous front line of the Utah Jazz, who are running a 7'2" center, a 6'11" power forward, and a 7'1" small forward tonight?
Man, the first thing I would do is, like I said, you can't grow before the game.
Can't get
So
taller.
you got to do what you got to do before that, or during the game, and it would be gang rebounding. Malik Monk talked about it a little bit on after Wednesday's game. Can't leak out. Guards got to go in there and rebound. Those big guys kind of got to seal them out with the box outs, and maybe it's up to the Levines and the Malik Monks and the Schroeders to come clean up the boards after the big guys are sealing those guys off. Because typically how you want to play basketball and how you go about it on a defensive end, you should have 5 guys to about 3 to rebound, because usually shot goes up. One guy's getting back. That guy who's shooting the ball is probably on his way back as well. And that's 2 guys off the offensive end who aren't rebounding, right? So if nobody's leaking out on the defensive end, that should be all 5 guys crashing the glass. And all you need is for 2 or 3 guys to box out and the other guys to come in there and clean up the rest of the mess and secure the rebound. So they got to be aware of that. They got to be aware of long shots, long rebounds, making sure if those big guys are sealing out that, once again, the guards aren't leaking out and leaving the long rebounds for whatever guard on the Jazz right there. Secure the rebound. All 5 guys got to get in there and do the dirty work.
Yeah, it's one of my keys. You got to gang rebound tonight. And I don't know how this team wins without it. And to be honest with you, it's a tough matchup either way. I mean, this Utah Jazz team was not supposed to win a bunch of games this year, but they came out of the gate and they absolutely trashed the Los Angeles Clippers, like 128-109.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even that close. Like, I mean, they ended that game in the first half, basically. It's like, what was it, 78 to 47?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, so just really, really brutal. How they were able to manhandle a really solid Clippers team that maybe just overlooked them. I'm not quite sure.
It's the NBA. You know what though, James? I say this all the time. People don't like to hear it, and it doesn't happen often. But it's the NBA, man. Like, Utah Jazz have good players on the team.
Yeah,
like they have players that other teams would want on the team, and that's the worst team. Well, one of the worst teams in basketball. At least that's what people think they're going to be. Same with the Washington Wizards. Same with the Charlotte Hornets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all these teams, kind of when we were growing up, the worst teams in basketball, you would say they had guys that wouldn't get any minutes on the good teams. We saw a lot of those worst teams in basketball here in Sacramento. And at that point in his career, Antoine Carr wasn't like he wasn't starting for the Bulls or nothing like that, even though he was starting for the Kings. That's not the case. Lauri Markkanen would be a starter in Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
LaMelo Ball would be a starter in Houston. You know what I mean? Like Washington, CJ McCollum might be a starter somewhere when he gets traded somewhere. So I know there's teams that you should beat on paper, but if you're not ready to play, like they'll come and get you. Phoenix isn't a good team. They got Devin Booker.
Yeah,
Devin Booker is one of the great players in the game today.
Yeah, top 15 player.
Yeah, guys coming off the bench like Connor Gillespie, who's a good ball player, Royce O'Neal, who's a good ball player, who would be role players in other situations. So it happens if you're not ready to play. Like this is the NBA. Every team got some high level players, and if you're not ready to play, and it seems like the Clippers thought they could just walk in the door and win a game, and they got Timberland up.
Yeah, they got embarrassed, absolutely embarrassed. We do have news from our friend Sean Cunningham from KCRA. Domantas Sabonis just concluded his shoot around, and should everything go good after pregame and warm-ups tonight, he should be good to go. Boy, we're gonna have to talk about your wording here, Sean. There's like a lot of shoulds.
Lab, Sean. Take a
there
lab.
should be a lot. There are a lot of shoulds in this.
This is back, kid.
This is not a readable tweet, but it does look like Domantas Sabonis, barring a setback between now and game time tonight, will be back. This is something that we talked about earlier in the show. And to be honest with you, we talked about it earlier in the week on the podcast. That, like, both Sean and I, the feelings we were getting from the team and people we know was that there was no way Domas was going to be out long term. And there was a good chance he would try to make it back because he loves a home opener. He loves to be on the floor. He hates missing games. And I'm not super surprised. But if Domas is starting at the 5, who are you starting at the 4?
Oh, I'm probably, with the Nick Clifford situation, I'm probably going Sarge. Well, yeah, I'm probably going Sarge. I thought about Isaac Jones, but you talked about the size of the front line on that on that Jazz team, and I might be a little more comfortable with Sarge. But you know what? With Marketing being the type of 4 that he is, I might want a more physical, athletic defender at the 4. I might go Isaac Jones.
Okay.
Might go Isaac Jones.
I'm gonna go Drew Eubanks because I do know like throughout preseason they played Eubanks at the 4 a lot. Like if you go back and look, there were times where he's playing with Reynaud. There's times where he's playing with Domas. There's times he's playing as the 4 with Dylan Cardwell. What do you think Dylan Cardwell role? Do you think he's going to play?
I do. I think this was interesting. I talked about it yesterday, James. I want to know what you think. I'm a big believer and proponent of Maxime Reynaud. I think offensively his game can be tailor-made for the NBA. But one of the knocks on him in the draft process was he was a little soft. He was real finesse. And if you got physical with him, you could really get him off his game. And in that third quarter, Phoenix brought the physicality. Phoenix turned up the intensity. It got rough in that game. And I think Doug Christie saw the same thing. They said, Maxine can't play right now. He got him. He had a quick stretch in that third quarter. And he said, he is not ready for what's happening right now. And I say all that to say, initially I thought you could have Maxime Reynaud as maybe the backup center in that situation. I think Cardwell stole that spot from him. It's one game with Maxime, so I don't want to categorize him as this is who he is and this is who he's going to be. And I don't think Doug Christie will do that as well. But you're going to give him a chance. It's one of those things where in boxing, somebody gets knocked down a couple times or they get hurt, and the ref is like, hey, you got to show me something. So I'm stopping the fight. Like, you got to show me something. And I think Maxine got to show Doug something. Else he'll bypass him in the second half and go straight to Cardwell.
Yeah, I'm with you. Before I answer, you are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Yeah, like, look, I think there's something about, like, when you're a player and you're stepping into the league, if your job is to do one or two things really well, it's much easier to be that player. Like, so I'll just use Keon Ellis as an example. I'm sure we're going to talk about Keon a little bit more here, but Keon Ellis walks into the league and he's asked to be exactly who he was at the college level. You're going to play defense. You're going to hit the 3. I don't need you to do anything else. If anything else happens and you do something amazing, you hit a 15-foot jumper, or you decide to take someone off the dribble and we're like, oh my gosh, look at that, he shows us more. We're going to let you do that every once in a while, but your bread and butter is, I need you to play defense and I need you to hit the 3 ball, right? So that player has a much easier time transitioning to the league than even a player like Devin Carter, where it's like, hey, I need you to play defense, but I might need you to play point guard and I might need you to do this or that, right? Like, when you start adding things to young players' plates, they get worse and worse because they get overwhelmed by the situation. It's like, even with the Nick Clifford thing, it's okay that Nick Clifford took 3 shots in the opener. He was supposed to rebound and play defense in that game because they had no rebounders and they don't have good defenders. And that's what he did. So with Dylan Cardwell, I think his path to the league is easier than Reynaud's, because Reynaud is a guy that's like, hey, can you defend the perimeter? Can you be a stretch 5? Can you hit the 3? Can you pass a little bit? Like, they keep throwing other scenarios, at him, and he's a super smart young guy. But what you see on the court is a guy who's thinking and not playing. He's thinking and he's getting beat up while he's thinking. And Cardwell goes out there is like, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to run up and down the court as fast as I can. I'm supposed to rebound. I'm supposed to play defense. And if I get the chance, I'm supposed to punch somebody in the face. That's my job.
Should have punched Grayson Allen.
Well, everyone should punch Grayson Allen. Yeah, he's the John Bull of the NBA.
People have been trying to. Oh, that's a wow.
Oh,
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying?
absolutely,
It's like you start narrowing down what a player is supposed to do, and it makes life easier on them. And then you can go back in and expand. And it's Keegan Murray, year 1. I need you to shoot the 3. I need you to play some defense. By year 3, he's your best defensive player. His 3-point shooting's dipped, but all of a sudden now he's your second best rebounder. He's averaging 7 rebounds a game, and you're like, okay, I can build with this, and I'm going to keep adding more to your game as we get along. And I feel like right now Maxime is just overwhelmed because it's not as simple as that. His job is much more complicated than Dylan Cardwell's because it's his style of play that makes him more complicated.
You think we'll see Maxine and Stockton probably a decent portion of this season?
Yes.
I think we should. We talked about this yesterday. And to your point, James, I think the ceiling, just my outlook on the player, I think the ceiling for Maxine right now is higher than Dylan Cardwell.
Yes.
But today, like you just kind of broke down, he needs some work. He needs to work on his physicality. He needs to work on getting used to the professional game.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to work on his strength. And he just needs to work on how to maneuver within a professional game. Stockton will help him with that. Dylan Cardwell, where he might end up being in Stockton, I don't think has any real benefit for Dylan Cardwell because what he does, like his energy, his rebounding, his shot blocking, he don't need to go to Stockton for that.
Yeah.
He can work on that here, like we saw in that fourth quarter on Wednesday night. And that goes to your point where what he's being asked to do and what his skill set is easily, and I even overlooked this at first, is more easily transferable to the NBA.
Yeah.
It's like rebound, be a presence in the paint, set screens, get tip backs, all this other. Like
be
that's
mean.
what you do. Yeah, do all that. And the physicality part of the NBA, he already has a better grasp on that than Maxine right now. So if I, and like I said, Dylan might end up being in Stockton just because of some numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had to choose right now, there's no need to send Dylan to Stockton. Like he can stay up here and improve that on the NBA level. Maxine may need to go down there and work on his craft on this professional level of basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I think, clearly Reynaud needs to get stronger. He needs to get bigger and stronger in order to hold down the position at the NBA level. Yeah. Cardwell, this is exactly who he's been this whole time in his career. Like he is like a physical specimen. I mean, he's built. The other thing I love about Cardwell is, have you watched him? What's that?
His free throws?
No, not his free throws. His free throws. See, that's the thing though. If you're gonna, hey man, I really, really need you to work on one thing. What's that, coach? Go stand at the free throw line and shoot 5 million free throws until you figure out how to. And we're going to give you a shooting coach. They're going to work with you. If you got to throw the ball underhand, that's fine.
Yeah.
But with Cardwell, what I love is that he'll get back a little bit late because he's a trailer. He'll grab the rebound. He's a trailer. He gets back, and all of a sudden he's stopping ball. He's trying to pick up a small forward or a guard, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm up for the challenge. Like I'll go take Luka."
Right.
And that's where you're like, oh, like if he can be a guy who's versatile enough, which I think realistically is where Derek Lively became like such a big deal for Dallas. It's like you put him on the floor and you're like, okay, rim runner, we got it. You have Gafford and now you have him too. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait, he can defend anywhere? And that's where you start to become a much more valuable piece to the puzzle. And, it's kind of like Willie Cauley-Stein coming into the league kept saying, oh, I can defend 5 positions. Bro, you can't defend 1. You didn't show me in 4 years, whatever it was, that you could defend 1 consistently. Dylan Cardwell, if he's showing us that he can hold down the fort in the post, he needs to rebound better, clearly. But if he can start holding down the fort, then it's like, okay, maybe we will let you venture out. In the pick and roll, he's been great. Just the vision, the court vision, you see him working the room and being vocal. That's great. And so I do think like his pathway to the NBA or to major minutes in the NBA, it's simpler. It's easier, but he does have to expand his range and all that. That will come with age.
So let me ask you. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's because you guys on the same subject. I was going to switch it up real quick.
Oh, no, I just wanted to ask. So Cardwell, who It really sticks out, and this is probably why we're talking about him today, is because he played crunch time in a close game today on Wednesday night. And it was like, man, that's surprising. Like, he played over Eubanks, he played over Sarge. I know they had injuries. He's never going to play over Sabonis, but him playing in crunch time in that situation might lend to he might be a rotational big as the season goes along, just because Doug has some level of trust in him, and he responded by playing well at the end of that game. So that's why he's a little bit of topic of conversation. But isn't he on a two-way?
He's on a two-way,
So what does that mean?
he can only play 50 games. And then after that, he either has to be signed to the regular roster or he just has to stay in the G League and he can't play anymore. He's also not eligible for the playoffs. Not that, that may not matter at all, but it's something I would bring up. It's like there's a possibility he will not be eligible for the playoffs. Jesse, what do you got?
Yeah. Are we about ready to give up on Keon Ellis's pathway to more minutes?
I think a pathway just opened with Nick Clifford going out. Like, I mean, for the next week.
But it's like, is it just going to be for a week? Keon's playing, and then we're back to 10 to 13 minutes for Keon again. Is this what Keon's role is?
So, James, I want to know what you think. I don't know if you I can't remember if we talked about it on a handoff or not, but we were talking about Keon's minutes on Wednesday. Yeah, 12 minutes. And myself and Damian kind of believe a factor in that was how well Malik was playing. Malik was playing really well on the offensive end, bench scoring, versatility. He wasn't the best on the defensive end, but he was giving effort. He was competing, and he was active on the defensive end. I think that led to him playing 27 minutes and Keon playing 12. If Malik is having an off night on the offensive end, or the shots just aren't falling, or maybe he's not as locked in on the defensive end, not saying the minutes could flip-flop, but I think that's where you can find 5, 7, 10 more minutes for Keon if Malik Monk isn't as on as he was on Wednesday night. So it might be a game-to-game situation when as D'Lo pulls up on us on the handoff. Shout out to my guy. We were just
I wanted to get in on this conversation. I wanted to hear Hammer's response to this.
Yeah. So do you think, basically long-winded way of saying it, do you think the way Malik played on Wednesday played a role in Keon only getting 12 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's part of it, right? But I also think there's another hidden ingredient that we miss, and it's that Russell Westbrook is a much better rebounder than Keon Ellis, and Nick Clifford is a much better rebounder than Keon Ellis. And when you're getting killed on the boards, what Keon's doing, he's playing defense, he's hitting threes, he looked great. But the fact is, you're losing the game because you gave up 18 offensive rebounds for 28 points. I think part of the thing is that Monk played extremely well, and it was just a reminder of who Malik Monk is. That's all that was. Like, I don't think Scott Perry has watched enough Malik Monk tape to know what he means and how he can change the dynamic of a game. And that's okay. Like, he hasn't been the general manager of the Sacramento Kings for the last 5 years. But when you see it in functionality, you're like, holy cow, this Malik Monk character is really good. And you're like, yeah. But then when you get into a game and you're just getting like destroyed on the glass, it's the reason why Maxine Reynaud went out of the game and Dylan Cardwell came in. It's a reason why Drew Eubanks left the game and Cardwell came in, because they're not doing enough on the rebounding aspect of the game. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to create some sort of, way out of the mess you're in. And what you can't, unfortunately for Keon, if Keon wants to play those minutes, Keon needs to go jump in there and get 5 or 6 rebounds. Like, Westbrook finished with 6, Neek finished with 8. So I think part of it is that, yeah, Malik Monk played really well, but we all know Malik Monk is a good player. The issue that you had in that specific game without Domantas Sabonis and without Keegan Murray is you can't rebound, and you're going to start looking for secondary players that can actually go get a board. And that's where I think Keon probably lost out some of his minutes in that game. Damian?
Yeah, I think You know, we were watching the way that like DeMar DeRozan was playing, Zach LaVine was playing, like even Dennis Schroeder played pretty well, particularly there in that fourth quarter. But as Casey kind of set up as we were talking about this, as this question was getting going, is like Malik was so, you know, as much as you want to talk defense, when you go through that downslide of dropping a 20-point lead, like obviously defense is going to play a factor in that, but so is your offense. And because of the way Malik was playing, because of the way some of those guys, other guys were playing on the offensive end, not that Keon was playing bad because he absolutely wasn't, but they were looking for that spark. And James, what I said yesterday is I thought that in those type of moments, if DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, you know, have 3 quarters and some change that maybe aren't necessarily the best, maybe they're not hitting their shots, I feel like Doug might tend to lean towards them a little bit more in the fourth quarter because of their veterans, because of their ability to turn it on. Whereas if Malik is struggling, you know, through 3 quarters and some change, he might try to go to Keon Ellis. He might try to find something else, even though Zach LaVine's, you know, ability to have big time minutes and clutch time performances is not really working out for any of us. I still think Doug might tend to lean on him. And with Malik playing the way that he was, I think he chose to lean on him on Wednesday night. And that just wound up with Keon kind of getting the short end of the stick. Because it wasn't, you know, you talked about Russell Westbrook being a rebounder, but when you go into the second half, it wasn't Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook only played a handful of minutes in the second half. A bulk of his minutes were in the first. So it wasn't him. It was the other guys, and the other guys were playing really well offensively, and it was the second half that Dennis really got going, and he was playing well on both sides of the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that Keon, I mean, that Dennis is like having a strong finish to the game. It impacted what was going on, and let's be honest here. Like Zach LaVine tilts the floor. That he is a floor tilter. Like when he's on the floor, the opposing defense has 3 guys on his side of the court. That's it, and it opens up other things for other players. But for right now, he's really the only floor tilter that you have, especially if Sabonis isn't on the court. And that's a problem. You know, there's guys that have gravitational pull. We talked about it with Kevin Huerter. When Kevin Huerter was coming off the DHO, the entire defense is swinging one side. Well, Zach LaVine is one of those guys. Keon Ellis isn't one of those guys. He's one of the guys that's sitting on the other side, that's sitting wide open for an open 3 and is going to hit it 44% of the time. I do think that there's a way that you can try to play a lot of these guys, but at the end of the day, man, what are you supposed to do? You played 11 players in the opener.
Do we think there's more to Keon Ellis if he were to get more minutes? Like Malik Monk was stuck on Charlotte's bench, not really the best opportunity in the Lakers. Then he comes here, right opportunity, and becomes like 6th man of the year. It's like, oh, this is who Malik Monk is. Do you think there's more to Keon Ellis, or is he just kind of what we see now in the little stints that he gets?
I think he's about who he is, and he's good at what he does. So if you give him more minutes and more opportunities, I think you'll just see more of that. But as far as being dynamic and tilting a floor potentially, I don't think he has it like Malik Monk.
Like Malik's a guy we learned you need on the court at times. Just you need a Malik Monk.
You can run offense, whether you think you should or not. You can run offense through Malik Monk, whether it's pick and roll action, isolation action, things like that. Keon, at least from what I've seen from his game, is more of a weak side swing type guy, knock it down,
catch and shoot.
Yeah, slash, off the closeout guy like that. So I don't think he has what Malik Monk has.
Well, no, he doesn't have what Malik has, but the way that you combat that is if Keon's shooting 8 threes a game, everyone has to defend him. Someone will have to defend him the whole time because he's going to hit 3 or 4 of them every game. And that's just the type of shooter he is. The problem is, how do you get him to 8 3-point shots per game? And I'm not sure that you're going to ever get him to that, just because it's sort of the nature of the beast. I think the Kings have a ton of guys that can create. And what you need when you have a ton of guys that can create is you need the support pieces and the guys that, don't have to do a whole bunch of other stuff other than play defense and hit threes, or like Dylan Cardwell is where Dylan Cardwell, he didn't have to dribble. He doesn't have to pass the ball. You're out there with 4 passers at a time, and he's okay just to do the very simple things that he's doing. And that's where again, this roster is very different than any other roster that we've seen because number one, it's small, but number two, it doesn't have a bunch of 3-point shooters. And then there's this other aspect of it that they have Malik Monk and Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook and even Zach LaVine is a decent creator for others. You've got Domantas Sabonis, who's one of the best passing big men in the league. And then you have DeMar DeRozan, who in game one dishes out 9 assists. And we all know that Neat Clifford can pass the ball. So if you're going to get to a point where you got like 7 or 8 really good passers on this team, it does make these other pieces really valuable because they don't need, like Keon doesn't need the ball. His usage can be 14 and he can come away with 9 or 12 or 15 points, just depending on how many shots he takes. So you do need these other pieces. And I think there might even be too many creators on this team. And early in the season, it's going to be really difficult to define roles.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Casey, but to Jesse's original question, do you think that changes if Keon had more minutes? Like if Keon played let's say you remove a guard or maybe 2 from the depth chart and Keon is able to move up. Do you think what he's able to bring to this team is different just by the fact that he's playing more minutes?
No, I think he's still the same player, but he's still someone that you need, like desperately need. Like if you need defense and you need 3-point shooting, like we talked about this tonight. They're going up against a team that starts 3 7-footers basically, right, on the front line, and they have other depth that's super tall as well. The problem with the Kings that I'm looking at is that they have all these creators, but no one is a very good 3-point shooter. Most of the time, when you see a small ball team, let's just go back to like the Houston Rockets in the mid-90s when they won their titles. It's like Hakeem and then Robert Horry, which doesn't rebound at all. And sometimes you had Otis Thorpe coming off the bench or Otis Thorpe starting, but then, playing a lot for Hakeem. But the rest of the group was just all of these like knockdown shooters, Mario Ellis, Sam Cassell's, Kenny Smith. They had a ton of them. Even Horry is that guy. So normally when you have a small team, it's a bunch of shooters. Well, this team is small and they don't shoot the ball well. And that is a huge issue because if you're going to go up against a team like Utah, the instant thing is like, okay, fine. You got a 7-footer, a 7'1" guy at small forward and a 6'11" guy at power forward. I'm going to drag you outside and I'm going to burn you from outside. That's how you combat that. But if you can't shoot either, if you're not a good 3-point shooting team, and would you go 9 for 28 in the first game of the season, 9 for 24, that's what it was. The percentage is there, but man, the way to combat size is to be able to drag them out and then take them off the bounce. Once you hit a couple of threes, now they're running at you. Now you're breaking to the basket. Well, I don't know how this Kings team does that. It's going to be a lot of half-court stuff because they can't get a rebound because they don't have any rebounders. So that's one issue. So now you're going to play in the half court most of the time because your guards aren't flying back. They're getting rebounding, right? So it's like this perpetual cycle of you keep getting smaller, and that's a problem.
And it goes to what you talked about, James. If I'm talking to Keon Ellis, if I'm, one of his homies or one of the assistant coaches, and we're talking about his playing time, identify what the team needs and do that.
Yeah.
The team needs rebounding and they need guard rebounding. See if you can get 5 rebounds tonight in however many minutes you play. I think you'll play more minutes than 12 tonight. See if you can get 5 to 6 rebounds and combine that with your ability to hit an open jump shot with your defense, your perimeter defense, and your ball skills and things like that. And make it difficult for Doug Christie because right now I look at, when the team is healthy, when they get healthy, it's going to be tough for Keon to get minutes. You talked about it a number of different times. I mean, it's going to be difficult. Even if you want to just say, stop playing DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine, like they're not 15-minute a night guys. Like they're going to get 25 to 30 on any team in the NBA. They're going to get that opportunity. Then you got Malik Monk if he continues to play the way we know he can play. Neat Clifford is really throwing a wrench in all this because he's a really good basketball player.
Yep.
He is somebody that maybe when we were having this discussion earlier in training camp and in the offseason, you'd say, okay, Keon is getting this amount of minutes. Nick Clifford has forced his way into 15 to 20 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Because you look at him play and it's like, yo, he's got to be out there. And you got a guy like that. It's going to be tough for Keon to get minutes. There might even be some DMPs when everybody's healthy.
This is harsh because I think the way he says it is different. But like, shout out Steve Smith. Is Keon Ellis just a guy then? Because like, if he's not getting minutes and given his current contract situation, I don't think this is a recipe to really keep him around long term or anything like that. So is he just like, he's good and all that, but is he just a guy on this roster right now?
Well, there's going to be life after.
Like, are the Kings thinking of Keon Ellis, like of the future with Keon Ellis too, and Keegan Murray's here? Like, we want some bonus. Is Keon Ellis part of that, or is he just a guy to the Kings?
I think sadly, it might be that he's just a guy to the Kings right now. But again, that to me is the biggest mistake, because if he's just the guy because you've got a 36-year-old and a 37-year-old who are realistically just the guy this year as well, they might be better. Then they're going to put up bigger numbers than Keon, but they're temporary. They're placeholders, and you have to be looking at what's next. Like we talk about the 5-year plan, like you should at least have some sort of idea what your team is going to look like next season, when Russell Westbrook probably won't be on your team and DeMar DeRozan probably won't be on your team, and then you have 1 year of Zach LaVine. Like, what's next? And that's what you have to balance the whole time. And I think right now, like, it's very possible that Keon Ellis is not part of the group that will be what's next, because he's going to choose to not be part of it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, like,
Well,
Kenny brings up he might get DMPs like from Keon Ellis. Why would I want to be here though?
Yeah.
I completely understand that from his POV. But even with, like, say, even if to everybody that wants DeMar DeRozan gone, or let's just say DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine gone, right? Like, let's just say, hey, get these guys off the team. They're old. They whatever you say. You're not going to replace them with Keon Ellis if you want to be a winning team. That doesn't mean Keon can't be part of the team, but you're not going to replace 44, 45 points a night with Keon Ellis. You're probably going to need somebody, say DeMar's gone, you're going to need somebody that can give you ideally 15 to 17 a night and 6 boards and play good defense. Keon, I don't think, is giving you that. Same thing with Zach LaVine. Like, so it'll just be different names, but Keon being in the same situation.
Well, that too, like is Keon ever going to be more than just the 10th man for the Kings?
Well, to be honest with you, like, where Keon really lost, like, at the end of the day, is that you traded De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine. And again, if you have a 27 point per game point guard and Keon Ellis playing next to him as a defensive stopper at the 2 who hits wide open threes, that's a design. That's where you find success at the NBA level. That's Mike Bibby and Doug Christie. It's, Trae Young and Dyson Daniels. When you take that out of the equation, unless Keon is a natural point guard who plays defense and hits threes and just sets people up, and then you have a natural shooting guard, then you're going to have this problem. And I know someone brought up too in the chat, that I'm ignoring the fact that, the Kings, if they're playing small ball, they should get out and run. They can't get out and run because they give up 18 offensive rebounds.
And that's what I just talked about. If you're advising Keon, how do you stay on the floor? Maybe you got to go get on the boards.
Yeah.
Because that's the solution. You're right. Keon in the game, get out and run. That's cool. We can't get out and run if we keep taking the ball out the net.
No, that's very true.
So
Well, does Keon's defense still stand out if the other guards are playing well defensively?
Well, sure it does, because they might be good defensively, but they're not Keon good defensively. Just like some of their guards could start hitting some threes, but they're not going to be as good as Keon hitting the 3. Like, Zach LaVine can shoot the same percentage as Keon, but I don't see another guard on that team that can shoot 42, 43% for an 82-game season from 3. Just like I don't see another guard who can play defense for 82 games on that team outside of Keon. Like, Dennis Schroeder can play defense, but outside of that, you start getting to the next level. It's like, okay, what exactly, who is going to be able to hold up playing this style of defense the whole time?
When you say you don't, when you say you don't see another guard who could be able to shoot 40% from 3, you're referring to Keon or Zach?
No, I said outside of Zach.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Outside of Zach, there's no one else on that team. Like, again, someone could get hot and have a really good 2 weeks, but, like the laws of averages always catch up to you in the NBA. Keon is proven that he's a 40% shooter at the NBA level plus.
Keegan might.
Well,
Keegan might.
no, Keegan can, but he doesn't play guard.
Oh, I didn't know what specific.
Yeah. So when you're playing guard and you were like, hey, how are you going to replace Keon's minutes?
Gotcha.
It's like, well, Keon, you could put out there for 38 minutes and he's going to hold up, and you're probably going to be a more winning basketball team. Realistically, I mean, guys who play defense and guys who shoot threes and don't have the need to have the ball in their hands the whole time, they're extremely valuable, and they're part of most championship teams. Guys that do that,
for sure. If you got guys that can combine, if you got
that's the
3
problem.
22 point per game scores on the team, yeah, you can have a Keon. But if you don't, you get a little dicey.
Yeah. All right. What do you guys got coming up?
Man, talking about this Kings home opener, World Series starts, Sac State starts. Bonta Hill is going to join us. Our guy Eddie Gonzalez is going to join us, man. We're going to have a good time on this Friday.
Sweet. All right. Well, I'm going to step aside so they can run their show. Thanks for tuning in to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Until we see you next time, I don't drink milk and be mean to people.
Oh, no.
Your milk and go kick someone's ass.
Awesome.
He usually hits these. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I will see you next week. I've got a busy day that includes a Sacramento Kings home opener.
There you go, man.
Have fun.
Jesse, you gonna start it up, or you want me to?
Yeah, I'll run the intro.
Casey, can you switch the screen behind you? Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, I remember.
The Chrome thing on there.
There we go. It's not Casey's Corner. You can check out Casey's Corner on YouTube, though. Yeah. Huh? Damn, what's good, man? You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good.
Sometimes, Jam, you just gotta enjoy what you created for yourself, You build a resort. I'm gonna do the show at the resort one time.
All right. Oh, Young Sav is back.
Where's Ash?
Young Sav is back. It's been a while, man. It's been about a month.
And rough for our boy. That game last night was crazy, RP. In fact, both of them were.
What a finish. Yeah, both games were insane. Oh, Giannis. Giannis at 37 the other night.
Like 37 and 14, I think. 37 and 15.
Here we go.
Here we go, man.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We the number one spot. We the number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, the boys on the board. More fire. It's D-Lo.
What's up, baby?
The boys on the board, man. So you know it's lit, man. Let me just.
Oh, don't get it twisted. I'm here too.
He's a real brother.
Oh, okay.
He's a real brother. You see it?
You see. Oh, I got buttons over here too.
What you got? Lake Show.
What you mean?
How was that survived?
No, it's live, House.
Yeah, we still here.
Okay, Lake Show's like one of those was like, no, we've got copies sent to hundreds of people.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's got a copy.
Come on, man. I better not hear nobody say that to me on Sunday either. I'm gonna be mad. Don't say that. You see me at the top of one center, it's gonna be hot. But it is the October 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. Friday, October 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. My main man D-Lo in the building.
I'm in God mode.
Wrong one. My man D-Lo in the building.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yes, your boy KC. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are live
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
with our guy Jesse Tapia.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Wrong one.
What are you doing with him?
There we go.
This is what happens when you let Kenny sit behind the board, man. This is what
Make
happens.
a left turn when we're supposed to make a right.
What are you
turn,
guys
but we're gonna
talking
get
about?
there.
What are you talking about?
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
Now we're putting heads.
That's all right, man. You
I
doing good.
said Jesse Tapia, on the boards, and I said
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
it was really like
It is gone. But caught.
What did I do wrong?
KC having the time of his life over there with the buttons in front of him, man. I'm at the house today. No way I could miss the show leading into the Kings home opener tonight against the Utah Jazz. It looks like Domas is going, huh?
Domas is going to play tonight. That's excellent news. Excellent news, man. Big ups. Domas a warrior, man. Domas a warrior. If he can play, if he's like cleared to play, he plays, man. So that's one of the traits of his that I think people kind of overlook from time to time, and that I love about him, man. The guy goes out there and plays every opportunity he has, and he felt good enough to play tonight for this home opener, and it looks like he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, he's legit tough, man. He's tough. Like, he plays through a lot. Like, he plays through bumps, bruises, black eyes, scrapes, scratches. He plays through thumb injuries, hand injuries. He plays when he's pretty roughed up. So the fact that the hamstring actually took him out for the season opener is telling to how bad that may have been, but it should be of no surprise that he is back. James was actually I think it was Tuesday. It might have been Wednesday. But he's like, hey, don't be surprised if Domantas Sabonis tries to give it a go on Friday. He was a full participant in practice yesterday, and clearly I saw that he spoke at shoot around today, and he's going to get out there. And it's funny because it's like, man, that's great. Domantas Sabonis is back, but it's kind of a trade-off because Nick Clifford is out. Obviously, if you could pick one, you want Domantas Sabonis out there, but you're still, Nick started at the 4 on Wednesday. So it's like, all right, we got one starter back. We lost the de facto starter in the process. So, Doug is going to have to get back into that bag of tricks and figure out what he's going to do here at the 4 spot and, see what they could do against the Utah Jazz that beat the absolute crap out of the Los Angeles Clippers on opening night.
Yeah, the good thing for Doug, I mean, it's not good losing Nick Clifford because he's done some really good things in the preseason and played really well on Wednesday as well, it's just kind of one adjustment that you got to make. Going in that Wednesday, it was like 4 and 5. Like, how are you going to combat that? You got your 5 back. You're losing one of your rotational guys with Nick Clifford. But fortunately for you, he played 4, but he's more of a swing, more of a guard type guy. You've got guys that you feel can cover for that. Plus, you're getting Isaac Jones back tonight too. Well, I haven't seen anything official, but I'm assuming.
No, I think that is official. I think Sean Cunningham reported that Isaac Jones is in fact back.
Okay. Who would you? James asked me about who I would start at the 4. I said Isaac Jones tonight because of the situation. And Lauri Markkanen, I probably want somebody a little bit more athletic going up against him, somebody that can bother him on the perimeter. I said Neek, but you got Sarge. James said he thinks Eubanks might start at the 4 in that situation.
So Eubanks was the one I was actually wondering about. Dario, I didn't think was realistic simply because, I'm sorry. I don't mean to say it's not realistic. He didn't play a lot in the opener. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure, there's maybe there's something there that Doug isn't necessarily feeling. I wonder if Isaac Jones had been healthy going into the Wednesday game, if he would have, gotten the call to go ahead and be the starter there at number 4. Drew Eubanks would be interesting, especially, obviously with the idea that Domantas Sabonis is back and you have Drew Eubanks at the 4, Domantas Sabonis at the 5, or flip-flop him, do it however you want to do. But ultimately, I think it's going to be Isaac Jones starting alongside Domantas Sabonis in that contingent of Zach LaVine, Dennis Schroeder, and DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I think he would have started if he was not sick on Wednesday. So, yeah, you get him out there tonight. And like I said, with Lauri Markkanen, a guy that is so dynamic on the offensive end and can score from all 3 levels, really. I think you need somebody that can move with him if need be. Not that he's some type of speedster, but they run offense through him. They run offensive action for him on that Utah team. You want somebody that can move, that's a little more versatile. I think that's what Isaac Jones brings to the table as opposed to Sarge. And even though Eubanks actually has played better than I thought he would being here in Sacramento. He hadn't been like lights out, but he's active. He does some good things out there. Maybe I was thinking the absolute worst about him and the bar was really low, but he's been fine in Sacramento. I haven't been like, you can't play this guy at all. Even with that being said, I don't know if I want him starting, trying to guard a guy like Lauri Markkanen in the home opener.
Did you go back and watch? Did you watch the Jazz and the Clippers?
Just the highlight, not the detailed ones, just the 10-minute recap.
Yeah, I watched. That's the same thing I did, and I kept meaning to go back to watch the game to kind of see like how did this happen. But even in the 10-minute recap, it looked like they just and shout out Adam Silver. We're watching basketball the way you hoped. It just looked like the Clippers didn't hit shots. Like it's not like there was a Steph Curry performance or a Aaron Gordon or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander performance from the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
The Clippers shot like 30%, like from the field, not from 3. They shot like 30% from the field. Like they were bad.
Yeah.
They did not shoot the ball well.
And it doesn't matter what type of talent you have on the roster with the expectations or whatever. You got to make your shots. You know, what I mean, not to put Trent Dilfer on you. I think he got fired as like a high school coach. Oh no, he was at UAB.
At college, yeah.
He was at UAB. So, you know, you may hear his analysis coming up soon, but not to go Trent Dilfer on you. But yeah, you can't win if you can't score.
Well, I think if you took the Trent Dilferism there and throw it in a little Kenny Carawayism, one thing that did happen for Utah was their bench played really well. And given what we've seen for the better part, obviously Malik was terrific on Wednesday, but given what we saw for the better part of the preseason, even despite the fast start with Malik was the only bench scorer for a while. The rest of the guys wound up going. Keon wound up doing really well. Again, a lot of that is it's jaded. It's not fair because they're so depleted with, in that Wednesday game with Keegan Murray being out and Domantas Sabonis being out, and you taking two potential key bench guys and putting them in the starting lineup. But you can't, at least based on what we saw from the Utah Jazz on Wednesday, you can't have a bad night from the bench.
Yeah.
They had guys go out there and play pretty well. You had multiple guys. You had 1, 2, 3 guys in double digits. Yusuf Nurkic wound up finishing with 8. Like, they had some very, very productive players in their second unit. And if that winds up happening again, I'll try to do the math here real quick. 23, 43, 50. You're at maybe 53, 54 bench points out of their 129. Kings are dead if that happens tonight.
Yeah.
Absolutely dead. Like, that cannot happen tonight.
You got guys like Bryce Sensabaugh, who's really good. I like him as a young player. He
had
can
20
play
the other night.
Yeah, he had 20 on the night. Walter Clayton Jr., young rookie, looking good out there. He had 10 in his debut. So you got guys like that. You got Keontae George, who I don't want to go overboard and say he's a dynamic scorer, but he can score. Like, he can put the ball in the basket if you're not paying attention. And I talked to James about this, and I don't want to make it as if I don't want to make it like just, oh, everybody's always got a chance no matter who you're playing. Like, the Jazz probably wouldn't beat OKC, but it's the NBA. I say this all the time. These guys can play. I can go on every roster, the Jazz, the Wizards, the Hornets, and I can find 3 guys that probably will play on winning teams, that will play good minutes on winning teams. And you got to be ready to go. And you talk about the Clippers didn't make shots in that opening game. They probably waltzed in there like, we're playing the Jazz, we're the Clippers. They'll fall. We'll get it together, and it never happened for them. And that's the same thing the Kings got to avoid here tonight. Like, you look at Jazz on the schedule, everybody think, oh, that's a win in the home opener. What we said a couple days, 2-0 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's only that if you are coming ready to play. And that's going to be the biggest thing for the bench and the starters. Like, don't look at the schedule and the projection of what you think this team could be, because if you do that, you can have a marketing putting up 30-something on your head, and Keontae George putting up 25, and Walker Kessler at 22 doing the same thing again. You got to be ready to go.
One thing I really liked from yesterday was, and you saw a little bit of this post game too, but you really saw it in the post practice comments yesterday. It feels like this team it feels like they have a lot of confidence in themselves. It feels like it feels like they have a lot of confidence in what they're trying to accomplish. Now, having confidence in actually being able to execute it are not the same thing. But if, like, the energy yesterday, I loved. Doug pointed out in his media availability, I loved that they had that energy. And I don't know what that means going into the night. It doesn't mean you're going to win a game, but the fact that they're in it appears that they're in a really good headspace going into tonight's game after, dropping a 20-point lead, after losing that game the way that they did, I think bodes well. I know Sean Cunningham had a quick video of Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan addressing the team after the loss. I know a couple of those guys are addressing the team yesterday after practice about the loss. And I know a couple of the guys who spoke yesterday were asked about it, Dennis Schroeder being one of them, I think Doug being another. Like, that, to me, those are just small little things going into a game that I think could bode well for this basketball team. Mm-hmm. And, given all of the stuff that they went through last year, having those little types of moments, I think are really, really positive. You need them to translate to W's, obviously, but the game before the game, I guess I feel like the Sacramento Kings, just based on what we heard yesterday, based on the things that were said yesterday, feel like they're in a really good spot, and that puts me in a positive frame of mind for tonight's game.
Let me ask you a question and then ask you a follow-up question to that question. Does it seem to you that the psyche of this team is like really, I don't know if fragile is the word I'm looking for, but like we're always like, yo, let's make sure they didn't check out. Like, let's make sure after this happened or that happened, you got to worry about them checking out. Like, make sure they stay locked in. Do you feel like we kind of look for that or worry about that with this team?
I think we're always looking for something. And so maybe it's that. Maybe it's the check-in. Maybe it's the psyche, the mentality. I feel like, again, especially the way last year went, the team starts losing, the De'Aaron Fox stuff, or the Mike Brown stuff happens, the De'Aaron Fox stuff happens, and then was it OKC when De'Aaron was still on the team? That OKC game happens, and everyone is kind of like, oh man, this is it. Like this is it. Like you could see it, like you saw it on the floor. So I think we're so conditioned to like, the long-winded way of answering your question. Yeah, we're always checking for those things because I think we're all we've seen it.
And that was going to be a follow-up question. Why do you think that is?
That's why. I think the best example is the OKC example last year after the De'Aaron Fox stuff started. There's a large contingent of people, both fans, media, both locally and nationally, who think that the Sacramento Kings should have waited to trade De'Aaron Fox to the offseason. And our thing has always been, that's perfectly fine. But we're going to point you to this Oklahoma City game, and things were going rough for Sacramento leading into that game. And there was an energy to that game that was awful. There was an energy from the players. There was an energy on the floor. There were just a multitude of things that just looked bad. And it's like, okay, you could wait till, and that was what, February, the end of January. Like you could wait till the end of the season if you want to, but this is basketball now. So if you're ready for this, then hey, so be it. But I think there was a prevailing fear, and I know there was a concern from us that if this is basketball going forward, we're in big, big trouble. And letting that continue, and we could talk about the harm that last season caused this franchise, for the foreseeable future, the next 2 or 3 years or whatever. In my opinion, it could have been significantly greater had you allowed the season to continue, because that was just the start. The Sacramento Kings decided to pounce and move on from it. And I don't know. I don't know, man. That was a tough stretch for Sacramento. That was a tough game for Sacramento. And like the check-ins are there.
That game that you talk about in OKC, combined with that whole kind of week, that changed my entire outlook on that. If somebody would have said, nope, we're going to hold on to him and trade him in the offseason, I wouldn't have protested, but I would have been like, man, did you see what happened in OKC? Like, this team is DOA. And like you said, that was going to be basketball. It felt like, at least that was going to be basketball for the rest of the season. That was Kings basketball. It was miserable. It was people not connected whatsoever and waiting for the other shoe to drop. If you remember, that was that road trip where they played Brooklyn, where everything, I guess, allegedly kind of came out with the De'Aaron side, and they looked off that whole game. De'Aaron ended up coming back. They win. He was pissed off and all this other stuff. The next night, I think it was a back-to-back, maybe a day in between, they go to a depleted Philly team and look just disinterested, look flustered, disinterested. They lose to Philly, then they lose to OKC. And that week was like, at least for me, it was like, we can't keep living like this. Like something else has to happen. We can't keep doing this. But the original point, because I say that to say, in my mind, I think about losing to Phoenix. I think about even if you lost tonight and Westbrook and minutes and all this other stuff. And it's always like, well, all right, it's going to be a test to see where your mental is. Are you strong enough to deal with this? Are you bought in on the coach and then the team so you don't splinter after a couple things go bad? And I was thinking to myself, it's one game and it's 1 week, and why is it always this constant check-in on whether or not they're tough enough or they're mentally prepared to go through some of the difficult times or anything? And I just wondered, I said, why is that the case with this group? But you laid out perfectly. We've seen it go the other way. We've seen them when they've been confronted with a number of different levels of adversity or moments of adversity. Eventually too much became too much and they fell apart, and we're maybe on guard for when will too much become too much this year.
Yeah. And I think the other concern about like psyche and mental approach and all of that is Wednesday's loss was so familiar, right? A blown 20-point lead. We've heard this story. We can run a rerun. Cold 3-point shooting. We've heard this story. We can run a rerun. You know what I mean? So it was, these are all things that we've experienced before and have, it's like, oh, so it's the same thing. It's like, it's a new coach. It's a new general manager. It's an entire new front office. There's a contingent. There's a handful of new players. The issues that we talked about that plagued that game one, those aren't just last year's issues. Those aren't just DeMar DeRozan era issues. They're certainly not just DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine era issues. Those go back to the 44-win season, or a 46-win season, excuse me. Those go back to the 48-win season. We saw all of that stuff along the way, and seeing it again with a new group of guys and a new coach and a new front office, I think is what got a lot of people like, it's us, like it's the city, like we're cursed. The Beam has cursed us. John Fisher has cursed us. Like Ron Burkle has cursed us. So, like something has just put something into this franchise where we can't get past these regular issues that plague this basketball team, or these same issues that plague this basketball team over and over again.
I know people talk about they're too small and they don't have enough athletic wings, and the front court depth is an issue. And I'm not saying any of that is wrong. Do people not remember rebounding was an issue for beating Team 1?
Yeah. Yeah.
And people look like everything was perfect. Then that's when they figured it out. They had the coach and all this other stuff.
Like Brown, New York Knicks.
Yeah, they had a problem then. And I'm not even saying it's anybody's fault. It's more to your point of these are things as Kings fans and Kings media members and people who follow the team that we've seen for years, regardless of who the personnel was on the court in the front office. And that may be, where we have a level of PTSD for stuff like that. Team players checking out and stuff like that. I think it was a good sign that we saw guys like DeRozan and Westbrook yesterday talking to these guys immediately and saying whatever they said. I don't know what they said, but just making sure everybody's still here, not panicking, not splintering, and staying collected. I thought that was a good thing. And that's part of the reason why you have guys like that on the roster.
Yeah, indeed it is, man. And obviously we will talk a lot about this throughout the day as the Sacramento Kings head into game number 2 and game number 1 at the Golden One Center tonight against the 1-0 Utah Jazz. So we got all of that. We will certainly talk about another terrific night of games. Last night we got the Amazon. Oh my God, we've got the Amazon Prime debut of the NBA tonight. that will certainly be interesting to watch. And then,
about that too, about just something I was thinking about. Just I'll put a pin in it.
We got that coming up. Mentioned Eddie Gonzalez earlier. We got Bonta too.
Bonte's pulling up. Bonta, Jesse, he said he's going to be more so 2 o'clock as opposed to the 43. He just let me know that, but he's pulling up on us.
Okay, Bonta Hill.
We're going to be able to laugh at him today, but unfortunately, we won't.
Yeah, definitely not. Not the way his boys played last night. Goodness gracious.
I was thinking about him with about 2 minutes to go in the game. I was like, let's get Bonta on the show today. And then Steph Curry.
Yeah, Steph Curry always happens. Always. So we've got all of that ahead. Plus a Sacramento story that just kind of got pushed to the back burner because of the start of the Kings season, but genuinely curious to get everybody's thoughts on it. That's all coming up. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All good.
Hey, Jesse, I got wide orbit in front of me too, so I could see everything as it's rolling.
All right, perfect.
All right, and I'm going to be running up and down the stairs a lot today, so y'all just give me a minute.
Yep. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm trying something, guys. I'm trying Jennifer.
Weezy, he's 6th. I don't know who's ahead and who's behind, but he's 6th.
I think I got him at 7. I'll update you guys a little later on when I pull up the list. But there is a reaction type video series that I'm gonna be starting up, man. Or I did start up last night. Very simply put, Casey's Corner. It's on my YouTube page. It may, I want to make sure everything's good as far as like not getting strikes and stuff like that. Once I figure out that, it'll be up on the ESPN 1320 page as well. But it's literally what it is. Reaction video to a lot of Kings games, some NBA games, maybe even some football games. I'll be there, obviously, every time we do it once or twice a week. But I'll have some of the homies on there, and we'll just sit back and we'll watch the highlights of these games. And just kind of talk the way we talk about it and have a good time with it. Sometimes if I can figure everything else out, because my life isn't set up where I can do live streaming for a Kings game, live game. I got a 2-year-old, and it's just, I don't have another 3 hours to say, stay away from me. But what I might do at some point is I might go live while I'm watching these highlights and doing that show. And maybe you guys could tap in with me. So check it out. I'll tweet out the link. Tell me what you think. Like I said, it's a work in progress, but I said, let me get this up here, man. Let me see how this works and see what we can do. So it's a reaction video to King's Suns the other day. Go peep that. I don't want that thumbnail. Let's go with this thumbnail. Omar, the dead serious, they're gonna be on there sometimes. He'll be on there sometimes. Sometimes I want to watch a game, watch some highlights, and think what a teenager thinks about what he's saying. Like he might be like, "Yo, they need to play Rob Dillingham more. He's the truth." AJ Brown out on Sunday against the Giants.
Yeah, out. Team preference.
Well, some people would think that, John. Some people would think that Maybe sometimes he's right. I don't know. No, not for my kitchen. No.
We're back.
We're back. D-Lo and KC on this Friday afternoon, Friday before the rain comes. That's what my weather people are telling me.
There's a shoe for real.
It's gonna rain on Saturday and Sunday. That's what the streets are telling me. So
Nobody knows weather like Kenny Caraway.
at least Friday's dry though, because
Thank goodness.
He's play tonight. We're gonna be outside tonight at the Sac State game, and don't need to be raining while we're out at the game.
Nah, for sure. Do not need that. Do not need that at all.
There was something I wanted to run by you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The game tonight, Amazon Prime's debut
Mm-hmm.
of NBA basketball. Their NBA, I think at some point when NFL's over, they'll be playing on Thursdays on Prime, but definitely Fridays. And I was thinking back to the whole Adam Silver thing about people being upset, like, man, I gotta go here to watch the NBA and I gotta subscribe to this and that. And I'm sure the NBA did their research and did their analysis on what it is. But everybody complaining, oh man, now I gotta subscribe to Amazon Prime to watch the NBA. This is ridiculous. Don't you already do that for the NFL? This isn't a new subscription. You already subscribed. Nobody complains about not being able to watch Thursday Night Football. So obviously they're watching it on Prime. You got the service. Now you have the NBA with the service you already have.
I think a lot of you do that for toilet paper too. like you do it to get your delivery faster. Like you forget Amazon Prime is a service within Amazon. Like I think I was really late to like paying for Amazon Prime. Then I realized something could get to me in an hour, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, here's my $120 or whatever it is.
Yeah. And I know not everybody has it, but my thought process was, you don't hear. It doesn't mean everybody, but you don't really hear a peep about the NFL on Prime, right? Like you don't hear people, oh, this is ridiculous. Like I'm just not watching the NFL because I'm not getting Prime. People have adapted to it. So after it's probably been about 2-3 years trial run of, yeah, the ratings are what they are, the subscribers are what they are. We have that. All right. A lot of our audience already has Prime. Let's make a deal with Prime and you can watch the NBA on there now too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I subscribe to Amazon Prime for different reasons. You know what I mean? I subscribe for like the service of Amazon Prime. Football is a bonus. Basketball is a bonus. Like they're obviously getting in the live TV game. Did you read about the latest beef? Disney and YouTube. Disney and YouTube TV, their carriage fees are coming up in YouTube or Disney because they have stake in Hulu and Fubo. They're kind of more of the, hey, if y'all don't want to pay these prices, whatever, dog. Like so with most like Direct TV, Sling, name some other streaming service. It's like, nah, how can we come to a conclusion? Those are a little bit smaller carriers. YouTube is the biggest competitor. YouTube TV is the biggest competitor to Hulu. And now that Fubo is not exactly clear, like is being acquired by Disney and ABC or is somehow getting, kind of folded into this. They're of the mindset where it's like, look, if y'all don't want to pay it, holla. Because if we remove our services from you, that's going to damage your product, and people are going to come run to us on Hulu TV Live or whatever it's called.
No, and that's what once I figured out like what was going on with Hulu TV and all this other stuff, I seriously thought, like, why do I have YouTube TV? Like, why do I have Hulu TV provides a lot of the same things, and now they're aligned with Disney and ESPN. And it's like, well, why do I have YouTube TV again. I don't really like change, so I still have it. But if they got a dispute going on, it might not be that difficult to just switch over to Hulu TV.
No, it really might not be.
And YouTube doesn't have League Pass no more, so you don't have that thing that they have going on. I guess if you have NFL
League Pass is only Amazon now, right?
Yeah.
Or NBA. You could watch it on. I did that the other day. I watched it on NBA, the app, all that, but not on. You can't open up the multi-view on YouTube anymore and watch it. You got to watch up the multi-view on the NBA app or Amazon. I don't know if Amazon has it or not, but
they I don't know if they have a multi-view or not. But I linked the accounts, my NBA and my Amazon account, so I could have the subscription on both. But in this particular case, I didn't hear about that. I don't know. Disney, ESPN, they might have YouTube TV's number. YouTube may have to bow down a little bit.
Yeah, YouTube has no leverage in this. Like because their chief argument could be, we're the biggest live television streaming service. And Disney's rebuttal can be, you won't be if we take our products off your air. So decide whether you want to remain the premier streaming service, or if you want to roll the dice, remove ESPN and all of that stuff from your app, and see if all of these customers flock over to Hulu and whatever the merger of Hulu and Fubo is going to be. Warren keeps saying Disney is shutting Hulu down. I don't think that's true, is it? I think it's being integrated into the Disney Plus app. I don't think it's shutting down. Maybe Hulu, as we know it, the name is shutting down, but the service of live television that Disney provides, I don't think is going anywhere.
Right. Yeah.
I could be wrong. No, Warren, that's the first I've heard of that, but I know Hulu, Fubo, and all of that stuff it's merging together. And I think the Fubo thing was birthed out of some sort of lawsuit. So good for them for figuring this out.
Shout out to Zabo. I might be called Fubo.
I don't think you can call it that. I don't think you can call it that. Someone asked me the other day when Fubo came out, if white people were allowed to wear it.
I mean, it's allowed is not maybe the correct word. You're allowed to wear whatever you want, but it wouldn't make as much sense.
So my thing was the title is For Us, By Us, but I looked at it like Actively Black. Actively Black is not meant solely for black people. This is a creation of black people. Fubo was a creation of a black designer. So if you want to wear it because you like the style, wear it. It's cool. But the For Us, I think, threw a lot of people off.
That's the difference between that and Actively Black.
I guess so. Yeah.
And once again, they could wear it if they want. Anybody could wear it. It just wouldn't make as much sense if JC was wearing it.
Oh, JC can rock Fubu. Come on, I'm gonna get JC a Fubu hoodie.
JC come through with the 05. JC.
Man, we're a little short on time for this one, but
Not my bad.
No. It's fine. It's fine. It's interesting because it's a new era of basketball tonight. Yesterday was ESPN. That's business as usual. The day before was NBC. That is a returning product. This is brand new.
Yeah.
This is a brand new era for the NBA. And I don't know. I mean, streaming numbers are available for Thursday Night Football. So I imagine streaming numbers will be available and the NBA has had a terrific debut week. And so I mean, I'll be really curious to see what the numbers are tonight for Amazon's debut.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got people that we haven't seen in that realm before. Obviously, we know Taylor Rooks, but Blake Griffin is going to be on there. Is Dirk going to be on there as well? He's on Amazon, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Dirk is a studio guy.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would be pretty cool to see. You talk about new era, and I know how you feel about it. Man, I love Inside the NBA. They've done it's the same show. Like the production, the people who do the jokes, the underdogs, all this, it's the same show, just on ESPN. I love that show. That show's great.
I was being a hater like towards the end of it last year, but yeah, it's still good.
That's
it's still the best one. I don't ever want to see anything Stephen A. Smith or NBA Countdown. Just put those guys on there.
Yeah, that's the creme de la creme. And I think what annoyed Damian maybe the most and other people was the outrage of the crying of, oh no, don't leave. Like I get all that. But the show itself, like in a moment, especially yesterday with the FBI stuff, and you got great games like that show's fantastic.
The show is very good. I'll never be critical of the show. The show is good. I'll be critical sometimes of the way those guys cover the game sometimes, and the current athletes sometimes. I don't always love that because they are that influential. But the show it's top notch. Like and as we noted earlier in the week, there are absolutely times where it overshadows the game. Didn't last night. There are times where it overshadows the game. We'll talk about some of those games. And there is one Sacramento story I want to touch on. Sorry for being so Sacramento here on ESPN 1320, but there are a couple of there's one story I do want to touch on briefly before we get back to the NBA. We got Bonta Hill set to join us. Eddie Gonzalez coming up. It's a busy Friday here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We're good. I was laughing. I'll say this one here because I don't want to derail us more. But did anybody see the tip off inside the NBA? I don't think I went back and watched it because what was on when we were in the studio was on. I went back and listened to it. This is ridiculous, but it's hella funny. Shaq, they were talking about the Nuggets, and they did a graphic of the additions that they had. And they were like, what do you think about the Nuggets, man? They added a lot of guys or whatever. Do you think they added enough? And Shaq, they got the list of them. And Shaq is like, yeah, I like what they did. They did a lot of good stuff out there. They got Cam Johnson. I like that. They got Tim Hardaway Jr. I really like his game. Getting Bruce Brown back. And remember, all the names of the additions were right there. And they're like, got Bruce Brown back and David Adelman. I'm not familiar with his game. I don't know who he is, but yeah, they got some. They said that's the coach. What are you?
All right, Shaq.
Coach Shaq.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with this game.
Shaq. That's the coach that coached them to Game 7 of the playoffs against the Thunder.
And they're like, what are you talking about? That's the coach. He's like, I don't know all the coaches in the league. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know. So what are you talking about? The funny thing is David Adelman's picture was on the graphic. But he dead ass was like, yeah, they added David Adelman. I'm not familiar with this game, but he's on it.
Shaq is wild, man. That's hilarious.
That cracked me up. Oh man, I missed who he played for. I left the room for a second and I wasn't able to. Yeah, he went over. He went over 5.
I think this was like the 5th year in the row they got Garrett Temple's wrong. Shout out Garrett Temple.
I love Garrett.
Toronto?
I have no clue.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the same team he was with last year.
So Shaq got it wrong. I mean, Chuck got it wrong again. He ain't even moved teams. No. It might be Brooklyn.
Temple has been in the league for 15.
Is it Brooklyn?
Let me see, because it's
I don't-
not Toronto.
He doesn't even have a basketball reference page for this year.
Oh, okay, here we go. Back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN
No, to be
1320.
clear, Garrett's with Toronto.
He's with Toronto. He wasn't on their depth chart when I just seen.
Well, that
25,
might be
26
true.
on his basketball reference.
Oh,
No, Garrett's on Toronto. He's been on Toronto since 2023. The
all right.
question is, how many teams has Garrett?
ESPN doesn't have him.
He's there. Garrett Temple is absolutely on the Toronto Raptors. He might be.
Okay, he's on the roster. There we go. I got you. Maybe he's not on the active roster. I don't know.
Garrett
There he
Temple been in the league 15 years.
I believe this is 16th season.
16th, excuse me. Okay. Yep, 16th season. Okay. 16th season, first year in the G League. How many teams do we think that Garrett Temple has been on?
Oh, I'm gonna say 8.
We're gonna go 8. Here we are. We got the Rio Grande Valley Vipers. That doesn't count.
Okay.
Houston.
15.
So I'm just going off the list from Wikipedia. Houston, Sacramento, San Antonio, G League, Milwaukee, G League, Charlotte, Italian League, G League.
Does that count?
Washington, absolutely not. We're at 6. Sacramento again. I'm not going to count them again. Memphis is 7. Clippers is 8. Brooklyn is 9. Chicago is 10. Pelicans are 11. And the Toronto Raptors are 12.
The Josh Johnson of the NBA.
He is.
The highest quality of human being, too.
Since I lost, I will not play this.
Yeah, I already know that number, by the way.
Well, no, I was going to count it if I won, but I didn't. So
I'm just putting it out there because I have integrity that I saw the career earnings number.
this is the second time he's done that. I mean,
What are you talking about?
Jesse Billups, are you meaning to tell me that you don't do this on the regular?
Look, they offered me $100,000 to play poker. That's all it was.
Hmm.
And I said, yes, I love to play poker.
Jesse Rozier.
Jesse got some X-ray glasses on.
Oh man, yeah, but Chuck didn't get it right. He didn't get who he played for right. That's where the Garrett Temple conversation came from last night on ESPN. ESPN's Inside the NBA.
Yeah.
We got a lot of basketball to talk about. We got a lot of other stuff to talk about. We got Bonta Hill pulling up on us, Eddie Gonzalez pulling up on us as well. But I did want to talk about what you had on your mind about the city of Sacramento.
No, it was just it was just a story that popped up. We were on the air, but we didn't really do anything with it. We never followed up with it. We never discussed it. But we saw that the mayor of Sacramento is amusing quote attempting to bring Major League Baseball here to Sacramento via expansion. And his big push was, and this is where my antennas went up a little bit, his big push was to make sure that we support the Athletics, be it the Sacramento Athletics, the Oakland Athletics, the Las Vegas Athletics, whatever the hell you want to call them. The thing was, hey, we're going to make this push to bring an expansion team, Major League Baseball, here to Sacramento. Let's make sure we get out there and support the A's. And man, that felt phony to me. It felt like a plea to support the A's more than it felt like a plea to show Major League Baseball we're ready for expansion. I did not see this as a true, hey guys, this is what we're doing. I saw it as a, hey, we've got to support this Major League Baseball team. Now, maybe as we have long outlined, maybe there is an opportunity for the A's to stay here long term. I think I've gotten to the point where I don't believe that that's realistic anymore. No matter how underwhelming what's going on in Las Vegas for the A's may be, that's not our problem. Like it appears that stadium is being built and they're moving forward with this plan. Whether anybody gives a crap, again, that is not our issue. And they're going to long have been moved before it ever becomes an issue, like a definitive look, we have a problem here in Las Vegas issue. I didn't see the mayor's statement as something to where it's like the way that this last summer went, that, oh, no. Sacramento was primed for Major League Baseball expansion. I did not buy that.
I got you on that. So for me, I always talk about, hey, we got to get out to the games just for the optics of it, to show the owners in MLB, show Rob Manfred or whatever, that this is a market that will support Major League Baseball. While saying that, I understand that is probably the second most important thing. You could have an attendance of 200 people a game. And if you have somebody ready to pay $3 billion to get involved in Major League Baseball, like an ownership, build a stadium or whatever, you'd have a better chance of getting expansion that way than you would if you had 14,000 every night and nobody ready to pony up the money for expansion, right? It's a long-winded way of saying the money is what matters first and foremost. That is what having the plan in place for a stadium, having the money in place for a stadium, having the plan in place for ownership, having the money in place for ownership is number one on MLB's list. I do think second, though, is showing that like this is a place that's viable. And I don't think, I've said this before, I don't think people outside of Sacramento or outside of Northern California really tap into the minutia of the reasons why the attendance is what it is. They just turn on the TV, and if nobody's there, why would we go here? Go to the numbers that they give them and say the places. I know it's not going to be 30,000 because that's not what they sit, but it's 60% full every night. Why would we go there? Like, no. The people in Utah got money and a stadium plan ready to go. Let's go over there. People in Portland got money and a stadium plan ready. Let's go over there. Like, we don't need to go to Sacramento. We see that it doesn't work over there, regardless of the reasons why that's happening. So I think the chances of getting expansion are kind of slim. I did think about something, though, and they worry about really the Giants, like probably blocking a team coming here for expansion. The other two cities that are mentioned on the West Coast version of the expansion is usually Utah and Portland. Why would the Mariners okay that? And why would Vegas and Denver okay Utah getting a team? Why would they put a team in Utah when you have Vegas and Utah happening? Or you got Vegas, and Denver already there?
I don't have an answer.
So I don't know why you would go to those two cities.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I also don't buy the idea that 12, I don't remember what the number is, 12 to 14,000 a night at Sutter Health Park or whatever the name of the park is, that's going to be this drastic needle mover. And Major League Baseball is all of a sudden going to be like, aha, like that's not happening. From the Sacramento Kings, Domantas Sabonis is available tonight. Domantas Sabonis will make his season debut for the Sacramento Kings tonight at the Golden One Center against the Utah Jazz. Again, that is directly from the Sacramento Kings. Domantas Sabonis is available. Of course, Nick Clifford, as we know, is out, and Keegan Murray continues to be out. But the big fella is back. Domantas Sabonis will debut for the Sacramento Kings tonight.
Let's go, man. Hey, shout out to Domas. Like we said earlier, the guy's a warrior. I know he was itching to get out there on Wednesday night. Probably just wanted to make sure everything was good. Do you think Doug has him on I don't know, want to say like a hard minutes restriction, but a minutes watch tonight?
I don't think that would be something Doug does. I think that might be, if it is, that's something that's probably implemented by someone in the medical staff.
Gotcha.
My guess would be no, because I don't know that the amount of minutes played would aggravate the hamstring. The way he's playing could potentially aggravate the hamstring. You know what I mean? So I mean, again, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I only play one here on D'Lo and KC. So who knows? Who knows? My guess is no. But I'm sure we'll find out in Doug Christie's media availability around 5 o'clock or so.
Where oh yeah, his media. I was thinking about like the players on game day where they're just in the hallways. They always just in the hallways.
Yeah,
they had the shoot around a while ago, so I'm sure they did.
I always check Sean Cunningham's page to see. I think one of the people who spoke was Domantas Sabonis, if I'm not mistaken, because I thought Domas was like, yeah, I may go here. Yeah, there's Domas right there. It's only a minute 48. We could play it and, have a little fun here with Domas.
We can make it happen. All
right, give me a second. Let me pull the account up. Stand by.
Because we all know that's where I'll be killing in the extra games is the Domas game. Oh yeah, the Domas game I'll be killing.
Yeah, the Domas game was a little rough last time. Well, I think what did we do? Media day?
Yeah.
We did something where it was like, hey, okay, calm down, chatterbox.
He was a little chatty patty.
like, who are you? When did this start?
But yeah, I'm glad to see Domas back. I mean, he was missed on Wednesday in a number of different ways, but you talk about the rebounding. He's got to help you in that. You know what I mean? Like, I know the third quarter got crazy. 10 offensive rebounds in that third quarter for the Phoenix team. And that's where the game really flipped. So you get a guy like that back in there, you're still going to be missing Keegan Murray a little bit. I think Isaac Jones will help on the boards too. I think he's a physical player that could help on the board. So getting both of those guys back hopefully helps that conundrum that you had on Wednesday.
What's the number, fellas?
I'm going to say, because Jesse's not in here, I don't think. I'm going to set there he is. There he is. I'm going to set the number at, let's say 2.5 answers under 10 seconds. We go more or less 2.5 answers under 10 seconds. I'm going to say less.
10 seconds. It was 10 seconds always Domas's number?
Yeah.
All right.
You're going to go more. So he's going to have.
He looks happy.
So no, he's going to have more answers.
More answers over 10 seconds.
No, I said under.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go more.
Okay. No, you're going to go less.
Why do we have to pick the same one?
Well, because you think he's going to have more answers over 10 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
So he's going to have, well, okay, we'll do it that way. We'll both go more.
Okay.
We'll both go more. Yeah.
KC, betting guru right here. No one's, FBI's not knocking on his door.
I think I just got excited for a poker game.
Just, hey, if you want to come to Kenny Caraway's poker game, just
I shouldn't be joking about this, but what if Domas got wind of this game and threw all the answers? It was like
Domas is cooking the books.
All right. I do want to point out the total clip is 1 minute and 48 seconds.
I'm still going more. I think he's going to have 3 answers over 10 seconds.
I'm going less.
Ooh.
I'm going less. He's going to have less. I'm going less. Here we go. Domantas Sabonis.
For the night, just to hopefully get back out there.
Yeah, very excited. Especially here at home with the fans. I know they're excited, so we got to go out there and play for them.
Yep, clean.
Oh my gosh, that's 5 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna go see how it feels. I feel good right now, and hopefully everything keeps going in the right direction.
Got it.
6 seconds.
frustrating not being available for the first
Yes, it was very frustrating, especially for the first one. You work all summer, and but it's okay.
That's my boy.
4 seconds.
It was in the third quarter. That last play right before I asked for the sub.
4.
What it means to you to play in this home opener, how much you were looking forward to that. When this happened, did you have any doubt in your mind that maybe you wouldn't be available?
No, I said I was going to make it for game 1, but at least hopefully we can get game 2.
Yeah. What did you see
3
without you?
They played great. They played great. We made shots. We're moving the ball there a little bit in the first half, and then Phoenix got hot, made some adjustments, but we started switching. That's where I can be a presence to help out the team.
14.
Does opening night present the fun jitters that you guys have?
No, probably I have more jitters than ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, why is that? Why do you feel like you have that?
You want to go out there and do good for the fans. Pressure increases. And you just want to do good. As the years go on, you want to focus just about winning.
Ooh, that was 10.
Yeah.
No way.
Obviously, a lot of size. Just kind of what do you see in that challenge ahead with the Jazz?
It's going to be a lot of work. We got out rebounded by a lot last game. Tonight they're actually a really tall team. Physical team. So we're going to have to. It's going to be a collective group effort.
What was the time?
11.1.
Oh, wait a minute. But that was only 2, right? That was.
So it's got to be okay. It's got to be over 10 seconds because the second one was at 10 seconds. It was like 10.4.
I need a recount on that.
We'll say it has to be over. We'll say it has to be over. Is that it?
That's it.
We won.
Who's we?
Me and Jesse, we went more. Technically, 10.4 is more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's a dub. Hit the button, actually.
Oh,
There we go. There we go. Count it.
got a little chatty there with a couple of those. Like, hey man, wrap it up.
Like I said, he's
I think I need a recount on a couple more.
Domas was talking like he might go for 25 today.
So Domas had some 4-second answers in there.
He's locked in.
I should get bonus points for the 4. He had multiple 4-second and 3-second answers. Man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you though, Jesse. He locked in. Domas say he's not here to mess around.
Yeah, he's
tonight.
talking like a fighter. He's got a fight tonight.
Yeah, I like that. He was probably pissed off he wasn't able to play.
Yeah, it absolutely sounded like he was pissed off he couldn't play. Since we're here, take a quick peek. Do we want to hear from DeMar DeRozan?
Always.
Yeah, we're here. It's about 2.5 minutes. No,
be ready in there.
Yeah.
More or less 4 cuss words.
Well, we won't know.
1.5 cuss words.
Oof, that's
I'm gonna say less. I'm gonna say less.
I want to go more, but that would affect my man JT. So I'm gonna say less.
We got 30 seconds of dump time.
Carter did it.
How much are you looking forward
like
to tonight, getting things rolling?
Back home floor. We get back. Be great to get a win out here. Just excited to be back in front of our fans.
Is it feel like there's much that you guys had to shake off from that opening loss in Phoenix?
I mean, yeah, we came out, played well. It sucks to let that one get away, especially the first one on the road. But learning experience is a lot we could take from that game, especially late in the fourth quarter as far as executing. So, we just got to bring the energy tonight.
You were pretty vocal. I saw that, at midcourt yesterday. I mean, between you and Russ, just what was the overall message you wanted your guys to hear?
Just staying on top of it. We can't let nothing slide. Even when we make mistakes, addressing it, taking accountability, understanding, what went wrong, what we could clean up. Just being on top of things right away. Trying to nip a lot of stuff in the bud, before it bleeds over or it becomes anything. We don't want to keep bad habits. We don't want to build bad habits. Everything is about trying to get better every single day.
For a home opener, do you still get excited? Like, is there like a jittery type of thing?
Yeah, it's still even more so now. Still, just 17 years for me. So, it's like every moment, you kind of embrace even more. A little jittery, nervous the first game on the road, just because when you realize how long you've been doing it, you still got the opportunity to do it at a high level. You find appreciation in that.
know you're going to be able to walk out and have the crowd here tonight. You know, Doug just said, hey, it's important to protect home court. Like, is that the message you guys have?
Yeah, yeah, we gotta use this to our advantage playing here. You know, we got some of their best fans in the NBA. We gotta use that to our advantage, and you know, tonight is a great opportunity for that.
And then Jazz, just what do they present to you guys?
Definitely a challenge. Very well coached with Will Hardy. The versatility, the size that they have, definitely presents a challenge, and you know, the team always play with confidence, so it's gonna be big for us.
What's the best part about playing with the big guy over there?
Versatility. You know, it's not too many bigs to do the things that he could do on both ends and on the floor. So, you know, it makes our job easier. It sucks not having them. You know, see what happened when we don't have them. You know, so having them back tonight, you know, it's going to be big.
DeMar DeRozan, following shoot around here today. Obviously, the big fella they are alluding to is Domantas Sabonis. He is back in the lineup tonight for the Sacramento Kings. Isaac Jones is back in the lineup for the Sacramento Kings tonight. Of course, Nick Clifford, Keegan Murray remain out. Nick looking at reevaluation in a week.
You know, just heard from DeMar DeRozan, and he had a very quiet preseason. And we always look at it like, oh, it's not DeMar DeRozan. You already know what he's going to do. But in the back of my mind, it's like, it is year 17. Like, he's entering year 17. He has been playing basketball for a long time. Father Time is undefeated. I wonder what that would look like. And then he goes out in game 1 and just gets buckets. Just gets buckets. Like, he literally had it on cruise control, was getting cardio for 4 games in the preseason. And when the lights turned on, he's like, all right, it's time to drop 20. What do you have, like 25, 26? Something like that? Like,
DeMar had 29.
29. Come on, man.
Yeah, he was 12 of 17. And he hit the over. He hit the more on the 3.
I needed that.
The 3 was 0.5, right? Yeah, he hit the over.
I think that was in the fourth quarter too. What he got?
Yeah, it was. It absolutely was. I was thinking a long time about that pick because I didn't make it. And I was like, oh. You knew he was going to take a couple, but yeah, and that's exactly how many he took. He took 2, but hit that one in the fourth quarter. That was a big 3 too.
That was a big time 3.
Obviously, it didn't amount to anything, but that was a big 3.
But just his ability to, it's just what he does. It's like, oh, the games matter now. All right, I'm gonna get 29, and I'm gonna be efficient.
We talk so much about like father time and things like that, and you know the DeMars and the obviously LeBron and Steph, and we saw what Steph did last night. We'll talk to Bonta Hill about that coming up in just a couple of minutes. But for all the bitching and complaining that's been done regarding load management over the years, you look at players, you know, like that, and obviously, you know, we'll put Steph and LeBron in a different category, man. Those guys are just different. But you look at a player like DeMar DeRozan, you know, Kevin Durant. Obviously, he's missed time throughout his career, but you look at this and go, these guys are playing at a higher level at their age than has ever been done before. You look at, you know, even you don't even have to go, you know, that far back. You know, there's certainly reasons for it, but you know, Kobe wasn't Kobe at the end. Like not the Kobe that everybody, you know, loves or hated. Like he was just not that at the end of his career for a variety of different reasons. You know, we outlined, you know, Dirk Nowitzki's final years. He wasn't that. I don't really remember what Tim Duncan's were. I don't even remember what age Tim Duncan was when he retired.
He wasn't doing much at the end of his career.
You know, I mean, Tim Duncan is a 20-year player, I think.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, 20 years.
So it's you know what there's a time where it's going to catch up with you. Like, and it's not universal. Russell Westbrook is far from the player that he was, you know, even with Washington. He's not the same player, but these guys are playing at a higher level at a more advanced age than they have in I think we're at 80-year now history of this league. And there should be something to be said for that. I mean, you could be upset about load management. You could be upset about the way these guys, manage games or manage their careers, or maybe the way that teams manage these guys in these careers. But they are playing a lot of these guys, not all of them, but a lot of them are playing at a significantly higher level at a more advanced age than we've ever seen before.
And you talk about, I know we got to get out of here, but you talk about two guys in particular here in Sacramento, DeMar and Russ. And I'm not saying it's right or whatever, but they don't seem to load manage. Like those dudes for their entire career, they can play. They're playing it at a high level. And there's still Russell Westbrook is still one of the faster guys in the league. At least it feels like. I don't know what a foot race or time test 94 feet, but when you watch him play and he's in the open court, he still feels like one of the faster guys in the league.
Yeah,
like you said, what is he, 36, 37?
Yeah,
like that.
I'm going back. I just took a glance out of curiosity because I knew Kareem played till he was 41. Kareem averaged 10 points when he was 41 years of age, but he averaged 23.4 when he was 38. So that's the age we're talking about with, DeMar DeRozan and these guys. And that was 1985, 86. And I always get murky as to what was a Lakers title and what was a Celtics title, but they were obviously in competition for an NBA championship. And that's really where the decline started. It was 23.4. He was 38 years old. At 39, he was 17. At 40, it was 14.6. And at 41, as we just mentioned, it was 10 points per game. Rebounds went down each year as well. But that's probably more of an anomaly than it is anything else. And he played a lot of games. 40 years old, played 80 games. Incredible. That's incredible. We'll come back. Bonta Hill's going to join us. What a night we had last night. Oklahoma City has played 4 overtimes in 2 games. Absolutely incredible. And we saw 2 50-point outings yesterday. We'll dive into all of that. Dealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Dave, you've been around here and high profile in this city for a long time. Maybe you have a better recollection. Jesse asked the question earlier, is this one of or the biggest high profile Sac State game that you can remember? I was telling him, there were times when like they were number 3 and Montana was 5 or something. Like that's a standing wise, that was a big game, maybe on ESPN, but it didn't. Like I said earlier, I was checking, make sure I saw it right. This game was on CBS's football's Instagram page.
Yeah. I mean, despite all of the trash talk throughout the week, I think that's all like exactly was like Montana's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like Montana's really good. Sac State had expectations. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure.
I was telling Jesse and Hammer, it's Sac State almost has a little bit of a Colorado effect in FCS. Like you either love them or you hate them. You love what they're doing, or you think it's the worst thing in the world. But either way, you're paying attention to them. Like you're gonna watch them. You want to see them lose. Like there's a gang of people that are gonna tune into the game today because they want to see Sac State get embarrassed because of what Dr. Wood had to say or Coach Marion. And yeah, it's you watching either way. I think this is gonna be one of the higher FCS rated games on the station. Yes, you got email and everything.
I can't even looking.
What's good? Katie, what's good? What's good? What's good? Katie from the Wake Up Call, y'all. Say what's up. Say what's up.
That's right here. This is where it hurts. No.
Hey, Damien.
Alternating between. Yeah. No.
Hey, did you see that?
Hmm?
That concert?
My test was cut off today. No, I'll mention that later. I'm sorry, Casey. What?
I was just asked, did you see that concert tour announcement today?
Did what?
I think it's the same email too.
EK? I don't think. Trista? Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. There's something out there. Yeah. I'm sorry, Casey. What was that last thing you said? She was asking me something about a delivery.
I was just asking you, did you see that concert tour announcement this morning?
Yeah, I got hip to that. I got hip to that a day or two ago because we're doing a weekend giveaway on jams.
Yeah, and your boy need tickets, bro. I'm just telling you right now, your boy need tickets. I'm talking to people in high places right now, right? I'm talking to the man right now. I need tickets, bro. I'm saying it.
He
here you go.
Complex told me like that's an easy get.
Here we go.
Yeah.
D'Lo and KC on this Friday afternoon, one of the biggest sports nights in the history of the city. All right, I was telling Jesse earlier, there was a time, I think last year, matter of fact, it might have been when I was gone, when I went to Jamaica, but I think it was Kings, Sac State on ESPN, and the Republic might have played that night. There was a night when something like that happened. It was like, yo, this is going to be crazy. And that might be one of the bigger sports nights here in Sacramento. But this one, if it's not at the top, it's up there, man. Kings home opener tonight at the Golden One Center against the juggernaut that is the Utah Jazz, the scoring and defensive juggernaut.
Indeed.
The Utah Jazz.
Indeed.
And then the Panda Bowl going on at Hornet Stadium tonight between Sac State and Montana under dim lights of ESPN 2, man. So vibes are all the way up here in Sacramento.
And that's a 7:30 kickoff, right? I was looking at a graphic earlier. That's not a 7 o'clock kickoff. That's a 7:30 kickoff.
7:30, which allows me to do the double dip. I'm blessed. I'm fortunate enough. I'm able to do it. But yeah, I'm gonna go peek my head in at the Golden One Center, say what's up to my people, do a little work there, and then head on further down to J Street, down to Hornet Stadium. Hopefully, it probably won't be a kickoff, but a little after that.
Yeah, well, I've been reluctant for the last 2 years, but Katie yesterday was like, I don't really know what we're gonna do for dinner tomorrow. We haven't done shopping. I was like, oh, baby, it's okay. I'm gonna tell you exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Sac State a little bit early.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to Sky River Touchdown Zone, and we're gonna have some Buckhorn Grill.
Come on,
that's what we're gonna do tonight.
Now, I will say this. They do switch it up now because they had a very, very good Mexican food place. I don't know where it was at. I don't know who it was, but it was good. I had some tacos. I had some nice Mexican rice. It was good stuff. They were there last week, so my assumption is that the Buckhorn Grill will be there tonight, but they do switch it up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I know they're not going to miss.
Either way, they're not going to, and the popcorn.
They're not going to miss. But if I said that I wasn't looking forward to the Buckhorn Grill for 6 months now, I'd be lying.
Come on, man. Them sliders are.
I literally, for all that you have said about them on the air and off the air, I never tried one until the last game.
Mm.
And there was very much a, okay.
Yeah.
Like, this is fire. Like, all right.
Like that. They butter all right, Jesse, I'm just talking food here. Relax.
You don't tell me to ref my game, pal. No, you play the game and I'll do my job.
What do they do, KC?
They butter the buns. You know what I mean? They butter the buns. And it's just Yeah, just let me play. Just let me do my thing, man. Relax.
No, not on this show.
That's my boy right there.
Flag. I don't like that.
Come on, that's what they do.
Man.
Oh, but that adds to it. That adds to it. So yeah, man. Great night in Sacramento tonight. I cannot wait. Good stuff.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be fun.
I was gonna say great night, but it's whatever. It's a whatever night last night in the Bay Area. I'm not gonna be like, oh, great night, all this. It's a whatever.
Oh, it is, man. It
was a fantastic game.
Hey, we're not them. We love basketball.
No, that's true.
And that was phenomenal. Anytime you can see Steph do that, like lost in this, like you had a 50-point outing from Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon, I think, hit his first 8 threes of the game.
Yeah.
And wound up going, I think it was 10 for 11. And
no, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you see Twitter or watch Inside the NBA?
I did not.
Jesse might have saw this too.
Like you mean after the game?
Yeah.
No.
Ernie, they're talking about Aaron Gordon, and I forgot exactly what the stat was. I think it was 10 threes. Mm-hmm. And Ernie goes, in the category of you can't make this S up, I have a stat where Aaron Gordon with 10 threes on opening night ties the NBA record for threes made in the opening night.
Damien, do you want to guess which player?
Wait, run that back. The most threes
made on an opening night. I think that was the stat, but that's kind of.
And do I want to guess the player who he's tied with?
Yeah, it's pretty topical.
Oh God, it's not Terry Rozier, is it?
It's Terry Rozier. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh no!
You can't make this up.
If you hadn't said that, I was going to say Klay Thompson. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was crazy to see. But sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, Aaron Gordon was lights out last night.
Also, Aaron Gordon, 3-point sharpshooter. That guy's nice now.
Man.
And so like you had a Jokic triple-double. You had, Jamal had a double-double. You had heroics from Steph, a 42-point outing from Steph. Last night was beautiful.
Those
and I love
Steph hitting Clark was crazy.
I love watching Steph Curry do that against 28 other basketball teams. There's only one that I do not want to see him do that against. I was talking to my neighbor this morning. He was like, I know you saw that. I was like, I did. I get PTSD every time I see that dude do that, because I go back to that preseason game where he hit that 3 that beat the Kings in preseason, and I was legit devastated because there was very much I hate this guy. He has the ball in his hands late. You're losing. You're going to lose the game. Obviously, game 1 of the playoff series a couple of years ago being an exception, but he is a late game assassin, like very, very few others in league history.
I'm not a hater. I am not blind to certain things. When respect is due, respect is given. Okay. Now we all know the Chase Center is a dental office. It is a library. We all know that. But I can say, when Steph does that, it hits a little different. I don't know if that's the same for, like, even Jimmy Butler with the game glitching. It didn't hit like when Steph starts doing what Steph does.
Well,
it's
again, not the same, but trying to bring it home. We've all acknowledged when Malik hits a 3, it's different. Like Keegan can hit 2, and the reaction will be slightly less than if Malik hits 1. Right. There is something about a Malik Monk 3 that is electric. there is something about a Steph Curry three at the Chase Center that is electric. The funny thing is, there is something about a Steph Curry three late in a game anywhere in an NBA arena that draws an electric reaction from the crowd.
We saw it the other night.
We did. That's right.
When he hit that three in the Lakers game,
right,
there was a different buzz.
It's like an involuntary reaction to you slip out of your fandom of the Lakers or the Knicks or whoever, and you just remember like you love professional basketball, and you're like, I just saw the greatest shooter ever, one of the greatest players ever, to do what he does.
Yeah.
And there's something absolutely amazing about that, man. I have more and more appreciation for Steph Curry the more we get to watch him.
Yeah.
Like he has not lost a step.
I'm getting into the realm of, and we'll bring Bonta in. Bonta Hill of NBC Sports Bay Area in the building here in Sacramento. Look, B, we were actually just showing a little love. Okay, it's a rare occasion. We were actually showing a little love. You can attest to this. You've seen pretty much every game of Steph Curry's career. You've had a firsthand account for the last 4 or 5 years while being at NBC Sports Bay Area. And while that is a dental office down there in downtown San Francisco, it is a dental office. When Steph Curry hits a three, it is different. Like, you see it on TV, you can hear it on TV, and I'm sure when you're there, the buzz when Steph Curry hits a three and does some of the things he did last night late in that game is different.
Never gets old, man. Like, I was having a conversation with somebody a couple of weeks ago. It's like, I don't think I fully appreciated Jerry Rice. Like, Jerry Rice would walk off the field, 6 catches, $150, 2 touchdowns. And we're like, oh, that's just another day in the office. And I felt myself, even with radio listeners, you know, Steph dropped 40 and people were like, oh, whatever. Like, whatever. Draymond gets a technical, all lines lighten up. You know what I mean? Clay do something, all lines. Steph hits 46 and nobody gives a damn sometimes. And I'm like, yo, this is not going to happen again for this franchise. Probably not going to happen. Like, this dude, they threw up a stat yesterday, post 30. He's had 42 40-point games since he's turned 30.
Jesus.
He's 2 behind Michael Jordan for number 1 on the list. So when you start, like, and there's all type of records where it's like, oh, Michael Jordan, Will Chamberlain, Steph. Like, wait a minute, dude. Like, I'm not saying he's the best player ever, but when you start D-Lo and KC, think about, like, Michael Jordan's my all-time GOAT. I don't care what any, like, LeBron's never reached that stratosphere where Jordan was a cold-blooded killer. Like, Jordan is Jordan. And Steph is on these lists with Michael Jordan. I'm just like, dog, we got to, like, cherish this shit.
I don't think you can say that. This is.
Oh, are we live now? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we was live.
You're good. You're good.
This live. It's all good, baby.
Oh, man.
We got you. You're good. We got you.
It's all good, man.
Bonta DeRozan,
man. And it happened to be with y'all. Oh, man, we're going to shut it down. How do you do the brothers like that, man?
It's a classic.
With the brothers, man.
It's a classic.
Can I tell you, that's my favorite thing is people are so comfortable with us. They don't know if the show is on. They don't know the show if it's off. They don't know if this is a podcast. They don't know what's going on. There's two things I want to say real quick. And I'm going to start with one and I'm going to get to Steph. In case he's sorry to do this because we haven't got to do this on the air yet. Bonta, and I'll speak for Kenny and Jesse and bro, we're so proud of you.
I appreciate that,
what you have done, you know, through your run at 95.7 in the morning roast, and now everything that you're doing at NBC Sports Bay Area, everything you're doing covering the San Francisco 49ers, being at these games, being at these practices, you know, the way that you've advanced your social media content to bring something like fresh to a different audience. to everything that you're doing with the Golden State Warriors and with Festus and Mullen and all of those guys, and to bring that stuff back to social media, man. It is so fun to watch what you do. It is so motivating to watch how you continue to expand your platform. And I know I texted this to you a few days ago, but it needs to be said publicly, man. We are just incredibly proud of what you have done. And it has been for an individual, and I don't think I've ever actually met in person to be able to watch your journey and be like a tiny part of it is just awesome, man. And your flowers need to be given.
Wow.
And I want to make sure we're doing that right now.
Well, I appreciate that, man. You're about to make me tear up on the real, man, because, you know, KC's been part of this journey. I've seen KC grow. And I told you this, D-Lo, like when I was a promo intern, I was like, man, who's that dude in Sacramento? And when I started coming on your show, I started connecting dots. Like, wait a minute. That was the guy who gave me hope up there in Sac, that people like us can be on the airways. People like us can host a radio show. We can actually be articulate and spread our wings a little bit. And so, you know, I'm blessed, man. I'm not going to lie to you. And I tell whenever I walk in the 95.7 the game and I hear people complaining or this and that, I say, hey, think about it, man. It's a privilege to do what we do. Mm-hmm. We would be doing this if we weren't working. We love this stuff. We're cut from a different cloth. We eat, sleep, and you know what? Sports. And, you know, to be able to get paid and have the access. And like every day I'm talking to Mully, I'm like, man, now it's like when Mully hit me, I'm like, what up, Mully? Like it's nothing. But the first few times I'm like, dude, this is a Hall of Famer, like hit my line. And now we talk every day. Fezzi, the same thing. Like that's my brother who I was watching and maybe critiquing on the level, like, why'd you foul LeBron in the finals in Game 7? And now that's my guy. So I just try to spread that same joy and that same love, like, and be as authentic as possible and not change because, you know, I tell the same story all the time and I'll be quick with it. But when I met a janitor, my first game I covered at the JUCO level, City College of San Francisco, and I had a conversation with this janitor. And he's like, all right, young man, be great out there. You're going to do awesome, blah, 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 blah. And I said, okay, no matter wherever this goes, I've got to talk to those same people, the janitors, the ushers, the security guards, the people who take the tickets. And I still talk to those people every single day. And they always tell me, Bonta, we love you because you never change no matter what. Whatever the role is, whatever you're doing, you've never changed and keep that same energy. So I appreciate it, man, because I'm just trying to represent for us and be a role model for guys who look like us and even other people, white, black, Chinese, I don't even give a damn. Showing them that, hey, there is a way to make the impossible possible.
Right,
and you are.
Yeah, you're doing.
Appreciate that. And that's crazy, D-Lo. I still haven't met you yet in person. And we've had so many conversations over the phone. That's insane. We've got to change that over the next year.
Yeah, we absolutely have to. Man, there's 49ers news out there that I really like to get to, but there's something regarding Steph that you were alluding to the categories that he's in, and I want to make sure we touch on it. And I'll steal a line from Kenny Caraway. There is a pound for pound discussion to be had with Steph Curry. When you talk about pound for pound, the greatest player of all time, like Steph is starting to reach. It feels like LeBron can't. Like there's nothing LeBron James can do to get to number one, right? For people who have him at number 2, there's nothing he can do to get to number 1. But it feels like every single year, Steph Curry is doing something to move up a list. Wherever you have him on the list, whether it's 15 or 10 or 5, he's doing something every year to where he's like moving up higher and higher and higher. And it really is, as much as I, hate to see him against Sacramento, every other team, like I said to Kenny to start this, I love watching Steph do that to 28 other teams in the league.
We've seen it and I don't know when it's slowing down. Mm-hmm. With modern medicine and the way he takes care of his body. And we saw the all-season tapes where he's got the weighted vest, running in dunes, running in mountains. And I'm thinking, that's what Jerry Rice used to do with those classic videos of running the mountains. And then, you think about the all-time greats as a guard to continue. Now, he doesn't have the same ability to blow by guys at a consistent level. He's still got to work very hard sometimes for his shots. I thought Christian Brown yesterday for the Denver Nuggets did a good job in the first half. And then Steph slowly figured it out. and he started to pick them apart. And the way he's treated his body, now you look at him, even 5 years ago to what he looks like now, he's been in that weight room. So he's got that grown man strength where he's finishing at the rim. And even when he gets fouled and he'll throw something up, Buki had a line yesterday. It's like, even when he just throws something up, it looks like it's going in. I mean, he scares the living death out of people. And the perfect litmus test is go back and watch those Kevin Durant finals when Kevin Durant was with the Warriors. Now, in my opinion, if Kevin Durant doesn't come, the Warriors don't beat those Cavalier teams. But the Cavaliers were still so petrified of Curry that Kevin Durant had multiple.
Oh, we lost you, big dog. We can't hear. I don't know.
It was yeah, somebody calling me, man. Let me go on Do Not Disturb. But he was basically opening up the lane for Kevin Durant because there was 10 eyes on Stephen Curry. So to your point, he can go another 3 years doing this at this level.
Straight up. I think he's in that category of a one-on-one, even with the way the game is changing and what he's kind of birthed with the youth and stuff like that.
Yep.
I'd be hard pressed to believe we see another Steph Curry. But look, I'm done with this. Okay, this isn't dub talk. I'm not Monty Poole. Okay, we're not here to talk dubs on here.
You don't want to talk Kuminga?
No, Kuminga watch is over. Okay, no.
Some of these Warrior fans are walking a lot of things back right now when it comes to Kuminga.
He looks good in 2 games, man. He's getting opportunities.
Okay, guys, one Kuminga question, and you can go. Right. And you can make this quick, Bonta. Do you think is there any chance he is a Warrior for the long-term future?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I think there's a lot to play.
Right.
I don't know yet. I hope he is, but I can't answer that right now, D-Lo. I really can't.
Got you.
In all seriousness, with that, could have talked more basketball with Bonta always, but I want to make sure we talk about the Niners, man. 5-2 against all odds, damn near. It didn't stop this week either. Brock is going to be out, Ricky's going to be out. Looks like Lenore is going to be out now, who I think he's the top 5 corner in the game right now. He's that locked down. Bryce Huff is going to be out, but yet they might go out into Houston and get another W. How do they keep doing this? How they keep losing guys week after week, but they always find a way, it seems like, so far in this season. How does this keep happening with these guys?
Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh. It took me a while for Kyle Shanahan to win me over. I think it was when they traded Trey Lance, and he was so forthcoming in terms of just explaining why he went through what he went through with Trey Lance and why he made the trade and why he made it when he did. He didn't have to, give us all the details about what happened with Trey, the meeting with Trey. And I said, you know what? Okay, I could live with that. I respect it. May not agree with all of it, but I respect it. That guy is a wizard when it comes to coaching. I know he doesn't have the ring. He doesn't have the ring, and everybody's going to hold that against him. He's, by the way, the only offensive coordinator to ever get blamed for a Super Bowl, in my opinion. How's Dan Quinn off the hook when his defense gave up a 25-point lead? Like, Shanahan got you a 28-3 lead against Belichick. Yeah, Shanahan gets blamed. I met a Falcons fan in Cabo. I never met a Falcons fan in my life. And he was like, oh, Shanahan's your coach? Oh, good luck with that. But it's Shanahan and it's Robert Saleh. He's got those boys buttoned up. Think about that meeting in Cabo out of all people, this Falcon fan, mad as Shanahan. I'm like, dog, you had a 28-3 lead, dude. And he's mad and irate. And first of all, he's a Falcon fan, which I was like, I never met one of those. But anyway, it's Shanahan and Saleh, man. Their culture, the attention to detail, being prepared, having a good game plan, managing the game right. I mean, this is some of Shanahan's best work so far. So to have all those injuries and to still be able to win games ugly, it falls on coaching the culture, and that's a tip of the cap to Shanahan and Robert Saleh.
Yeah, we got a note here that Kenny kind of said against all odds. I continue to be surprised by this. Bonta was surprised by it last week. I'm even more surprised by it this week. Brock Purdy's still not back.
Yeah.
We're going Mac Jones again. Ricky Pearsall. Is there Schefter didn't? Is Diamador Lenore out too?
I didn't see that yet.
Okay.
I just got back from jumping off my daughter. I didn't see that yet. I knew he had the quad, but Nico Collins and Christian Kirk is out for the Houston Texans. So the Niners may say, you know what? We're going on that turf in Houston. We don't believe in C.J. Stroud in that offense enough to have De'Amon Lenore and risk of an injury here. But the injury may be serious with the quad. You don't want to mess with that. So the fact that he's hurt, Bryce Huff is out for a couple of weeks. I mean, at some point, it's going to catch up with the 49ers. At some point, it will. And they have the Rams in a couple of weeks. And you better get right for the Rams because the worst thing that probably happened to the Rams, or the best thing I should say that happened to the Rams, was losing to the Niners on Thursday Night Football because they've got their act right since that football game. So he better get right for them. He better get right for Seattle later down the line. But I haven't seen anything that confirmed it. But the Brock Purdy injury, it's weird because I saw him walking in the locker room last week, and obviously it's just walking. You're not playing and planting and throwing the football. He looked okay, but it does worry you that your $265 million quarterback is not healthy again. And all of a sudden, the fans are starting to think, was that a mistake to give him all that money? Now, I still think there's more upside with Brock Purdy as opposed to Mac Jones because Mac Jones is a statue back there. But Mac is not as bad as what we all thought he was, and he's playing within the system. So as long as you get the running game going and you get Mac upright, make sure you protect him, this offense is going to continue to hum. But I caution everybody, they haven't scored more than 26 points in a game. So they've stalled out in the red zone a couple times. That's where Brock Purdy's mobility comes into play. So if they want to get to where they want to get to, which is Levi Stadium for the Super Bowl, they're going to need a healthy Brock Purdy at the end of the day.
But that's where the return of George Kittle comes into play, yeah?
George Kittle helps. It was crazy, right? Last week, he didn't even catch a pass. And they ran the ball down the throat, so he helped the run game. They got that run game rolling, which is crazy because everybody said Christian McCaffrey was washed. But then on the flip side, they said the offensive line was terrible. So is Christian McCaffrey washed or is the line terrible? That don't go together to me. So you can't, and plus you can't be washed when you're catching about 7 passes a game and running routes better than half the wide receivers in the league. So George Kittle does help, but they also need some guys on the outside, whether it's Pearsall, whether it's Jennings, Kendrick Bourne, or the wild card in Brandon Ayuk, which I think if Ayuk gives them anything, D'Lo and KC, it's a bonus this year because I don't expect much from Brandon Ayuk coming off that injury.
I agree. Feel the same way. B, we appreciate you, big dog, man. You came to the Golden One Center January 9th. It's a Friday night. The Kings are at the dental office. I'm circling that on my calendar, man. I got to pull up on you now, dog.
D'Lo, every time I look at D'Lo's this year, we got to get D'Lo down to the dental office. Every time I look at his Instagram, he's at Disneyland or something. He might be daddy of the year right now, man. What's going on with D'Lo? We don't got no Louis V jackets no more. We wear Mickey Mouse hoodies now.
Oh, hey, hold up, sweet. Don't get it. I still got those jackets. Hey, I'm still D-Lo. Don't worry about that.
I gotta get him. Hey man, he's riding roller coasters and everything, man, wearing goofy hats. I gotta get him to the dental office, man. Come on now.
Priorities has shifted. Your boy's a happy man. Hey, before you leave, let's bring Eddie in here. This is an iconic quad right here. Bonta and Eddie Gonzalez on the same stream at the same time.
Oh man.
Come on, what's going on?
Oh man, this is legendary. This has made my day.
What's going on, big fella?
Twitter, he getting into it with somebody, man. I'm like, man, I wish I could do that these days. Because sometimes I want to tell somebody to shut the hell up.
Hey, what a reputation. Oh, that's the dude be arguing. That's it.
No, I love your stuff on Twitter, man. You tweet some of the stuff I want to tweet, not just because I got to protect the check with these corporate moguls.
Hey, trust me, I know the game. I hear you, boy.
Hey, Bonta, we love you, boy. We appreciate you.
Love y'all too, man. Good to see you, Eddie, D'Lo, Casey. I'll be up there soon, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bet. We're going to hold you to that. That's a man, Bonta Hill, right there, NBC Sports Californians. We welcome in Eddie Gonzalez live in Houston. Hey, man, my only question is, how much screen time are you getting on Netflix? Are you the narrator, the EP? Like, what do we got?
All right, man, it's real quiet in here, man. It's real quiet in here. It's sunny, but it's real quiet. I'm not well traveled. I didn't know how hot it was in Houston. I landed in a hoodie and a sweater, a hoodie and sweatpants. So
I didn't know it was so hot out there.
Bro, it's 90 something. It's crazy out here. Yeah, I was like, all right. Thankfully, I threw some shorts in the bag, but and then as y'all see, I'm on my telephone. I literally forgot the password to my MacBook. So my MacBook is telling me I can't even try for another half hour. So it's been a good trip. Been a good trip.
You got to do the thing where you link the MacBook to your watch in case you forget it. Your watch, if you got your watch on, it'll open it up.
Oh no, look, this is the work one, and it has my fingerprint. And every
Oh,
once in a while it says, "No, you can't use your finger. You got to remember your password." It's like, all right, I know my password, but this particular one, it needs like 12 characters and this many numbers, and this. So it could be anything. It could be anything. They might have to come get this and give me another one. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all living?
We good, man. Kings home opener tonight. Basketball's back, so it's lit.
I like this jersey better than the usual, so I appreciate that.
Friday night lights tonight, man. Sac State 49 Friday. I'll be back next Friday. Don't worry about it. I had the Jerry Rice on yesterday. You know what I mean?
Can I still rep Sac State? I did like 3 semesters there. I didn't finish, but I can still rep it, right?
I didn't even go there and I rep Sac State. It's perfectly fine.
Okay, cool.
It's perfectly fine. As long as I can stand in the end zone for the game, I'll rep Sac State all day.
The one where they be fighting, I seen the fights the other day. I was like, all right.
That was beyond where we sit. Yeah, they don't.
No, I know it wasn't where you sit. I know that.
Well, KC don't sit at games no more. I don't know if y'all noticed.
It wasn't the sideline. It wasn't the sideline. I know. I saw that. So it wasn't you. You were safe.
Sometimes I gotta go Michael Irvin. Tonight, one of them nights, I gotta go Michael Irvin.
I gotta
go.
You might want to clarify.
What did he do? He was cranking the hell out of that thing.
You might want to.
You never go full Michael Irvin. Man.
Yeah, you might want to clarify what you mean by going full Michael Irvin, man. Like I don't know that you want that out there. And, hey, we're like Bonta. We got sponsors to protect, man. Sky River, he did not mean that.
And then Dilla, I was gonna let it go, and then he said it again, and then you got him. I was like, all right.
Hey, look on the Cowboys doc. I got to it a while ago, but him telling the story of how he stabbed the guy with the scissors. It's like, bro, you weren't okay. How a haircut situation turned into you stabbing somebody with some scissors?
Yeah, a haircut might do it. A haircut.
I mean,
gotta go.
I mean, in Mike's defense, we've all been there.
Yeah, what I'm gonna say.
We've needed that cut. We've needed that cut.
Mike,
yo, were you at the ring ceremony, the home opener, or the season opener?
No, I was not.
Okay.
I was not. Thankfully,
Okay.
Y'all might have seen me yelling at Buddy on the court.
What was the
for that foul, for the Chris Webber moment, for all that?
So, well, it's only a Chris Webber moment if they catch it.
Yo, shout out to Alfred Sengun was like, whoa, don't do that. We're out.
I'm not positive in this, but I'm pretty sure Sengun wanted to fight KD by the time that game was over. He had that timeout moment. But if you watch when KD bit on the pump fake and fouled him, Sengun immediately goes, "Oh."
He knew exactly what happened. He knew. I mean, they both did. So
I like KD,
open, but
I don't know why Sengun would want to fight KD. He kept letting him shoot the whole damn time. I said, KD, get the ball. You're Kevin Durant.
Great teammate. Yo, when I tell y'all, my phone been on fire for 4 days, and it's either why don't he shoot more, which is always the question. I get that every day. And number 2, did you ask him about that timeout? I'm gonna tell y'all, I did not. I teased him about it, but I never got a straight answer about what that was.
What a game! That game was crazy.
That game was incredible.
It's been a great. Like, it sounds weird to say 3 days into it, but it's been a great season already. It's been so dramatic for no reason.
On the court.
The games
so my question was, so if Chauncey Bell's out, like, technically he could still be on the clock. Now, obviously he's already replaced instantly, but couldn't he have bailed out quick enough and like really try to coach today? Like that was my thing, but yeah, the NBA wasn't going for that. So where does one get an X-ray? Like, I want to see the X-ray tables I need to fully understand what that idea is to me.
When they showed in that video with the glasses where you could see the cards, that was I've never seen anything like that before.
Yo, because my thing is, I got an X-ray, I don't know, months ago. But when you get an X-ray, they put you in a whole lead vest, and then the tech leaves the room like a bomb's about to blow up.
Yeah.
Y'all just had one under the card table and was just doing that every couple of minutes. Like, this is crazy to me. I need to see it. I want to see it in action.
That was insane. Just hearing, I didn't see the video, but just the talk of what they were doing is crazy.
You got to see the video. Video's crazy.
The words in the tweets, like they talking about Cosa Nostra and Chauncey Billups, and like I'm like, yo, this is straight out of Goodfellas. Like, what do we between that and the Louvre getting robbed? Like, what century are we in right now? It's like the 1950s right now.
Seeing La Cosa Nostra in a tweet that also contained Terry Rozier and Damon Jones was absolutely incredible.
I love that gambling has come this far in sports to where like none of us were surprised. Like nobody was like, wow. Everybody was like, no, I can kind of see that. Like if I thought about it a little bit, and then they got footage and they got all this stuff. There's always a tweet, you know what I mean? So it was like we're just not even surprised anymore. This is not the first gambling ring in sports that we've seen. This isn't even the first NBA player that's probably gonna go to jail for a long time. This is like it's not new. This is crazy.
I'm just. Did you see the other name from Pablo?
Oh, KG.
Oh no,
KG. Kevin Garnett.
Again, were you surprised?
What's the movie?
They said it was Operation Royal Flush.
Oh,
that was the name of the sting for the poker ring thing.
Did you see the card player on his podcast? It was like, yo, I did a game with Chauncey Billups 2 years ago and it was fixed. And he's like talking about it for 3 minutes. I'm like, yo, so it's just known. Like this is just a thing that was happening and being talked about. Where was everybody hiding?
And look, the crazy thing is have you heard like some of the names that got arrested as well? Like it's real mafia.
Quack.
Yeah, Black Andy. Ice Cream Ray or something. Like it's like, yo, it's straight out of what's that? Is that Goodfellas where they start the movie by saying all the names? Those are all the people Chauncey Billups was
at the Coca Cabana. He was saying, yo, I love that this still exists. Like this is a thing I didn't know. I would have never known. Like I'm not in the mafia. I just assumed this was some movie stuff, but no, these dudes is just still doing this and bullying basketball players into getting in the mix with them.
That's crazy.
I've been wondering, like, how deep in was Chauncey Billups to where like he had to do this? Because he's got to be making $6 million a year or something. Like, and that's not to say he can't gamble $6 million, but he got to be deep in. It's like, all right, Chauncey, here's what you're gonna do because you owe us this much, and it worked. He did it.
That's crazy. Somebody, matter of fact, it was Bill Simmons. I got to credit him with this one. But he brought up a good point about gambling. And he was, he's a gambling guy and all this other stuff. But he was like, when you talk about Terry Rozier, which might be like the line, it might be the line. Why do we have Jonte Porter unders that we can bet on? Like, why? Why we should never be able to say Jonte Porter or even Terry Rozier can fix the game by going under. The more or less or whatever, that should be reserved for the superstars. If you're not one of them, you could only bet on them scoring more. That's it.
Yo, they're betting on preseason. They're betting on like any sport they could pay for. Like it's crazy, bro. Like I don't know why you can bet on Jonte Porter. I watch a lot of NBA, and I feel like I'm 10%, not the 90th percentile fans. I would have had to Google Jonte Porter. Like I would have took me a second. Like, I was watching King Suns the other day. I had to Google like 3 dudes. I'm like, who are these people? And they playing good. Like where does this guy come from? It was like, yo, to be that in deep, where it's like, yeah, I'm going with the Terry Rozier money. Like, you got to call the number at some point. At some point, you just like these dudes make discords and groups like they yelling at players of the game for one more rebound. It's it's a sickness, but it's like it's cool because if you mess around and win, you can post it on Instagram and you're the man. So it's nasty out here, man. Me personally, I don't gamble. It's like I got a friend in Sac who does like daily, and he's like, yeah, some days I'll lose like $800, but then the next day because I got a system, I'll win like 3,200. I'm like, bro, that day where I lose $800 would ruin my year. Like, are you serious? There's no reason to do this.
Do you think we see the end of player props?
No, hell no.
Really?
Again, we have a player in prison right now, and it just kept on going. Like we had multiple NFL players get hit, and it just kept on going. It's getting worse. We're seeing it more. They're putting it on the court as you watch the game. We're putting uh, uh lounges where you can bet in arenas, and like we're getting more states that
Yeah.
can gamble. Like this is only going to get worse. Every bit of content you consume, like 99% of it about sports, there's a gambling sponsor somewhere. Your favorite podcast, your favorite game, your favorite TV show, all that stuff is at some point they're gonna tell you one of these sporting books is sponsoring that. And they're too in deep now. How can they get out? There's no way. The ESPN lets you bet on ESPN.com. And I know they took the little logo off the Chiron because they were talking about it, but that's not gonna stop them from taking the money from the betting people.
Right, right. And but what actually did happen is probably what you want, because Vegas or whoever did said, yo, this don't look right. Like I gotta understand if it was 200,000 on Steph, 200,000 on Terry Rozier, call up Adam Silver right now. Something ain't right. And
No,
that's
that's a
kind of
great
what you
point.
want, right? Like you
They're
want
not.
something to look crazy, give somebody a call and notify them.
That's a great point. They're not cleaning it up so people stop gambling. They're cleaning it up so they can say, "Look, we're maintaining the integrity. Keep gambling, please." So that's a great point. I mean, it's not going nowhere. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get more specific. It's in too deep. This is sports. Like we're 20 years ago, Chris Berman was the only one saying the line on TV. Now, like everybody's saying it. Now you got players celebrating on benches very conspicuously because of what's going on. So
That
like
was
it's like this is fully ingrained in the sports experience. Somebody close to me, a couple people close to me work in these places, and like what happens a lot too? It's kids gambling. It's kids in states where they could gamble using their mama's account or whomever, and they making parlays in ninth grade and eighth grade. Like they're doing that. So like this is part of sports now. There's no way out of it. It can't get so bad that they get out of it either. Like this is bad. This is a multinational ring of gambling, including a coach in Damon Jones, a player in Terry Rozier, and this is not the first one. And they played a bunch of games after. It's not stopping anything.
You think do you think Windhurst misspoke yesterday? Do you think the NBA was aware of what happened and tried to cover it up to a certain degree?
So I said this on my stream on playback. We talking about it yesterday. I don't know if he misspoke, but what I will say, and I'm not trying to defend the league, is the FBI can investigate in ways that the NBA can't. The NBA has a security force, they have an investigative force, but that's mostly like, we don't want you messing around when you're outside. We want to make sure you're safe when you go, that type of stuff. Every team has security, on and on and on. Can they tap your phones? Can they get subpoenas for your phone records and see what's what? Can they track your IP address? I don't know if they have all that within what they do. You know what I mean? But the FBI can. And you would imagine a lot of this stuff is happening on the phone. The Terry Rozier situation is on the phone saying, come get this money and all that. So like I don't feel like the NBA has some sense, but it's also not for the FBI to report it either. So I don't know what, Windhorst threw some names out there too, and like he seemed really giddy about this whole situation. I don't think the NBA would sweep this under the rug if they knew what it was. It's too big. It's gonna come out. FBI involved. Is there a concern around the league that some of their guys are gambling? For sure, for sure. And we've already seen Terry Rozier and Malik Beasley is a different situation, but we've already seen these situations where that happens. What can they do though? They can't throw him in jail. They can't. What Windhorst said that I thought was fascinating was when Terry Rozier supposedly faked the injury and then didn't play the rest of the season, he made it sound like the NBA sent him home. And I'm like, that's another like flagrant like crime, so to speak, in sports. If he faked the injury and the league knew it and said, you did this, you can't play no more. I don't think the NBA is completely on the up and up with us. I'm not gonna go Jordan 96 conspiracy theory 95, but I don't know that they knew to the extent that the FBI did.
Yeah, and I wonder. I kind of agree with that. I think because they talked about it more last night. You talk about subpoenas, like the NBA can't get that, the FBI can. But I wonder if the NBA, because they said they took Terry Rozier's phone and they went through the phone, and common sense said, yeah, he's probably doing something, but they might not have had the hard evidence to discipline him in that situation. Like you may see some stuff like, 50 Cent Kanan, like, yeah, he did that. You know what I mean? But that's doesn't work when you have a CBA and when you have a NBA PA and stuff like that. And I don't know, maybe that's what happened with the NBA situation.
And as a Dateline connoisseur myself, there's a big difference between we got to look in your phone and you gave us your password because you can wipe that. And we can go through your records and we can see what you said to everybody because we talked to T-Mobile. There's a big difference between the two things. So yeah, like that's kind of where I'm at. Again, I'm not trying to defend the NBA or say they're the most trustworthy league there ever was, but I can't imagine they have, the full knowledge of everything that the FBI does.
You think?
Oh, my bad, Dame.
I'm sorry, Casey. Go ahead.
Both of you guys, if they did though, and they did sweep it under the rug, Silver.
Yeah, that's why I was. That's where I was going. Is how much trouble, I guess there's probably a better word for it, is Adam Silver in if we determine that, maybe this is something they were aware of, and whether it's at the behest of the owners or not, someone's got to take a fall for it, and it ain't going to be Stan Kroenke. It ain't going to be Vivek Ranadive. It isn't going to be James Dolan. It's going to be Adam Silver. Well, I'm sure Kings fans would love that. Yeah, I'm sure Kings fans would be elated if they could find some way to point the finger at Vivek Ranadive.
For Terry Rozier.
Vivek was the poker game.
That's my cynical thing is like, who else is here? And what level of player would the NBA turn the cheek? We make the Shohei Ohtani jokes, but same for that. Like, wouldn't it be easier for them to pass the buck or explain this in some way? I'll let y'all, like, y'all know because y'all go. If you go to Summer League, if you go to the Wynn or the Aria, 3 a.m, that's where you're gonna see the NBA at. And you know what they're gonna be doing? Spending a lot of money gambling. Like this is part of the culture in a lot of ways of professional sports. And so, is there more guys doing this? There has to be dudes, whether it's parlays, whether it's whatever. Is there guys literally fixing games and trying to miss shots and stuff like that? I don't know, but once you throw in that little bit of temptation, to me, it's like steroids in baseball. If you tell a baseball player, I got the magic pill and it's going to make you bigger, stronger, faster, you're going to hit further. Not everybody's going to go, I need it. But some dudes are going to do that. And it's the same thing for this. Like, yeah, you tell 400 NBA players, y'all, here's that extra, whatever, $5 million. You just got to do this every now. You give them the blue chip speech. Not every player is going to do that. But it's going to be a couple. And that's what we're seeing there.
And it brings everything into question, right? Like it just brings everything that you see into question as a sports fan and an observer. I even thought about, I was driving in and I was thinking about, I don't know if you guys remember this, but 2 years ago, Sean McVay was playing the Niners. They were down 10 and they were like on the 43 or something like that, like in field goal range. It was a deep field goal, but they were in field goal range. They were down 10 with 2 seconds left, and he kicks a field goal. And everybody was like, why would he do that? Like, what are you doing? You lost by 7. So what? The spread, I think, was 7.5. And I remember people were like, nah, he wouldn't really. But now I'm thinking about that, right? I'm thinking about
how can you not? It's a segment on ESPN. It's a segment on SportsCenter to show us bad beats. And it's like, sometimes it's a silly coincidence and a college kid runs back a touchdown he didn't need to run back. But sometimes it's like the Kings and Suns. When Zach LaVine hits a three from a foot behind the line, the ref immediately says, "Nah, that's a two." You can't review it. It never comes back up, and that's it. And you know what the spread was? 3.5.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's that, and you just like, hey, what is there something more to it here? Like, is there something? And again, NBA is the league where a ref literally admitted to colluding with the mafia. So like at some point I have to like not be completely blind and understand there's some silly stuff going on here.
He's back out there too. You know he gonna hop back out there. I saw him this morning.
Oh, he going
He
oh
back
he
out.
waiting he about to write another book, boy.
How did you feel about the way the Rockets looked on Wednesday?
I was real happy with how they look. You know, I think the thing for this team is it's gonna take a while. They're working in a very important part of their offense, and they're figuring out a new way to play with double bigs, with making Alfred Sengun the center of what they do and the hub of that, and then Amen Thompson playing point guard and almost creating all of their offense from the top of the key, which he just wasn't doing last year when you had Fred VanVleet. But when I watched the next 2 days of NBA basketball, the Thunder looked like monsters, and it took 2 overtimes and a lot of stuff to happen for the Rockets to finally lose to them. And one of those things was Amen getting hurt as well. I thought he looked great. You can see kind of the framework of what they want to be, but you can also see they have a long way to go. Kevin will ease himself in. He's letting the young guys do their thing, and he's picking his spots. I always want him to shoot more than 16 shots. Trust me, guys. But it's a long process. I like how strong the defense looked many times throughout the game. I like the variance of the lineups they were able to have. Tari Eason needs to be better. Reed Shepard needs to be better. Like they need to be better. They lost the game, but they look like the team that I thought they were going to be, and they're only going to get better as they get better chemistry, as they figure out exactly how they want to run offense with Kevin, exactly how they want to work the two-man game with Alfred Sengun, and Amen Thompson didn't get those reps. He was quiet to the fourth quarter, and he finally realized, like, yo, these dudes can't guard me. Had two clutch layups in a row. It's just gonna if they stay healthy, it's gonna continue to unfold for them, and they're gonna find more and more ways to attack than they knew they had on Tuesday.
I don't mean to just talk KD because you're with us, but I was watching that game on Tuesday, and the game just looked so easy, like one-on-one. It almost looked like Golden State again, where it was just I got one-on-one coverage all game long. I'm picking my spots, like you said, and when I get it, it's in great shooting places on the court for me, and I'm not missing. If that's the way it's going to be all year, that's going to be crazy for Houston.
Yeah, and it won't be Lou Dort every night either. You know, it won't be Alex Caruso every night. It won't be Wiggins. It won't be those long arms that they have over there in OKC. So, you know, it's gonna look better than other nights. Dort, you know, I always say Dort's playing the wrong position, the wrong sport. He could have been he could have revolutionized the edge rush position, but he wants to do that out here. So
Dre Greenlaw ass.
bro, he need to be the Mike linebacker for the Raiders. We might have had a defense, but you know, that's how he makes his bones in the league, and you gotta salute after a while. But it's not gonna be that every night. And I think tonight's gonna be a great display what they do against Detroit. You're not necessarily seeing that level of defense. I think you're seeing a decent team, but a different matchup. And again, it'll continue to unfold for them, and they'll continue to find more stuff for that offense.
It did look easy for KD. I'm really curious to see what Sengun looks like tonight.
Dude.
Sengun was in a bag I didn't know he had, and if that's him this year, we got problems.
Yeah, he's been on a roll. I mean, I thought he looked great last year in the playoffs, you know, and there's bigs take a while historically. They take a little longer to develop, but he just looks like a guy who's figured out who he is in this league, figured out what his game is in this league, figured out how to attack in multiple ways. You can send your big at me, and I can go around him. You can send your small at me, and I'm gonna post him up and take my time and get it right. He hits some threes. He looks incredible, and you know, having a weapon like Kevin, having a weapon like Amen, that only helps him look even better than he already is.
Yeah, they can win it all, man. They can win a title this year.
Yeah, I feel like again, not trying to be biased, but I feel like we watched two of the four best teams in the first game of the season. And, you know, NBA doing their thing with that script. So we've seen a lot of great games. I thought last night Warriors, Nuggets, that was two really good teams, and you see Aaron Gordon doing what he's doing. Like, it's the league kicking off really well,
We
and,
need
and,
to
and
talk.
football being so up and down, it's like, I think this is what we needed. This night to night stuff we can look at.
They got football this week. Like, they wiped football off the map this week. Me and Damien haven't talked football all week. Like, they got football this week.
Man, and it's like, even, we joked about the off-court stuff, but even, you strip that away and just the excitement for the league to be back and to see some of these players, and the Knicks run the Cavs off the court, and the rookies look great. VJ Edgecombe looked incredible. Uh, we get Coop when it was all right, but you're looking at Wemby and it's like, this might be the best player ever. Like, we might be on that arc right now. It's just so much to like about the NBA right now.
Enjoy the game tonight, man.
I'm gonna try, man. Hopefully, the good guys win.
Don't yell at your boy too much from the court, man. We don't want to be. Hey, security, look at this. This man over here in the corner.
I like our chances tonight, so I think it'd be cool. But I mean, the mood here is great, and I think these guys understand what the mission is for this team. So I had to come out, celebrate the guy, the first game of the season. So before we go, let's make sure we wish Drizzy Drake a happy birthday. He is 39 years old today. So come on.
Look, happy birthday.
More life to the
More
boy.
life. October's very own. You know what it is, baby. OVO. Come on.
How can we forget?
You guys are stupid, man. Go watch basketball, Eddie. Nobody want
Have
to
a
hear
good
this.
one, guys.
All right, boy.
Yes, sir.
That is OVO Eddie right there.
That was
we'll
a
come
power
back.
right there, boy.
And that was incredible. Bonta and the Eddie Gonzalez. Come on, man. We've got a couple of notes we could talk about in terms of week 8. I don't know that we need to. I would like to get back to the Kings. I want to get back to one more thing that we just talked about on the betting scandal. And we can elaborate even more on Kevin Durant's and Kevin Garnett's involvement as well.
I hadn't heard that.
So Pablo reported, but Pablo also followed up with details that appear to be directly from Kevin Durant. So I keep saying Kevin Durant, Kevin Garnett, KG. So we'll touch on all of that. There's still a lot more ahead here. As opening night of the Golden One Center is jumping off. We got Sac State football on ESPN tonight. It's D'Lo and Casey right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, you can get up if you need to, man, but I got to pop up real quick, too.
Okay. I'm good right now. I'm chilling.
Okay.
What's going on with y'all, man? What's going on? If you haven't already, like I said, I'm gonna tweet the link out, man. Check out my Kings reaction video. Check that out. Reacting to Kings Suns. I want to do one after Sunday's game. Kings Lakers. Might have a guess.
Maybe needs to stop messing around and get a PS5 already so we get the Twitch channel going.
Nah, yeah, that's facts. Although I haven't played my PS5 in a while. I think I might be done with like 2K.
So yeah, I'm just running MLB The Show still.
Yeah, I think I might be like locked in on the football and baseball.
I've been playing NCAA lately more.
NCAA. I didn't even
nothing new on 25 still.
I didn't get the new Madden last year because NCAA came out. I didn't really play the new Madden or 25 at all. My whole thought process was let me do Road to Glory and then transfer them into Madden. But I was focused on my franchise or my dynasty mode, so I hadn't really done that. So I don't know when I'm gonna get to Madden. I don't know, but I ain't got 26. I don't think I'm getting 26 either.
Remember that Road to the Show that I was always talking about?
Yeah.
Still same player.
you haven't retired yet?
No, not yet. It's like 2043 right now.
You're the DeMar DeRozan.
Legit. After that, I guess I'll just stop playing video games.
MLB The Show. I got to get the new one. Next year, I'm getting the new one. Plus, the Giants will have a new manager, a new philosophy, so that'll work out. Yo, if John Poles is still in here, salute. If UCLA wins this game, yo, if they win this game, I would have never seen a team quit in a more dynamic fashion than that team quit on Deshaun Foster. Because they're 3-0 since he's been gone. They beat Penn State. They've got Indiana this week. If they, bro.
Well, we play in LA. That's the guy that got fired?
Yeah.
I get it.
There were signs.
Yeah, I get it.
There were absolutely signs. No, don't get it twisted, John Poles. I'm not picking them for the upset. I'm just saying if it happens, I'll have my antennas up. Indiana, crazy, bro. They are cooking.
I'm not the biggest college football guy or anything, but like when I don't got nothing to do on a Saturday, it's perfect.
Oh yeah, it's fall Saturday afternoons now that's one thing that YouTube TV does have that I don't think Hulu TV does is the multi-view. Boy, I'll throw on 4 college football games in there real quick.
San Jose State, come hang out. Go ahead. You can bottom left screen right there.
I'll throw on a multi-view for college football. That's really the only time I use multi-view is when college football is going on. And then like now, like they did a good job. They'll throw on the NBA, the Major League Baseball playoffs in there with the 3.
See, that's what I'm hoping to do with the World Series. We got Sac State on ESPN too, so I'm hoping we get some multi-view action with that.
Work. Yeah, it should work. It won't be any NBA.
I was telling James that I relegated the Dolphins to multi-view now.
Oh,
they don't even get full screen.
Oh my God. Here we go, Dave. Here we go. We were talking a little college football a little bit because UCLA is playing Indiana. And I don't know if you've been paying attention, Dane, but UCLA, after firing Deshaun Foster, looking like the worst team in FBS. Maybe that's a little exaggeration, but they looked awful. They've won 3 in a row, including beating Penn State, and which really got James Franklin fired. And I told John Poles, if they beat Indiana on Saturday, all right. I don't think I've ever seen a team quit on a coach more.
Oh
if
my
they
God.
won 4 in a row, beating Penn State and Indiana after Deshaun Foster was fired. Jesse brought up a good point, though. There were signs. That was we're in LA.
Oh, yeah.
There were signs. Maybe he wasn't ready for this.
Oh, man, I forgot that was Deshaun Foster. Oh, God. Yeah, that was brutal. That was tough. That was a man who did not study for the test. He was not prepared. But we're prepared to celebrate 6 years of Baker Family Wine in West Sacramento. They got a party jumping off on Sunday, November 2nd. Of course, you can stop by their West Sacramento winery anytime you want to right there on Industrial Boulevard and grab you whatever type of wine is your flavor, whether it's the rosé, whether it's a cab, Zinfandels, whatever it may be. If you're going red, if you're going white, if you're going rosé, they've got it all. And they're going to be rolling out some new releases on Sunday, November 2nd as well. If you're worried about missing the football games, don't. They got TVs in there that'll be playing all of them. There'll be food there. There'll be desserts there. There'll be live music there. And that's jumping off from 2 to 5. 6-year celebration of Baker Family Wines. And yes, Dusty Baker will be in attendance at the 6-year celebration.
Dusty's such a good host for these things too. Like if you're there, he'll come talk to you. He'll come say what's up, man. So you get an opportunity to meet the Hall of Famer.
There's a when you're of that like level of a figure, a public figure, there's a certain level of you have to understand being a people person, right? And while a million people have approached you to say hi or take a picture or tell you a story about how they watched you or their dad watched you or their grandpa watched you or they watched you or you were there for this or you were there for that. Each story is individual. So for Dusty, it's thousands, probably more. But for that person, it's one.
Right.
And he allows every person to have that moment. And it's really special to watch. it's really special to see like he gets it.
Yeah.
And he is just, I can't say this enough. He's a great manager. He's an incredible winemaker, and he's a better person.
Straight up.
He's just an awesome individual. So shout out to Dusty Baker, Chick, Baker Family Wines, in their 6-year celebration going on November 2nd.
And also, I don't have my notebook in front of me, but shout out to Polo L, Bake Your Wine, and I'll make sure I put that in the standings.
Nope, please don't. Please don't bake your wine. Please don't put that in the standings. Please
Are you gonna get winner like a trophy at the end of the year or something? Or maybe, hey, winner at the end of the year, let's take a picture with D'Lo.
Anybody who wants to hang out with D'Lo is welcome, but this has nothing to do with bake your wine.
And by the way, Jesse, I hate to do it because we got somebody that's on a generational run right now, but there are some false starts going on. I didn't say anything about anything.
Yeah,
there is some false starts. They anticipated the snap count and it didn't work. So just saying.
What's that Kings fan? Go ahead and take a lap. Just rest of the show. Rest dog. Just.
Oh, is that an ejection? Is that a full on? Does a false start warrant an ejection in your league?
They're running the rest of the show.
Hey, what's going on with you, ref? We got to check. Let's check your phone records. Why does that warrant an ejection? What the hell's going on?
Wait, what did I do?
Well, I'm just saying, a false start, you get ejected.
Yeah, that's always been the rule. You get disqualified.
Let's see your phone records.
Your league is a sham. Jesse's on the take.
Look, I knew about it and tried to sweep it under the rug.
Well, you might not be the only one, Kenny Silver. I asked you.
What was your thoughts, man?
I mean, Eddie was pretty dismissive of this, and I know you positioned it in a different way, where like Terry Rozier's, Shante Porter's, those guys, and I don't know how you make the distinction, but maybe there aren't player props for guys like that. But I did wonder if, and maybe we're not there yet. And if we are, maybe we don't know the full scope of the FBI's investigation or what it has turned out. But do we at any point over the next 12 to 24 months see the end of player props? You can bet games, you could bet over unders, you can bet more or less, you could do all of that. But the idea that you can bet a Terry Rozier more or less on 2.5 threes or 1 or something like that, are those days coming to an end?
I don't think so. And I know it was a little tongue in cheek, but I actually thought it was a good point by Bill Simmons and a good fix, right? You should not be able to bet the under on Jonte Porter or Terry Rozier. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
And there's, I don't know what the line of demarcation is, but we know when we see it, right? For the type of player that warrants an under prop bet. You know what I mean? And I think that's a way to help alleviate that type of stuff. Like we shouldn't be able to bet the under on Jonte Porter's anything. It should all be more. You know what I mean? Like more points, more 3-point attempts. And if you want to bet on that, cool. But leaving the under where, it leaves room for them to do what Terry Rozier did, which is start throwing games, turning the ball over, missing shots on purpose. That's what that could lend that to. You know what I mean? If it's more, it's just regular effort for the most part.
Yeah, he's not. Sorry, Jesse.
No, so I think the most realistic option is like there's just too much money in this. Like it's just all right. We'll get the Terry Roziers and the Chauncey Billups is out. We'll get the ones who can't handle it out. But like it's just gambling and move forward. I don't think it's ever going back.
Yeah.
And in like in its most honest form of reality, that's what it is. That's exactly what we're talking about. And it doesn't appear, unless I'm missing something, Chauncey's not involved with the league yet. Or am I wrong?
I don't think so. That's everything that I've heard. It's a separate situation than sports gambling, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's but who knows what that slippery slope is. If he's dealing with guys like that in a poker game, I wouldn't have put it above them to be like, hey, who's playing tonight? Or how many minutes is Denny playing tonight or something like that. And people are having, they're getting creative with it and going back to certain games where he had some journeyman guarding LeBron James in the fourth quarter that like I've never heard of. Watch a lot about. I've never heard of this.
Chauncey
guy.
Billups, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a Bulls game I think tied to him where it's like I have to go find it, but like he didn't play certain players that day or something like that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's poker, but if you're dealing with people like that and they know who you are, that's a gateway to them saying, "Hey, what do you think about this game?"
So that's the true, the true gateway is the opening up to the Twitter investigators. That's the true gateway, because now you have, hey, how come he didn't play so-and-so in the fourth quarter? How come this player who was doing this didn't play with 5 minutes, left in the game? Or like, how come after this person hit 3 threes, they didn't get the ball again or whatever? Like you open yourself up to that. It's this is a pretty egregious example, but it's the Terry Rozier video. Like, as bad as that video was, Terry Rozier opened himself up to a different type of conversation. He could have just had a bad night, a ridiculously bad night. But imagine if Luka Doncic's name was mentioned. What video do you think is immediately going to emerge?
That Utah game.
That 3-minute highlight video we watched, that 3-minute low light video we watched of his god awful defense. Like that's good. Oh, well, that explains this. Luka's not a bad defender. He was throwing games. Like when the second your name is referenced in something like this is what happens. Jesse's reminding us we talk too much and we have to go to break. So we'll come back. We'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. We got a lot ahead here in the final hour of the show as the Kings open up the home portion of their schedule tonight against the Utah Jazz. That's all ahead here. It's Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
No. Poor Ryan. Well, poor mommy. Ryan went and took pictures today. Did not go well.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. You said she took pictures?
Yeah, I went to take some pictures at the Pennies or something like that. Got dressed up, looked beautiful, looked like a doll. The actual pictures, well, let me see here. I won't show anything, but
oh, well, yeah. I don't know that I got to finish this thought earlier. We should have no issue at all for New Edition.
Good stuff.
Yeah, he told me because it starts. The tour starts in Oakland. That's the very first show.
What day of the week?
Huh?
What day of the week is it?
It's Thursday. So the very first show is Oakland.
That's the D'Lo and KC on that Thursday.
No, that'd be on Friday. The second show is Vegas. So strangely, they're going Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Oakland, Vegas, LA on 3 consecutive days.
Wow.
And he said we should have because he was like, no, this person will get us anything we need. We should have no problem in getting tickets to any of those shows.
That's what's up. Yeah, I don't know. I might go see him out of town, man.
Yeah, Scooter. It's a New Edition. It's positioned as New Edition with Boys to Men. So I'm envisioning like a co-headliner thing with Tony Braxton as the.
Well, the way they said it in the video, did you see the video of them announcing it?
I did not.
They said it's going to be all 3 of them on the stage at the same time the whole time. So Yeah, but they specifically said no set changes, no quote unquote headliners. We're all going to be on the stage at the same time the whole show.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen Boyz II Men perform relatively recently. I've seen videos of New Edition perform relatively recently. I haven't seen anything from Tony Braxton. Boyz II Men still moves at a very, very high clip. I don't think all members of New Edition do.
These
Shout
guys are
out
getting up there too, by the way. They've got to be almost 60.
New Edition.
Yeah.
I mean, probably
Maybe
all
mid 50s. I'm trying to think if they're the same age as my mom. They got to be around there. Oh, here we go. We're coming back. Back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 on this Friday afternoon. Home opener night for the Sacramento Kings taking on the Utah Jazz at the Golden One Center tonight. Domantas Sabonis, if you haven't heard, is back. He's playing tonight for the Kings, missing just the opener, just the season opener with the hamstring pull. He is back and ready to go. And me and Jesse, and I think Damian feels the same way, he's not here to mess around. The little media scrum he had earlier, a lot of 3-second answers. It's time to play basketball. I like that from Domas. I like that.
Yeah, I think everybody knew what time it was if you saw that clip of him on the bench on Wednesday. As that game wound down, they caught a shot of him, and it was like, oh, it was like the infamous Draymond Green clip where they thought he froze. And he's just like looking forward. He's not moving. It doesn't even look like he's breathing. That was Domantas Sabonis on that clip. He was like, his head wasn't turning to the left. It wasn't turning to the right. It looked like he was looking forward at nothing. And that was kind of the moment where I was like, oh, I bet he plays Friday. He's pissed. They got their ass kicked on the boards. No disrespect. It was great to see, but they're running an undrafted rookie out there in the final minutes of this game, and he's sitting there like, we needed this one. We had this one. We should have won this one. We didn't. All right, I'm coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew Friday would probably be a little bit of a stretch. I think a lot of us, I did, felt like Sunday could wind up being his debut against the Los Angeles Lakers, and he just decided like, no, that's not going to be the case.
I wonder if Domas, we've talked about, DeMar. Well, DeMar talked about, being upset by the way that people perceive this team. And Russ came in for
Russ,
I'm upset about it, and I'm ready to do something about that. We haven't given Domas enough credit for maybe being pissed off about the way people talk about the team. And look, I'm not going to act holier than thou. Be pissed off about the way some people like myself sometimes talk about him, and him being anxious to get out there and prove the Kenny Caraways and others around the league wrong about who he might be as a player and the perception or the thought of what they can do this year as a team. I could understand Domas being pissed off. I love Domas. I really do. I know it don't always sound like that, but I love Domas. I think he's a hell of a ball player. But he might be like, yeah, I'm sick of hearing KC take shots or something like that, or try to trade me and be ready to get out there.
Or maybe he's not really keen on seeing articles about him contemplating early retirement.
That too.
Maybe that's also a factor. Like, man, what are these dudes talking about? Like I think we all have ideas on how, and I mean both fans and media alike. I think we all have ideas on how we think rosters should be constructed. And I will not fight anybody who says that this Sacramento Kings roster is certainly uniquely constructed. But it's uniquely constructed with a bunch of good basketball players. You just got to figure out a way to make it all work. And there were moments, a lot of them, particularly for 2 quarters. I'd even go further than that, because they just didn't look bad in the 4th quarter. But for the better part of 2 quarters at minimum, where they looked like a good basketball team. They looked cohesive. There was not a question of fit. You wanted to see, hell, I won't even say you wanted to see. Doug, the guy who matters the most, wanted to see paint touches and threes. He wanted to see segments of a shot clock. You got all of that. For probably you could make an argument for the first time, even including that 4th preseason game, even though you certainly saw it there. You saw for the first time what Doug had been talking about all of training camp. You saw elements of the 94 feet. You saw elements of the free flowing offense that they wanted to run with specific touch points. You saw all of that in the first half, and everyone knows like they kind of went away from it. And I think it's easier. I wonder, I should say, if it's easier to stick with a game plan when the game plan is working. And when, all right, everything we did in the first half worked, let's get back out there and do it. All right, running. We got the segmented offense, little paint touch. Kick out to Zach LaVine. Missed the 3. It's all right, boys. Let's go. Let's run it back. Kick out, throw over to Malik Monk. Missed the 3. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, we've missed a couple of shots in a row. Okay, I'm gonna try something different. DeMar DeRozan gets the ball, ISO, midi, brick. Okay, all right. Now we just need to get a basket, and you start now you start slipping away, and you try to find a way to calm things, to stop the bleeding a little bit, and it deviates from the so-called game plan. It deviates from the things that were working in the first half. They're simply not working right now because the shot isn't falling at the same clip, and you're trying to make an immediate adjustment. And the immediate adjustment is the thing that makes Kings fans so nervous. Oh, it's ISO ball. Well, DeMar is traditionally a pretty good ISO player. Right. It's just when that ball lost its energy, his shot stopped falling too. And then it just became a stretch where the Sacramento Kings are shooting bad. The Suns started to feel themselves a little bit. They hit a few shots. Now that lead is down to single digits. Now their guys are barking, and now you've got a whole different type of basketball game. Right. But the message that Doug had preached and that the guys had echoed during a lot of training camp and through the preseason, we were able to see it. It's just what's going to happen, and this is going to happen more times than not, where what's your line, Casey? Like it's the law of averages. If you're shooting 65% in the first half, just the game says you're not going to do that again in the second half. But are you going to shoot 50, 48? Because if you do, you're probably winning that game. Right. Or are you going to shoot 30? And they couldn't find the balance between the two dramatically different halves in that first game.
And the flip side, RIP, the flip side to all that is
invited to the poker game.
Oh, damn. They took him out back.
Took him out, yeah.
The Suns couldn't make a 3 to save their life in the first quarter or in the first half. Well, they might finish the game 3 of 27. We've seen it happen. But with guys like Grayson Allen, with guys like Devin Booker, Royce O'Neal, they can shoot the 3 ball. You would think they're going to start hitting some more in that second half too, right? So they're whatever they shot in the first half, it's probably going to go up to some degree in that second half. And that's kind of what happened there too. So you got to, we were talking about new addition during the break. Can you stand the rain? Can you stand when things aren't going the way that you want them to, or the way that you projected them to, or the way they went for you in the first half, and still be able to have a game where you come out on top and you're winning games and you're finding other ways to win those games? That's the challenge sometimes for this Kings team. And I'm interested to see what type of team we see tonight, man. Is this a team that is locked in on the defensive end again, like they were in that first half, and like I think they were in the fourth quarter? I know people, disagree and go back and forth with me about that. I don't think like all those possessions in the fourth quarter were bad. I saw some physical defense from that Kings team in the fourth quarter. They just weren't able to make enough shots and get enough stops to win that game. But if they bring the defensive intensity that they had in the first half in the fourth quarter for 4 quarters tonight, they're going to win this game, because I saw some good stuff from them defensively in those moments in Phoenix.
Do you have a concern in you, meaning Kenny Caraway, you meaning the Chatty House, you meaning anyone listening, that this is in fact the feast or famine team? That what we saw Wednesday is what this basketball team is. It's going to be the first half. It's going to be the second half. And there will, by law of averages, be a few games in between. But more times than not, it will be a game like we saw in the first half or a game like we saw in the second half.
That's a concern for sure. Is that, and I know that's not what we're asking right now, but is that who I think they are today? I don't know. But to your question of, are you concerned? Yeah, absolutely. Because you got some streaky shooters on there, and you got some streaky performers on that team. And even somebody like Zach LaVine, who I've been talking about it during the breaks a lot, but I did this reaction video to the Suns game opening night. And I made a comment while I was watching the highlights and stuff like that. Zach LaVine might be the most frustrating player maybe in the history of the NBA. He is so unbelievably talented.
Mm-hmm.
He is so talented. He is almost made out of a factory with what you would want a basketball player to be able to do: handle, jump out the gym, shoot the three, super athletic, unbelievably talented. But he's so frustrating because sometimes he just be coasting, or if the shot isn't falling, he'll duck away a little bit and not force things a little bit. And you're concerned, are we going to get first half Zach LaVine or second half Zach LaVine? You know, Dennis Schroeder. Who's the real Dennis Schroeder? He was kind of iffy in that first quarter in the first half, really showed up in the fourth quarter. And that's Russell Westbrook is the walking embodiment of this. Which Russ are you going to get from game to game? And you got so many guys like that on the team. Malik Monk is like that as well. That's got to be a concern for this Kings team. Like, which one are you getting from game to game? Hopefully they find a way to be a little bit more consistent than their track record has shown as individuals, and can bring that together as a team to be more consistent and even keeled, and make sure the floor is a little higher than what it is normally for some of these guys.
We saw what it looked like. Of course, the San Francisco 49ers have the Houston Texans this week. We've learned there's no Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall again in that game. Diamado de Lenore, who I mentioned earlier, thanks to Bonta for clarifying this. He's listed as questionable right now. They got a handful of guys that are out. But we saw what the immediate return of George Kittle did for Christian McCaffrey, and the way the San Francisco 49ers, we think, generally want to run the ball. Do the Sacramento Kings have a player like that? Do the Sacramento Kings have a player like George Kittle? Or let me rephrase this. Could Domantas Sabonis be like George Kittle and be a guy who comes back and unlocks a different element to the Sacramento Kings offense? And if so, who's the Christian McCaffrey in that scenario?
Yes, to your first question. And I think we were off air when we talked about this, but James Hammond's talked about it. We've talked about it before in off season. It might be Zach LaVine. Like if you get Domas in there in that 2-man game with him and Zach LaVine, we saw that in the preseason. Those were the only 2 guys that were really doing anything offensively in all 4. Well, they didn't play the last game, but Sabonis didn't play the last game, but in the 3 games they played together, those 2 were the ones that were having the offensive success. You saw some of the pick and roll game that Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis were able to start getting comfortable with. Zach might be the Christian McCaffrey to Domas's George Kittle in this situation. Because I think DeMar is going to do things regardless. Might say Malik, but I still think Malik is kind of on his own. And while Zach is too, I think they pair up really well though, Domas and Zach LaVine on the offensive end, and you can get Zach so many more open looks with the 2-man game, with the way that Domas passes, maybe Zach cuts and all this other stuff. I think that could be the answer to that question. Zach LaVine being that Christian McCaffrey type.
The funny part about that, and I think that's an interesting. I think it's important to point out Zach LaVine was really good on Wednesday in the first quarter. Could Domas's presence have helped him? Hey, I got a couple of ideas. Let's hit this DHO right here. Let's see if we can find you some different looks than you had there in the first quarter. Of course, Wednesday's game is different on a multitude of reasons if Domantas Sabonis is there. But even if you just went with the most basics, that Zach LaVine is hot in the first quarter, or that Zach LaVine is hot in the first half and not in the second, it's fair to pose the question of what would Domantas Sabonis have been able to do to after a couple of missed shots, after a slow stretch for Sacramento, what would he have been able to do to not only get Zach LaVine going again, but perhaps also Malik Monk, who kind of cooled off there a little bit in that second half. Was there something that Domas could have done to help get Keegan Murray some different looks there in that second half to where he could have got rolling again? To get somebody, could Domantas Sabonis have been the key for somebody to get those, for someone to get not even hot, maybe just warm in the second half? Someone who just could have helped them shoot above a 31% clip or whatever that second half percentage was, and thus those shots help slow down what Phoenix is doing on the other end. And those leads don't disappear so quickly, especially when you go back to, that we highlighted it a lot yesterday, and I think rightfully so, that stretch from near the end, the final 4 or 5 minutes or so of the third quarter into the first 2 or 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. The game we were looking at a completely different basketball game, to where the Kings went on the offensive to they were getting pummeled in the corner, and you're wondering if the ref's going to stop the fight. Like, it shifted that quickly for them, and it felt like they couldn't find anybody to slow it down for them.
Barrett Bryce in the chatty house asked a question. He asked it and kind of got an answer as we continue to talk more, but I still think it's a good question. He says, Casey, do you think Malik can be Christian McCaffrey? Malik and Domas play really well together in the 2-man game. And we kind of mentioned Malik, but I thought, so let's just say everybody is doing about what they do. DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, Schroeder. Nobody's going crazy, but 22 for DeRozan, 22 for LaVine, 17 for Sabonis, 14 for Schroeder. Everybody doing what they do. If that unlocks Malik Monk to go crazy, it makes the team different. Like when Malik is kind of how he was on Wednesday, or super 6-man Malik, it makes the Kings different. And maybe by virtue of that observation, maybe he is the Christian McCaffrey. Maybe he's the one that can elevate them to potentially being a good team if he's unlocked and playing at a super high level. You know what I mean? Does that kind of make sense? I mean, outside of what we talk about with the emotion of the arena, if you got all that stuff going on, but Malik is 9 of 15 for 19 points, 21 points, I feel like the Kings win. I feel like they win if he's doing that.
You feel like they win, period, or you feel like they win Wednesday?
Period. Like I said, everybody else is doing their normal stuff. Nothing spectacular, but still solid. Zach, DeMar, Domas, Schroeder. But Monk comes out of nowhere and gives you 19. Yeah, they beating a lot of teams.
Okay, I'll take that and ask, in that situation though, you need a guy. Is the guy DeMar? Is it Zach? Is it just one of those two? Is it Domas? Do you have to have in that scenario you presented, do you have to have a 25 to 30 point, a 24 to 30 point scorer for that 19 from Malik to have the same impact.
It doesn't feel like it. Like I said, if DeMar's got 22, Zach has 22, Domas has 17, and Schroeder has 14, and now Malik comes out of nowhere and is giving you almost 20, feels like you got enough. But that in the event that those other guys aren't going crazy, Malik picking up for that and having, because normal a regular game for Malik might be 13 points, just throwing out a number. But if all of a sudden he's got 21, oh yeah, that picked up the slack. And the intangible things that we can't even really put a number on, the feeling that I think it gives that team when Malik is cooking feels a little different than if you don't know he's out there.
Understood. Understood.
Does that make him McCaffrey? Does that give him that type of McCaffrey feel?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know. Like it gives him a.
I don't know who else to compare him to on the floor.
Yeah, I don't either. Like I'm trying to because
Juwan, like Juwan is cooking and got 100 yards. Like the Niners are cooking.
And so in the scenario you presented, yeah, I guess that does make him. That does give the impact of Christian McCaffrey in the scenario that you presented, and perhaps it gives Domantas Sabonis the George Kittle role in that. The thing that I'm thinking so much about is prior to Kittle's return, McCaffrey was playing really well, and the 49ers were winning football games. The tough part about this exercise with Sacramento is we've got one basketball game, and that's what we're trying to work off of. We're working off a singular basketball game in which Domantas Sabonis didn't play, but and Keegan Murray didn't play, but you got really good performances from DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. I thought Dennis was pretty solid, and obviously Malik Monk is terrific. If that's and this is one of the most tantalizing things, and I'm gonna go yes. I'm gonna go yes. This does work, because if Malik is what we saw Wednesday regularly, he's in the 6th man of the year conversation again. And if Malik Monk is that regularly, and he's in the 6th man of the year conversation again, the Kings are winning basketball games. I don't think Malik is doing that, especially off the bench, and the Kings are losing.
Right.
We outlined earlier one of my biggest concerns going into tonight's game, based on what we saw in the Utah-LA game, the Utah Clippers game, is their bench, the Utah Jazz bench, absolutely lit Ty Lue and his group up. And I think I can't remember. I think it was like 53 or 54 bench points. If that happens tonight, the Kings are cooked. They don't have, especially with the absence now of Nick Clifford, the absence of Keegan Murray. It's great Isaac Jones is back. It's wonderful that Domantas Sabonis is back. You're already pulling some firepower from your bench to help that starting lineup a little bit. You can't give up 53 points to their second unit. And they've got some ball players who aren't afraid to shoot. They've got some ball play. This is probably the beauty we joke about. You joked yesterday about on the handoff, the annual Utah Jazz good start. Right? They ain't got a care in the world. Like, what do they got to lose? They don't have anyone who needs to focus on minutes. Hey, we're playing basketball. We're just throwing our guys out there. He's going to play 23 minutes. He's going to play 24 minutes. We're just adjusting on a night-to-night basis. Those guys are just living carefree. And eventually, at least in the past handful of seasons, it's caught up with them. Would really love for it to catch up with them tonight. Yes. But if that Utah Jazz second unit is cooking at that level, the Kings are going to be in big trouble, because they just don't have the firepower to match that, unless you're getting that performance that you just laid out from Malik Monk and a high performance from Keon Ellis, which we spent the last 2 days saying is probably going to be really difficult if Malik Monk is playing that way.
Yeah. Now there's no Neat though, too. So
maybe that opens things up for. That's a good point.
Potentially. 129 points for the Jazz in that opener against the Clippers. Yeah, I don't know if you can give up 129 again. But here's the other thing about this Kings team tonight. Drew Eubanks will put Maxime Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell. 7 points, 9 rebounds. 7 points, 9 rebounds from the center position on Wednesday night. Yeah, Domas should be able to exceed that. You know what I mean? Like Domas might give you 20 and 13, not to mention the assists that he gives you as well. And I bring that up to say, yeah, I don't think you can give up 129 and beat this Jazz team. But you got 116 the other night with those guys playing well, and you got nothing from the center position offensively. Maybe you can get into a shootout with these guys, but I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. You want to limit that bench production as much as possible. Like, you can't have Sensabaugh getting 20. Like, you don't want to have any 20-point per game or 20-point score coming off the bench for the Jazz.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough, even with Sabonis coming back with his production.
Which is probably the same thing they're saying about the Kings. We can't let. I mean, he scored 19. You can't let Malik Monk go for 20 tonight. If we keep Malik Monk from going, and if I'm Will Hardy, that's what I'm telling them. Like, if we keep Malik Monk from going for 20 tonight, we're in great shape. They don't have the depth to do this. Shout out to Securin. And forgive me, brother. I'm just noticed the name change. Securin to Carter.
I didn't see that.
Securin to Carter. Hey, he does. You know what, man? Okay. You know what? Hang on, Securin. We're gonna get to that. Go ahead, Casey.
Securin to Carter. No, I was just about to ask. Like, we get him when we come back.
Yeah. We'll talk. Karen Carter says, why does it have to be Malik or Keon? Give all Russ's minutes to Keon. I'll tell you why. And a very weird observation when I was doing some research on Devin Carter this morning. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, listen to TCG. Hit the like button.
Tyler Carter does rebound well. All right.
You see, we had 9,000 subscribers today.
I did, man. That's pretty great. We didn't pay for any of them.
It's facts.
Shout out to y'all, man. We appreciate you. Katrina, that's out of pocket. Right on, Casey Tucker. We appreciate you.
Yeah, shout out.
Up. You guys ever figure out who is getting the Twitch subscription money? Yeah, the company. The company gets it, and I guess it just makes us look good. So good for us. Good for us. Got to keep this work computer from falling asleep so I can see wide orbit. Michigan, what up, boy? Yeah, how many of the subscribers are NFL stream? 899,999. Jonathan, what's up, baby? I don't even know if Jonathan could hear me. And that door closes loud. Right on, Drew Down. Drew Down, what you doing out there? You going to see Dr. David? About 25 seconds.
Damn, I had the Ravens in the Super Bowl.
Oh. Do we have a Oh, looks like we're back.
Yes, indeed. Back here, D-Lo and KC, winding down the week on this Friday afternoon. A major sports Friday night here in Sacramento. Sac State taking on Montana at Hornet Stadium for the Panda Bowl. We'll be in attendance. We'll be checking that out. Also, if you're still trying to go, Quavo performing after the game, that's going to be fire as well. And then, of course, the Sacramento Kings kick off their home schedule tonight at the Golden One Center against the Utah Jazz, man. It's a jam-packed Friday night.
What's the weather tonight, man? How do I need to dress for this game? Does a hoodie work?
Hoodie works. You know, it's going to be a little chilly because from what I hear, it's not going to rain tonight, but the rain should be coming like in the middle of the night. So
it looks like it starts tomorrow morning. Well, at least in Rockland, it starts tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock.
So it'll probably be a little. I don't think it's going to be windy and chilly out there, but a little hoodie. You know what I mean? Okay. Layer up a little bit. Layer up.
Okay. Maybe hoodie, jean jacket. We'll see. Oh, okay. What do we think the crowd's going to look like tonight? I mean, it's opening night of Kings basketball. That's a ticket though. That's a tough ticket and it's a pricey ticket. What do we think it's going to look like over there at the football field?
They got 20,000 last Saturday. I do not expect 20,000.
I mean, that was homecoming. Like everybody was there.
Yeah, I think more than I probably even realized, the Yachty component brought people out.
Sure.
And I think Quavo had that same effect on this game. So I'm not expecting 20. I think
homecoming is bigger than Yachty. No?
Homecoming is bigger than Yachty, but the combination of the two, I think, got you to 20. Like if one was there and not the other, I don't think it would have been 20. Like I think if it was just homecoming, you're probably looking at like 15. I think you get like 15 tonight. The one thing they've been doing a good job, they've been hyping the hell up out of their home schedule. Like come out here, see Sac State football, and it's worked. So I think they get about 15 tonight. Kings home opener is a massive draw and massive number one, right? But 90% of them students on the campus don't care about the Kings home opener. They're like, football
can't afford it.
Exactly. So I say about 15. 15, that's my projection, which is a really good crowd for them.
Okay. It'll be a good night either way, man.
Hopefully we could see the beam on the way home.
That would be spectacular. Yes. Going Sunday. Be really nice to light the beam on Sunday. I think I'll be there too. I think I'll be there till the end of the game. So it'll be
okay. Really let's go into the game, D-Lo. Post-game show with D-Lo. Let's go.
Post-game show. I ain't working. I'm leaving, but still. Of course, last time I said that they were trailing by like 20 and I left. Let's not do that. I was able to jump in a little late on the handoff today. I was kind of sitting in the studio. I didn't want to distract you guys, but I saw you shift from just a subject about Domantas Sabonis to Keon. And as I was listening, I was like, oh, this is a fresh topic. This is a perfect opportunity to jump in. And I think there's a lot of things that, we can discuss with James Ham, because I thought we had a pretty interesting discussion with Matt George yesterday regarding Keon Ellis and how, he thinks the organization does not see Keon Ellis the way that the fan base does. Not that the organization does not like Keon Ellis, not that the organization doesn't love Keon Ellis, not that the organization doesn't want Keon Ellis in a Kings jersey for the long-term future. It doesn't appear that the organization is enamored with Keon Ellis and feels that he needs to play 30, 34, 35 minutes a night. And we started to speculate on that at various points during this offseason. We certainly picked up that at least the previous regime wasn't super high on Keon Ellis. After that stretch with when Malik went out, Malik and Herter were out. We thought Keon played really, really well in that situation that he was put in. And it became clear as that offseason went along that maybe Monty McNair and Mike Brown didn't feel the exact same way. Not that they didn't think he played well, but they just kind of saw it as, yeah, he got an opportunity to play. Like, he did good for what we asked him to do. We're not expecting him to be someone who takes us in a certain direction. I don't know that that's how Doug feels. I don't know that that's how Scott feels. But given the status of his contract situation, given what we saw a little bit during the preseason, and given what we saw on Wednesday, I am starting to form. I do think it's fair to continue to bring up the question. Is like, all right, maybe fans just fell in love with this undrafted, hardworking, solid defensive guy, hits threes. He's a guy who makes the most of a lot of his opportunities. And I don't think his opportunities will be limited this year at all. I just think all of his opportunities depend on what everybody else is doing. And securing the Carter, which for those who haven't caught on to this,
there's not a good track record with that securing label. Like, I don't think any of them stayed.
It's been flawless. He had, I think, if I remember correctly, did we have securing the Barnes? I believe we had securing the Monty.
Yes.
I don't.
100% success rate of getting the person out of here.
I don't think I know securing the Bagley's real name.
No, I know I don't. No.
And I know he's been at games. I believe he's been at games. He's flagged us down. I have no clue what his name is.
No.
But whenever he adds a different name at the end, he doesn't miss. So we've got securing the Carter now. And he says, we were talking earlier about how, I just mentioned it. So many of Keon's opportunities might be dependent on what everybody else is doing. And we used game one as an example. Dennis was playing pretty solid defensively and shooting well in the second half. Obviously, Levine and DeRozan were playing well. Levine, not so much in the second half, but we did speculate, and that's all it was, that Doug might be more likely to lean on those two veterans than he would someone like Malik Monk. If Malik Monk wasn't necessarily having a good night, maybe that's where we see Keon run for a longer stretch of time than he did in the first game. But Malik was playing well. And there's always the hope with the guy who was hot during a game that they can find it again and get hot during a stretch where it matters the most. And securing the Carter asked, why does it have to be Malik or Keon? Give all of Russ's minutes to Keon. Well, I guess the only way you could do that is if you're running Keon and Malik at the same time and having Malik handle ball handle responsibilities. But I don't think Doug Christie nor anyone on the Sacramento Kings like that. Russ was brought in for a reason. Malik played the point guard on Wednesday, the de facto point guard, I guess, for maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes in the first quarter before Russ checked in. So it's not that he didn't do it at all. He just didn't do it for very long. And I think that was probably the minutes plan that Doug had going into the game. I think there's always going to be minutes for Russ. And on Wednesday, they happened primarily in the first half. Keon's minutes, I think Keon played 7 minutes and some change in the second half. Russ didn't play a ton in the second. So, like, I think it really boils down to Malik and no one else. Maybe a time comes, and again, this is very, very, very early in the process. Maybe we do see a Russ DNP. Maybe we do see Russ single-digit minutes. We saw that in Denver. There were points last year where in the season, there were a handful of points. It was more early in the season than later in the season where they started to rely on him pretty heavily after a couple of injuries. But there were times last year where, Russ would play 9 minutes. He didn't play a ton. That could wind up being the case here in Sacramento. I don't know if we get as far as DNPs, but if Doug is still searching for something, I think it's possible. I just don't know that Keon's opportunities create themselves.
Right.
I think they're created by what else is happening in that backcourt.
Right. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. Like I look at Keon and I see a really good basketball player. I don't know if I see a player that's better today than any of those guys that are playing minutes in front of them. And some would probably say Russ. I think there's things that Russ does that's really good that Keon doesn't do, and vice versa. You know what I mean? I think Russ is a good rebounder of the basketball. He's a better facilitator, initiator of the offense. Obviously, Keon is a better defender. He's a better shooter. You know what I mean? So it's not just outright, oh, Keon is better than this guy. It's even based on a number of different categories. I don't think Keon is better than Malik Monk. I don't think he's better than Dennis Schroeder. I don't think he's better than Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan. And now you throw in Nick Clifford into this situation where Keon's probably better than him today, but that's your rookie who has looked impressive and does a number of different things. And I'm not saying that absolutely Nick is better or should be playing more minutes, but that's once again just another factor into Keon's minutes and another deterrent potentially from Keon playing more minutes, a guy like Nick Clifford. So I know we talk about the roster construction and things like that, and I get it. Part of me feels like it's just kind of an unfortunate situation more than just roster construction. Just kind of an unfortunate situation.
After spending what feels like now 2 days making that point about Keon, I am happy to make a counterpoint and play the other side of this argument. Maybe, and it's early with this current administration, if you will, maybe it's too early to say this, but maybe they aren't the best talent evaluators. I use the example of, I'll use a couple examples. Trae Young being an example. I don't know how serious, in depth, or even real the discussions were between Sacramento and Atlanta regarding Trae Young. But the one thing we were told by multiple different people, pretty emphatically, Scott's not a big fan of Trae. Okay. Well, I disagree with Scott in that regard. Something I heard separately, independent, really has nothing to do with the Sacramento Kings, just using it to add to the discussion, is I did hear that Scott Perry wasn't a big fan of Jalen Brunson either. He didn't think very highly of Jalen's game. We have some semblance of an idea. Of course, it got a lot of attention when he was hired, of what he thinks about Zach LaVine's game. There's a pretty direct line of commonality between those three players. Trae, Jalen, Zach LaVine. Those are all very high-level scorers, and that is what they are known for. Trey, I thought, Trey's been a very good point guard in his time. He was a terrific point guard last year, but somehow Atlanta's failures continue to fall on him. And perhaps Trey is one of the rare guys in the league. And so he catches the heat when his team doesn't do well, while it's crystal clear this current version of the Atlanta Hawks is the best team that he's played with. Having stepped on the floor one time so far, like in terms of the roster, this is the most full constructed roster I think that Trae Young has had as an Atlanta Hawk. And the funny thing is, when you look at Trae, Zach, and Jalen, none of those guys are like Keon Ellis, which poses me to ask the question, what type of player does Scott Perry like? If the thought is, maybe this front office doesn't love Keon as much as everybody else does. No, this front office doesn't love Trae Young. They don't love not related, just an independent conversation. They don't really like Jalen Brunson in his game. Podcast comments about Zach LaVine. What type of player does this front office like? Like, what exactly are they looking for? And you go to those pillars, you go to those what it takes to be a Sacramento King that Scott Perry is happy to repeat in any conversation or media interview he does. You can look at him, and while I haven't memorized him like the rest of the media here in Sacramento has, I do know whenever we read through them, well, all right, I get it. Trae probably doesn't fit that. I get it. Even in, Jalen doesn't fit that. God, man, it sure feels like Keon does.
He does.
It feels like he does.
He absolutely does. I think Scott Perry, how do I put it? I equate it to like kind of the running joke or the feeling that we have like about the way that I look at players, right? Like if you ask anybody that listens to the show all the time or comes on the show all the time, what kind of player does Kenny like? Oh, he just like scoring first. That's it. And that's the thought process, right? But it's not actually true. It's not actually like the scoring player, I believe, is somebody that you have to have there. I feel like it gets dismissed and, you just give me five guys like Lou Dort and that's how you win basketball. No, you need somebody to score 25 a night if you want to win the championship. Like you can't dismiss that. But people think that that's what it is, right? So you look at Scott Perry, I bring that up with Scott Perry, and you talk about those players that Scott Perry, quote unquote, wasn't a fan of. But then you look at some of the guys that he did get, and they brought him up in the chat. I was thinking about him when they were bringing up Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett are what you would think score first guards. Quickly is also like a smaller score. He's like you know how I feel about Trae Young, so I don't want to be disrespectful to him, but he's almost like a Kirkland brand version of Trae Young, like a small guard. Doesn't really Quickly actually defends better than Trae Young, but he's getting $35 million a year. And Scott Perry was the guy who drafted him and looked at him like that. So I wonder if we look at some of the guys he doesn't like, we look at Keon, and there maybe isn't necessarily a preference there. It's just a little situational. And he looks at a guy like Keon in this aspect. I like his game. I like what he brings to the table. But I don't know if I'm willing to break the bank for him. And I don't know if this is the place for him with the guys that are in front of him. As I brought up the issue to James earlier, I want to know what you think about it. Say DeMar's gone and Zach's gone. That's what everybody wants. DeMar gone, Zach gone, and you get to play Keon everywhere. I think you're still looking for DeMar and Zach. Like, if you want to be a winning team, you don't slide Keon in there and be like, yo, it's good. You're still looking for almost 50 points a night that you got to replace.
You're still looking for your stars, but can Keon Ellis fill a role though in that starting 2 spot where you find your stars somewhere else?
He can fill a role. I mean, he can. To answer your question, he can.
Because he is a 40% 3-point shooter who plays, really good defense in the 13 minutes he gets. I'd have to imagine if you give him more time, that'd only get better.
I love Keon Ellis. It sounds like I don't know if his role. I don't know if he can elevate his role in this league outside of where he is. Like now, you want to start Keon Ellis.
Yeah, I'm not saying like you need 20 a game from Keon or whatever, but if you're getting 10 to 15 from Keon Ellis because he's knocking the 3 ball down at a decent rate, like he shoots well, he just has no time.
10 to 15 is asking a lot for him.
10 to 15 what?
Points per game. Per game. That's.
But in how many minutes is it really?
He was at 8 last season in 24.
He was at 8 points per game in 24 minutes per game.
Yeah.
10 he can get to. 15. 15 seems like a stretch. 15. There's so many different ways. I believe at least you got to score the basketball to get to like 15, 20 points per game. That I don't know. I think Keon is a spot up shooter, and he can do some stuff as far as slashing and when people close out, 1-2 dribble, hit your floater and finish at the rim a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe I'm like Scott Perry and Doug Christie. I really like him. I don't know if I see him as a starting guard for a team that's trying to be really good. I want him on the team though.
Let me ask a follow-up from our buddy Matt George, Locked On Kings. If the Kings were in fact trying to move on from Malik Monk this offseason, and there is a mountain of evidence to say that they were, and let's just say hypothetically it was for Jonathan Kuminga. We could do whatever we want to, but let's just say because that was the most popular one, let's just say Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. Doesn't that by default open up a lot more room for Keon Ellis?
Yeah, it feels like it. Absolutely.
So maybe it really does just boil down to roster construction. And when you build a pecking order or a depth chart, Keon remains at the bottom of it because of what DeMar, and I know this infuriates Kings fans, but what guys like DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and Malik Monk can do. Now, take Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder out of the equation because we know the Kings, don't like Keon in that role of trying to bring the ball up the floor and facilitate the offense. It's not what he's best suited at. And this goes back to the Neek and put Neek here, put this person here. It's like, no. Put them at their position. Give them an opportunity to excel at what they do best. Don't ask them in their first big minutes to go out there and do something unnatural.
Right.
So don't put Keon in a position where he has to do that. Put Keon in a position where he can succeed. Maybe Keon is just a prisoner of the depth chart.
And I think that's more the situation here in Sacramento. And that's why I said earlier, this situation and whether or not the players are the players that we think, maybe that's the thing. Like, it's just not the best situation for him right now. Not that he can't play or he's not valuable.
You feel good about tonight?
I do. I think we see the beam tonight. Yes. Kings
okay.
Win. And I would love for them, when I talk to you on Monday, I'd love for them to be 2-1. I need that. I need that win against the Lakers. I need Luka looking crazy. I need that.
Right. Let's put Kyle Matson in the front row of that game just to get under Luka's. Let's get Kyle Matson one of those Kenny Caraway seats.
My seats.
Let's get him one of those Kenny Caraway seats to get under Luka's skin and get called out his name once again. Either way, it's a big night in Sacramento sports, man. Stingers up. Light the beam. We appreciate you guys for being with us. Hit the thumbs up before you go and make your plans to be here to recap it all. Beginning Monday morning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Stingers up, baby. That is it. Real quick before I get out of here, Soren. Lou Dort and Caruso type players don't need to score 15 a game. but they can occasionally. So can Keon. We've seen it. That's great, but they're able to do that because there's 3 other guys on there that can go for 30 at any point in time, maybe all together. And then you got guys like Wiggins who can come off and get 21. Like now all of a sudden they found this goddamn AJ Mitchell. That pisses me off so much. Guy was on the scrap heap. Why can't we ever find an AJ Mitchell? AJ Mitchell had like 25 last night. So when you have others around you, Case and Wallace, they can do all that stuff. To Damian's point, it allows Lou Dort and Alex Caruso to be Lou Dort and Alex Caruso. You don't have to ask them to do more than outside of their comfort zone.
Yeah. They don't have old people blocking minutes. Oh, securing. Is it Halloween next week? Yep, sure is.
Next Friday.
Yeah. All right. Can't wait to see what Casey comes to the office dressed as.
Kenny Caraway?
Probably money. Well,
I ain't got into the Halloween. Now I might be dressed for the family. We might be dressed doing something, but that's about it.
I have been told I will be dressed for the family. I will not be dressed at work, but I will be dressed for the family.
Oh boy, The Incredibles.
No, I think it's a couple's costume. I think the girls. I'm pretty sure we're fucking K-pop demon hunters. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it's that. Either way.
Oh man. Busy night, busy weekend for everybody. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Stay safe, stay dry. This is gonna rain this weekend. Go Niners too, by the way. We'll see y'all on Monday.